And welcome to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Morgan Siblick had a rinse this morning. Surfers preparing for day number 1 of Challenger Series number 3. Gathering here at the south side of Huntington Beach from all corners of the earth. The Exabari sisters there. Got Luke Thompson all the way from South Africa. He was the winner of the last event. Matty McGillivray wants his spot back on the championship tour. He's an HB. And as you can see, today it's going to be about small wave surfing. And we're going to have some of the world's best surfers out here to display in these beach break conditions here at the south side of Huntington Beach, just like Jacko Baker. Still some push. We're bottoming out on the tide right now, expecting conditions much like a lot of the world would surf on their average day at the average beach break. That's what we're doing here. I'm Kaipo Guerrero. That's Rosie Hodge. Hi, Rosie.
Hi.
that's a smiley Mitch Salazar. And we're on, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be. It's a big anomaly yesterday what happened due to lack of swell. First day I've ever been here that we haven't ran the U.S. Open of surfing, but we got some waves out there, and as you said, an extra push. It seems like that south truly showing itself today, Kaipo.
Yeah, we got that northwest wind swell as well, Rosie, but today we're going to be really celebrating the grovel.
Definitely. And Huntington Beach, you know, you think about what you have to be ready for this event, and that's all about adjusting to the conditions, making sure your equipment's on point, and definitely just keeping an eye on what the waves are doing with the tide, with that little bit of wind, and making sure that you're on the best waves.
Yeah, and creating speed, right? So creating speed is going to be one of the things that the surfers are going to have to pay attention to. Mitchell, that's a quick paddle, quick to your feet, and quick to get the surfboard up to speed.
100%, but as you mentioned, Kaipo, there's a lot of places worldwide that resemble this location here in Huntington Beach Southside. And of course, we all know if you make it to this level, you should be able to surf an average beach break on any given day, Kaipo. So expecting a grind fest out there, but you got to be able to make do with what's out there.
It's a grind in a good way. For more on today's action, we'll go down to the beach with AJ McCord and Travis Logie. Yeah, thank you, AJ. Thank you, Travis. That's right. This is stop number 3 on the Challenger Tour, just to fill you in on how the tour is looking this year. There's 7 total stops in the Challenger Series. At the end of the Challenger Series, top 7 women, top 10 men are going on into the 2026 Championship Tour. That is the mission of every single surfer here today in Huntington Beach, Rosie.
And thinking about that number, you're starting in the round of 80, that's a lot of surfing to get done. You see a nice little wave coming through on our screens there. Positive signs and even more positive signs for the end of this event. That little bit of touch of swell that we're going to see come Sunday, finals day. That's a massive improvement from what I saw on the Surfline forecast leading into the event.
100%, and you know, really good to see the Central and North Pacific really light up later on this weekend. It's a big event right here, Kaipo.
Your thoughts on this heat, Mitchell? We got 2 Brazilians out there.
Yeah, pretty proud moment for myself seeing Oliver Zietz, you know, in the draw right here. He's got a tough one, though. Luke Sleipen out of South Africa, Wesley Leite out of Brazil, and Rafael Teixeira has a lot of experience. Former Coldwater Classic champion himself. He's won multiple QS events. It's a tough heat to start off the men's round.
Yeah, and when we talk about Rafael Teixeira, 32 years old, Mitchell.
Been around the block.
Over a decade on this grind.
Yeah, no, and once again, he's been successful at multiple levels, been close to qualifying, top 50 surfer on the Challenger Series for a number of years, and you can hear the horn on the in the background. We're on Kaipo, and just looking at this heat overall, different kind of specialties too. People really know how to grind, but once again, all these people should know how to be able to surf a beach break like it is right now out there.
Yeah, Rafael Teixeira, he's on your screen there in the green jersey, 32 years old, out of Brazil. Goofy foot, and he really has a quick brand of surfing to him. Got another Brazilian out there in the way of Wesley Leite. Is that Mitchell?
Leite is
Leite?
how you'd say, yeah, Leite.
I don't know a lot about Wesley other than he's 30 years old and also representing Brazil. There he is.
Yeah, first year on the Challenger Series, too, as you can see right there, number 6, so just barely made the cut to be able to qualify regionally through South America, which we all know has been probably the best region worldwide in the last 15 years, Rosie.
And Rosie, out there, we also have a South African in the way of Luke Slijpen.
Yeah, great to see Luke in this event. His younger brother Connor is also in this round of 80, coming from Lindudno in Cape Town. Yeah, such a special wave that he is from, super wedgy. I think if he was trying to familiarize himself with these kinds of conditions, he'd be looking somewhere like Muizenberg, another soft beach break. So I'm sure he's sharpened his skills. He's also been here a number of days getting ready for this event.
Yeah, and he's part of the brothers conversation, or where we have brothers and sisters all in the competition. Here we go, first wave, Rafael. Like I said, pretty quick on the backhand. There's swings it up a couple times, and that's going to set the scale for today, Mitch.
And for how difficult it is out there right now, I mean, he got 2 critical and really strong maneuvers out there on the backhand. One thing that I really like to showcase about Rafa is that his technique is superb. I mean, really, nothing got a place, Rosie, and it seems like he found a quality wave out there, too.
Yeah, he's done so well already to start with this little wave, attacking it on his backhand, finding that critical section. Just impressive 2-turn combo for what the conditions offer.
He's been here multiple days too, Kai, but I think his boards didn't arrive on his flight, so I had to actually use a board that he kept here a few years ago. So much more different in terms of the shape and the model, and it seems like truly riding an epoxy out there right now, which to me I think would be a huge benefit to most of these surfers.
Yeah, and why? Why do you think the epoxies will go today?
A lot more buoyancy, much more flotation, and as we said, responsiveness too, especially in the pocket. You want something that's really going to be able to perform and fit in those tight sections out there right now.
Well, that's a great start for Teixeira, a 4.67 in the context of what I expect today. Rosie, that could be a keeper score.
Definitely. I think he's going to be sitting out there, hearing that number coming through and knowing that he's got the upper hand at the moment.
Take another look at it here, Mitch.
Yeah, I really like the setup turn right here. Kept the speed going, but I mean, look at the swell of the hips right there. As Chubbs would say out of Happy Gilmore, it's all in the hips. And you look at that right there, just the way he's able to accentuate the bottom turn on such a tiny wave too. Great use of positioning right there. And it seems like working with Vinny Fortunati, who's originally from Brazil but now resides in Oceanside, knows this location very well. And once again, it's not the first rodeo for Teixeira either. He's been at this event multiple times, but hasn't really made it deep into the draw. I think this could potentially be his year.
Yeah, loose hips.
Happy Gilmore. I want to see somebody do a Shooter McGavin clean.
All right,
this year here.
Well, we got probably 8 hours of surfing today, so we're going to see that. Here's Oliver Zietz from Princeville on the island of Kauai, nephew to former CT surfer Sebastian Seabass Zietz. And it's good to see Oliver here representing, well, from Hawaii, but actually representing the Netherlands, Rosie.
Yeah, so great to see the talent. And obviously, I think he works at a surf school over on Kauai. Seeing him here at the Challenger Series, we've known that this kid was coming, right? We've seen his potential and his talent. It's great to see it arrive here on the Challenger Series.
You know what's a fun story is his uncle, Sebastian Seabass, actually proposed to his wife, Chrissy, here at the U.S. Open of Surfing, and he did it in a spectacular fashion in which he hired a plane with one of those message ribbon bands behind it and said, "Will you marry me?" Took her out to the end of the pier, told her, "Look up," and that's how the Zietz got married, or got engaged.
He kind of nailed that because Chrissy is in the wedding
planning.
Planning.
Wow.
So like for him to go that deep and to plan all of that out.
Seabass raised the bar way too high for all the other men in the world, but congratulations, and Seabass doing a great job.
There's the end of the pier.
Right there, man.
It's a long walk too, by the way.
Huge
I mean, from
crowds,
the start of the pier all the way over there.
It was. We actually covered it too. It was actually one of those real touching moments in surfing and in the history here at the U.S. Open of Surfing, which goes back for so long. I mean, we call it Surf City for a reason, Mitch.
Yeah, and you know, both Ollie and his sister Zoe have come through this venue multiple times as amateurs too. Once again, I've seen them really grow up through the scene, and obviously cool to see him accomplish his dreams right here, really in his first year fully pursuing the QS regionally in the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region. But you know, seeing their talent, Father Maxwell also a great surfer, Mom Afke from the Netherlands. That's why he decided to represent the Netherlands internationally, but still had to qualify through a tough region, Kaipo, with minimal events in the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region.
Yeah, believe he got third place over in Tahiti.
Yeah.
In Rangiroa.
Rangiroa. Heavy wave, by the way, too.
Yep. Well, the Rangiroa skills are not going to help you here today. What you need to bring is your tap shoes. Bring your dancing shoes. Be light on your feet. Get through those dead sections, just like Rafael Teixeira did. And now, as the clock winds down, Rosie, that shows you how valuable that 4.67 is on the board.
Yeah, quick stop. But just looking at the spread and positioning of all four competitors, no one really, there's a lot of space between all of them. I think they're trying to figure out the banks that can be utilized today. I think Rafael just getting that early start, finding that first wave, it really alleviates that pressure to go on the hunt for that backup.
Yeah, an open priority as well, so between the other three surfers, Mitch, so perhaps that's why you see them spread out and they don't want to get clustered up and have to deal with, you know, a priority type of hassle.
100%. And for all three of us that are here on the booth, we all had to go through these kinds of events in our career too, especially coming from the QS side. You have to run every single day, and Virginia Beach, a lot of these locations here in North America, in Brazil, you have to go to events where it's barely breaking too, so 30 minutes out there, that's actually a good amount of time for you to potentially get 10, 12 points.
There are so many heats that I can remember surfing out at Huntington. It's been exactly like this. You know, it's all just part of the game of surfing Huntington. Big crowds, lots of energy, but the beach break conditions, this is what you expect, and you know you have to be ready for it.
Taking a look at that one is Wesley Leitch.
They're playing with the clock too, Kaipo. I mean, it's been a few minutes since Hafa's wave, and nobody else has caught one.
Yeah. Hey, let's check in with another member of the broadcast team. Chris Cote's got some equipment talk. Chris.
Yeah, team, good morning. I want to say this is the year of the epoxy surfboard. Nearly half the field that I've seen so far in the board rack has brought down a black carbon-wrapped board. These are boards that were pretty much created and popularized by Dark Arts down in San Diego, but now you're seeing it spread across all board brands. I've never seen so many carbon surfboards in one event. I mean, you look at the waves, this says epoxy all day long. So everybody bringing out their most magical, specialized craft for the waves that they have at hand here today. So not only looking at small wave wizardry, but also wizardry in the shaping room. So lots of high-tech surfboards in that board rack and out in the water throughout the day for sure.
Hey, Chris, I know you got a couple of Dark Arts yourself. What's the feel of those boards?
Well, in waves like this, you're going to feel just a little bit more pop. And I think that these boards, if you get a really good shape, if you have that carbon wrap board, it could last you 5, 10 years. And out on a day like today, lightness and getting you over that flat spot is paramount. So just that extra pop that you get from the epoxy and the carbon together, that construction, I feel like that's going to give you the zip that you need. All these surfers are really good in small waves, but it's the surfers that just have that extra special board under their feet that are going to have success out there.
All right. Thank you, Chris Cote. Chris Cote got some pop himself, master of the chop hop, Mitch, and also a great skateboarder.
Dude, do not even bring it up today, because I feel like it could potentially be a day where we see some chop hops.
Let's get the choppies up.
No.
Don't be scared of it.
Oh, man.
Embrace the chop hop.
Hey, but he does make a great point, and especially fins, I think, are going to be a big part of equipment too. Black sticks, Kalohe's fins from FCS side too, I think are going to be something that you really want. Speed generating type of stuff out there, Rosie.
Yeah, you're really going to have to lean on your equipment for that little bit of extra pop. And I think that's something when people come into Huntington, specifically making boards for these types of waves, they might have that special piece that they're looking for. Olivia Zietz, he's going to open up his account.
All right, Ollie, what do you got? A big snap there. Gets through that flat section. Well, that's the kind of light-footedness that we're talking about.
Good work right there, too. It was a tough wave, and really showcased his patience on that one, especially after the first turn. Longtime Glenn Minami shaper too out there with him, and looking at this, Rosie, should be a good score compared to the 4.
Yeah, he definitely manufactured the speed through the wave, working that flat section, finding this little bit of connectivity on the inside, and even going for that little bit of a float climb right there. So Oliver doing so well, generating all of his own energy on this wave, really having to work it over. Quads are probably burning after this ride, but also it's just that little bit of, he sat out there, he's been waiting for that wave, the nerves start to creep in, so it's nice to get his ball rolling here.
And the paddle back there from Wesley, so it looks like he got a wave too, Mitch.
Yeah, also riding, it seems like an epoxy board, tight reverse right there, and let's see if that's complete or not. I mean, given how difficult it is out there right now, I feel like the judges are going to be a lot more lenient with incomplete and complete maneuvers, but that one, I don't know if he fully rode out in front of the whitewater.
Yeah, that's been an interesting question mark, I think, especially out here at Huntington. But looking, I'm always focused on the nose of the board and where it is in relation to the whitewater.
Yep.
Luke Slipen on actually a slow start there and tries to make up for it. So that's going to be a misfire for the South African.
Bummer, too, because he's needing a result at this point of the season, too. You know, already 2 events in, you want to start well right here. And, you know, given that we have more events this season, Kaipo, it's really pivotal for you to be able to make up in the back end of the year and not have to focus in those 2 difficult events, Pipe and Newcastle. Those are additions for a lot of people where they haven't really competed for it before, especially the younger surfers on the Challenger Series at the moment.
Yeah, I agree with you. A great campaign on the Challenger Series to kind of front load yourself. And ironically enough, as it is, and it hasn't changed for decades, is that all the way back to the OP Pro, Huntington Beach is actually one of the gateways to get onto the championship tour.
And what's your motivation at this point? You look at the wave and you're like, dude, it's tough out there, but the goal is to make it to the CT. I know once I make it to the CT, every single stop is going to be pumping. So you go out here, you have to do your job and just make a couple of rounds at least.
Yeah, so Wesley with a quick snap there in the white jersey. That's going to be wave number 2 for the Brazilian. So that first wave, Rosie, was deemed incomplete. He just got a 1.67.
Yeah, it's cruel as we just see Wesley finishing up his second ride right there.
Priority now sits with Rafael Teixeira, who has heat control. He's got the leads. He's still got the top wave score of this heat with that 4.67. Rafael's been putting himself in a really good position. 4-point ride for those 2 snaps for Oliver Zietz.
Yeah, that's a good score, and I almost guarantee you get 10, 11 points today, your chances of making it through got to be upper excellent, 80, 90%. And right here for Hafa, that quick start, the 4.67, that was a well-earned wave right here. In 17 minutes, I feel like there's going to be a lot of baiting with priority right here, Kaipo, and you got to play a good amount of defense, too.
Wesley on the backhand this time, looking pretty spicy, and gets 3 hits on the backhand. That'll get his name right going. Luke's looking for a start here. Quick check carve, brings it all the way around on the second turn. Looking for a little more. He's not going to get it, but those are 2 quality turns, Rosie.
I like those turns because each individual maneuver, he completed them. He didn't cut them short. They were impactful. It's going to be fun to see what the judges think of that and where it sits in that with the 4 ranges that we've seen so far. Wesley's wave, especially on your backhand, it seems like you can get a nice swivel going.
I was really impressed on this wave right here, Kaipo. Slipen, as Rosie was saying, not only are these complete, they're different, and to find variety out there with how flat it is, especially not having a lot of speed from the get-go. That second tail slide really critical in the pocket of the wave, but you can see right here, keeping the speed down the line, more of a check turn, and then right here brings it all the way around. That's difficult to do on a wave that is moving at a fast pace, especially with this size.
Yeah, I agree. And to keep forward momentum. Teixeira, wave number 2, looking for something substantial, not going to find it.
Misfire right there with priority, too. So everybody's at least got something decent on the board now. And I think just to settle the nerves, being the first seed of the day, especially after not running yesterday too, pretty big for these guys. The grindier one right here, just a setup turn. Much better right there on the second, but I think he bottom turn just a bit too deep right there on the third. Can't go really all the way down right here, really, with how small it is out there at the moment.
Yeah, you have to be calculated with that bottom turn. If you're really going to commit, it's going to have to be a bit of a bolier section because it's so easy to slump and lose your speed.
Well, update to scores right now. Wesley Leitch, 5.07. Mitchell,
score.
for those 3 turns on the backhand, goes to the lead.
And he had that under priority, too. So everybody else was looking for something just a little bit on the outside. The way the bars are set up right now, especially with this tide, it's almost better to be in the middle of the pack than too far outside, Rosie.
Yeah, and that was a good 2-wave set. We saw Wesley on the first one, Luke on the second. I think everyone, the competitors in the Bonsai athlete area are going to keep a close eye on where that set came through, because that's a good indicator for the rest of the day.
And speaking of the rest of the day, we have a full day in this round of the 80s. We got some heats to check out, some heats to watch, to keep your eyes on that are upcoming. And those heats are right here. Look at this one, Josh Kerr, along with Ryan Huckabee in heat number 3 of this round, Mitchell.
Iago Dominguez, Justin Becray in that one, too. Kali Voss, he's already made a final this year over in Newcastle. He's going to be in heat 5.
With Luke Tima, Dylan Moffitt, and Julian Wilson. Are you kidding me? That's going to be a hotly contested heat straight out of the gates.
Show me the money. I want to be able to see a lot of these heats, really get some opportunities out there. And Leitch so far, I mean, that's going to easily improve on the 2-point ride he has out there.
Yep. So kind of running away with it. Last score for Rafael Teixeira, 2.23. Let's take a look at this one, Rosie.
Yeah, I like this one from Wesley. I mean, backing up that 5.07, he's looking at this end section, really hammers it right there. You can tell that he's transitioned. You saw him with that no make on the reverse, now going to the rail. Here goes Luke.
Nice snap to begin with. Building up some speed down the line, punches it out, and gets the flary finish with that air reverse.
To me, his flow is looking like really tapped in at the moment. That was a great way from him. I mean, way to go with holding that speed through that maneuver and finishing clean.
And he almost benefited after the first fall, too, I feel. Like, he's had a real big bounce back, the 417. Now this really great reverse. I mean, just look at the amount of pop he gets for how small it is right there. And as Rosie was mentioning, Kaipo, the amount of flow and the great read that he's had on his back-to-back waves, great stuff by Slipen.
I like what I'm seeing in his surfing, in that it's not rushed.
Yeah.
And it's easy to panic.
It's natural.
It's easy to panic on a 1-foot wave.
And there's almost like, well, here we go. Someone's going to be up and riding on this left.
Oliver Zeitz, just 2 quick vertical backhand hangers.
Well, he's, I mean, look, he's into the double digits now with the last score, Kaipo. That's a good one right there for Slipen, the best of the heat so far. And Ollie looking to improve not only the 4, looking to get something similar on this last one right here. Tight first turn in the pocket on the second one, more up and over the whitewater. I don't know if that's going to get up to the 378 that he needs, but really competitive heat so far.
Yeah, looking good. Here goes Luke on his backhand.
Luke on the backhand, and tried to flare it again at the end, but previous wave for Luke Slipen, a 6.17. Hey, we're taking a Bonsai brew break. The day's just getting going here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We'll be right back after this. Let's check out our surf line forecast for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Small northwest wind swell is what we are dealing with today. Makes it contestable for our opening rounds, but Rosie, we got more actions coming from the south.
I love that. I love that there's going to be that building southwest swell. I think that we're going to see that through the week, Mitch, as we see a bit of tropical swell action.
Yeah, and a really good direction too. That south-southeast, specifically with that northwest wind swell included, is going to be really good. So should slightly pick up this afternoon. I mean, barely, but the onshore, not going to be that bad. It's going to be contestable out there.
I'd way rather surf onshore than howling offshore conditions when it's this small. So take a bit of positive out of that.
Yeah, great point. Look at what we got to look forward to. Variable in the morning, a little bit of onshore convective breeze in the afternoon, but we should see more of that southerly swell fill in for the remaining 3 days of competition, all coming to a crescendo on Sunday. Thank you, Surfline.
And that's what you want. You want that swell, that south swell mix in with that little bit of northwest wind swell when you add a beach break. That's the perfect recipe for good conditions.
Peaky.
Yeah. Peaky.
Peaky.
And with that south-southeast coming in, variable wind, so it should be offshore momentarily, then it could go sideshore real quick. So you got to be adaptable in those kind of situations right there, Kaipo.
Here's Wesley flaring. And since we went to break, there has been quite a shakeup in this heat. Looks like Luke Slipin went to first, and still in advancing position with that strong start, Rafael Teixeira.
Yeah, it's a close.
All right, well, with 8 minutes and 25 seconds going, we'll see if Oliver Zietz and Wesley Late can come back. And really, Rosie, it's all about taking advantage of a wave when it does come through. 8 minutes should be enough time for Oliver to get on a quality wave for today.
And let's just think about, here we go. This is Luke's ride. Finding that flow and just talking about just landing so clean on that wave. That's why he's in the lead at the moment. But thinking about the opportunities for our third and fourth place surfers. Oliver, he has priority. That's a positive indication. Wesley, second priority. So it means that they can, if that opportunity comes their way, they're first in line to get it.
Yeah, I like that take on that, Ro. That it looks intimidating for someone like Oliver, but he's got opportunity, and as well for Wesley, because Wesley right here, he's already got a 5 in his score line. Looking to better that 2.97, which he's going to do right here. Gets a tidy finish.
Yeah, only requiring the 3.70. You can just tell that like he wants to milk that wave for all it's worth. Don't know if that's going to be the number when we look at what we have today. This wave is really small. He's trying to manufacture a section, laying it on the rail there, looking for that inside connection. I mean, I give him props for just the determination on that wave. We'll see if it's the 3.7. I think it's going to be short.
Yeah, we had a lot of talk earlier today with Chris about, you know, some of the equipment going out here. Definitely there are gravel boards coming into play, definitely epoxy EPS constructions. Like the board under the feet right here of Oliver Zietz. Zietz needs pretty much a 4.6 to move into the lead. Might have got it done there.
Yeah, I'm so impressed. He utilizes priority on that wave. It was a better wave. You could tell that it had that little bit more height to it and offered those 3 sections. And really, he got that third turn in where there wasn't really a section. Very impressed with just how reactive he is on this wave. There we go, beautiful slice to the face of that wave. And then manufactures that third right there. So really good stuff from him. I'm interested to see what that score lines up as.
Yeah. Again, you can see in the needs column, Oliver needs a 4.58. That would take him into second and advancing position. And so the judge is deliberating. He's looking back at the beach. Just 19 years old. He's, you know, in the Challenger Series, that's what we like to see, the new crop, the new generation coming up each and every year.
Yeah, he's, and you can tell the hunger as he's waiting for that score, just anticipating what the judges are going to drop for him. And it's important to get that score relayed to him quickly, just so he can start playing that game as we see a change.
Live scores dropping.
And it seems like it's enough, Kaipo.
Sure is. A 5.33. Oliver Zeitz bumps Rafael Teixeira out of that advancing position, and the young man from Princeville, Kauai, looking good right here, fighting. Wesley forces that nose pick reverse, but that's all he's going to get.
Haman, progressive maneuver, high degree of difficulty, especially with how it is out there right now, needing a mid-4. Really competitive. Here goes Ollie again.
Zeitz. Couple of big snaps.
Yeah, probably won't change anything, though.
Yeah.
I mean, really tight surfing right there, but I'm interested to see the way they really qualify the quality of the maneuver from Wesley right here. And this was a tough section, Rosie.
A bigger wave, I think for me, looking at Wesley, the ones that we've seen him do earlier, it's been deliberate trying to make it out in front of the wave, where there was a lot cleaner, came out with a bit of speed. We mentioned this one from Oliver. Doing well to keep the other competitors off that wave. I don't think that's going to change his situation or his scoreline, but definitely Wesley's in the hunt for that score from the judges.
Yeah, and the score comes through for Wesley as a 3.5, so he remains chasing that 4.47 to get into second. So 2 Brazilians under the wire currently with 4 minutes remaining. Rafael Teixeira, he's just under a 5 to move into that second advancing position. And it's going to be our heat leader right here, Luke Slipen. Little disco spin at the end.
Yeah, cool, creative, won't be changing anything. And I think the reason why we haven't seen a lot of those reverses from Wesley go that high is because they seem to be a bit forced. And same thing could be said right here with this one reverse on the backhand from Luke. I mean, he's looking to improve on the 4.17, but it's just not as clean as we want to see it projected to be.
Yeah, and obviously Luke, he's trying to improve his situation, trying to improve his scoreline. Taking that wave with priority, would it have been a better bet just to hang on to that priority and find a set wave and potentially hold some of his competitors off? I don't know. It's so tricky today. You've got to be making the most of opportunities that come your way, but it's so hard.
Former runner-up, Kalohandino, he's coming up, Kipes.
Yeah, next heat, Alfonso Antunes, Connor Slipen, Luke's brother, will be in the next heat. Kalohandino and Torquay's Tully Wiley.
Well, the good thing, if there's a positive indication out of this heat, they're really justifying that you want to be on a quality set wave out there. And that's tough to do given the amount of time that you have. 30 minutes is not long, but everybody's got at least a strong score to start off. You know, even in the mid-4s, that's a keeper score. But right here, Hafa mentioned him really getting the better of the opening exchange. Now he needs a high 4. So given what he was able to do with the 2 backhand turns right there, he needs to be on a better one than that. The only thing that's saving him right now, Kaipo, 2 minutes to go, he does have priority.
There he is. Pressure cooking situation for the Brazilian. He's trolling the Pacific right now, looking up and down the bank for some opportunity. He's way to the south.
Ooh, blue.
And further south, our heat leader, Luke Slipen, looking light on his feet. Don't know if that's going to bed the 4.17, but he's in a pretty safe situation right now, Rosie, with 1 minute 40 seconds.
Yeah, and props to him. He surfed this heat extremely well. He found some quality waves, but also he didn't rush his surfing. He never looked desperate. The maneuvers that he produced were really looking strong.
Ooh.
This is a building score right here for Wesley. So 4.47 is the requirement. Got pretty busy, got pretty loose on that one, Mitchell. What did you think?
He did, and had a lot of quality, especially on the ending turn right there, too. Ollie, I think, a minute 10, he's got to be on something right here. I'm feeling a situation change myself, Rosie.
Yeah, just watching the attack from Wesley on this wave, it is smaller, but on having that backhand opportunity to really swivel, 4 maneuvers, pretty similar moves on each one of those waves. And I do have to say, when I compare it to Oliver's backup score, there was that variety, there was that flow, it was a bigger wave. It's going to be interesting. I mean, the 4.47 is what's required.
He's going to get it.
Yeah. 4 moves in such a short space of time, really impressive.
He goes to first. Now, Rafael Teixeira with his chance. Can it be a Brazilian sweep right now? Teixeira needs a 5.84. It needs a pretty big number to get into that top 2 conversation. But Wesley got the work done in the final minute and a half, Mitchell.
And it seems like Ollie was up in a split peak situation, just a short one, and forced there again. And it's going to come down to Shero's wave right here, Kaipo. I don't know. I mean, he's needing a pretty substantial score right now. Would have actually have to be the second best wave of the heat now. Second turn had a lot of quality in it, though.
So the horn has sounded, and anticipating a number is Rafael Teixeira. Let's take another look at this.
Winds it off his backhand, second maneuver. So 2-turn combo right there. Decent maneuvers, but comparing it to what Wesley's just locked in, it's going to be tough to lock in the second best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, he doesn't get it. 4.3, walking up the heat beach. Rafael Teixeira, Oliver Zeitz, both eliminated from competition. Wesley Leitch coming through in the dying minutes of this heat. Wesley's on to the next round along with Luke Slipen.
Good heat, good way to start the event.
Pretty exciting start for the day, and that's just the beginning. That's heat 1 of this round of 80. Heat 2 of this round of 80 coming up right after this commercial break. Luke Slipen looking loose in Huntington Beach.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Yeah, Luke Slipen in successful advancing out of the first heat of the day, along with Wesley Leitch. A little debrief on the beach for the South African. Kai Paguro here with Rosie Hodge, Mitchell Salazar. Heat number 2 out in the water here, Southside Huntington Beach Pier. Afonso Antunes from Portugal. Connor Slipen, we just saw Luke, the older brother, successful, so little brothers out there got to get the job done. Kolohe Andino, former runner-up over here at the US Open of Surfing, and Torquay's Tully White. Here's Connor. Looks a lot like Luke, Rosie.
Maybe they're related.
Afonso Antunes. Oh, pretty snappy. What do you know about this surfer from Portugal, Mitchell?
A great style, comes from a great region of waves. Obviously, no lack of swell over there in Portugal, but you know, hasn't really been able to get some consistency so far in the first 2 events. But as you said, Connor, well, he potentially might be related to Luke in the previous heat. Incomplete one right there for Slipen. I really like the send turn right there, though. And as Chris was mentioning in the previous heat, carbon truly might be the way to go. Just a bit stiffer, get some more momentum, especially off of the bottom turn. Really like the explosiveness right there at the end by the Portuguese Antunes.
Yeah, and when we talk about those surfboard makeups, typically those carbon boards would have an EPS core, a bead foam, like expanded polystyrene. That particular foam is also a bit more buoyant, and you can see Afonso from a great place just outside of Lisbon, Caprica.
Oh, man. That is a good setup right there, Caprica. Great beach breaks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and there's just so many waves to surf around the Portugal area. How spoiled is this guy?
Yep, he is spoiled on pastel de natas on the daily over there.
A lot of great fish, too, and seafood. Love my seafood over there in Portugal, Kaipo, you know.
I've seen you down an entire octopus.
Two
Octopuses. Octopi, octopuses.
Now, shout out to the Portuguese. They know how to make a good meal.
Don't even talk about the frango. That's a whole nother.
Oh, dude.
I'm sorry.
We're not getting into that this early because, you know, I missed my spot over there.
I'm
A little
sorry.
bit of peri-peri?
Oh, dude, what's the place called? But the dude, the owner's like the nicest guy. He always sees us come in, and you know a spot's good when everybody eats there.
Yeah. Hey, that's another thing about a global surf tour is that you get to experience cuisine from all over the world, just like Kolohe Andino has been experiencing cuisine for many, many years on the championship tour, back on the Challenger Series, really turned into one of the leaders now, the torchbearer for San Clemente Surfer, opening up the door for surfers, you know, like Griffin and Crosby, Colapinto, and Cole Hausman now on the championship tour. Kolohe's done a lot of work for that community.
Captain of your board artist team too. I mean, so great representative of the community and of the United States as well, Kipes.
Afonso already has a 4.83 and looks like he's going to have a tight little backup. Right behind him, Connor. Little catchy there. You could see a little catch of the rail, so that's going to limit the score for wave number 2 of Connor Slipin. Judges owe us both scores.
Should be a small backup for him. And I feel like Afonso right here, smart stuff, already has the 4.83, which went into somebody's score line at the end of the last heat, so looking pretty good out there for the Portuguese.
What town is that, Rosie?
Llandudno in Cape Town. It's on the Atlantic seaboard. It's right on the peninsula, so very exposed. A stunning beach. It's a white sand beach with big boulders in the background. Creates a really nice wedgy wave. Water is freezing.
Freezing.
Makes you ache.
Ooh. That means Connor's hardy. Here's a replay, Mitch.
Well, most of these guys, you know, especially, you know, people from Cape Town, Santa Cruz, they always wear a full suit year-round, even if it's 80 degrees out there in the water. So no surprise that he's wearing a full suit today. Meanwhile, Antunes, he backs up the 4 with another, you know, decent score right here, 3.33 Kaipo. So 23 minutes on the clock, in a position to succeed so far in this one. Meanwhile, Kolohe and Tully, they're waiting for, it seems like, a specific wave out there at the moment.
Well, Tully in the green jersey is a big unit, so he's going to need a wave with some push to get him going. Representing the Torquay board riders. There's Tully Wiley, great surfer, 29 years old. And I think in the Aussie titles, the Torquay board riders were runners up. Definitely an underdog, and he was a big part of that success.
Yeah, great goofy footer coming out of the Torquay region. Obviously, there's so much surf history coming from Bells Beach, and just knowing what Tully's capable of, he's just kind of getting the feet in the wax there. This silty sand can kind of coat your feet out here at Huntington, so just making sure that there's no slip factor when he does get to his feet.
There's our Australian crew.
It's a big crew.
Yeah. Xavier Huxtable, Dylan Moffat, got Mikey McDonough down there, Jacko Baker. They're moving in a pack these days, the Aussies.
Is that Liam O'Brien? I can just see hair.
Lobster. He's over there. Kai's King. Shout out Dylan Moffat too. Years and years of being relevant, and he's on my list actually of people that I want to see qualified later this year. I think he would do well on the CT.
Well, right now they're cheering for this guy, Tully Wiley, the big unit from Torquay, banging a couple times on the backhand right there. So that was some power in some pretty gutless surf, pretty impressive.
Yeah, and I think Tully was actually one of the ski gentlemen for the expressing session over there at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, right?
Tully and I have shared some ski time together. He's been my driver a number of times over there at Bell's.
Grindier one, but well-earned points right here for Wiley. As you said, he's looking for a specific wave with his size, and I can relate to this. Being able to do that on your backhand when it's this small is difficult.
Here comes brother, Kolohe Andino. God, he's looking whippy. And the veteran starts off with a bang.
Yeah, looking alive, looking lively. But, you know, thinking about dispelling the myth of big guys on small waves, I'm just thinking about William Cardosa out here at Huntington Beach.
Yeah, shared a final here with Felipe Toledo.
Yep.
And that big unit, the Panda, was able to push that board around. Another look here, Kolohe.
Just looking at his piece of equipment that he's chosen today, it really does have that flat rocker. There isn't much concave to this board, a lot of surface area on the wave, creating and generating that speed for him. Looking lively.
Yep.
I love that pickup, Rosie. You know, when we talk about surfboards, when we talk about rocker, the curve of the board, you're going to have a looser board with more rocker, but those flatter boards that might be a little bit catchy because you don't have that release of the rocker, they're a little bit more difficult to surf, but you can see that they actually gain a lot more speed because it's just a straighter line in the water.
Yeah, more surface area in the water, giving more push, and definitely you've got to know that piece, that board so well, because you looking not to catch those rails, you're staying active.
Tully opened up with a 3.5,
Well
and well done. There's the Aussie crew.
Is that Dakota Walters there?
Yeah.
It is.
Cool to see him in the draw. I know he was nursing that injury for a couple of months.
Yeah, I hope he's okay. I think he broke his foot, or he's had a boot on for a while, right?
Yeah, we saw him down at the lowers comp actually, and wasn't even able to surf. He was just there for moral support for everybody.
All right, well, the score comes through for Kolohe Andino at a 5.5. The veteran with a great start, still waiting for second wave for Tully Wiley. And it looks like a second wave for Tully Wiley is going to come at a mid-range 3.5 for Wiley. But Kolohe actually with the highest single wave score, so the veteran looking good right now. A fellow member of, you're the San Clemente board riders along with Kolohe?
Yep.
Does he ever coach you?
I wish he would give me a bits of advice. I sit too far inside lows for him to see any of my waves.
Oh.
He's got Dino's look right now, though. I mean, the beard, the hair. Is that not vintage Dino Andino in the late 80s, early 90s?
Yes, Dino Andino, father of Kolohe Andino, and a surfer that would constantly beat me in every single matchup. It was hopeless.
No, but getting back to the score, though, if there's one element that we really see out of Kolohe in comparison to the other three surfers in this heat so far, it's been speed. And that's going to be the biggest element out there. Any way you can garner speed, especially with any kind of equipment use you can do. And we're not only talking about a guy who's competed here for nearly 25 years, has had success at every single level here in Huntington Beach as well.
Yeah, you know who's had success? Wesley Leitch. To start off the day, let's hear from our first heat winner with AJ McCord.
Wesley, parabéns, not only your very first round here in Huntington Beach, but your very first heat win on the Challenger Series. You get it done in the final 2 minutes. How'd you do it?
Was so hard. First, thank you everyone for watching me. The heat was so hard because this condition, wow. But I love this condition. My board is very good. Thank you so much, Ricardo Martins. And it was so important for me because was amazing. I got two good lefties. First score was 5.17, second 5, I don't know, 3.3. I'm so excited to compete again. I'm so happy to make this hit. Thank you, God, for this opportunity. My sponsors, my family, my brothers, and let's go. I'm so happy. Let's go.
As you should be, para o Brasil, me diga sobre sua bateria.
Quero agradecer a todos que estão assistindo, que estão torcendo por mim. Preciso aprender muito a língua inglesa, ainda mais estou treinando, estou me dedicando para todos os meus fãs, todas as pessoas que torcem por mim entenderem o que eu estou falando. Quero agradecer a Deus por essa oportunidade de estar aqui fazendo o que eu mais gosto, meus patrocinadores, a minha mãe, toda a minha família. Quero agradecer o Wesley Santos pelo suporte que ele está me dando aqui na Califórnia. Quero agradecer ao meu treinador, o Garga. meu irmão, meu braço direito. E não posso deixar de agradecer também o Felipe Chagas, que veio do Hawaii, veio passar toda a vibe positiva para mim. Que ele disse que o sonho dele é ver os parceiros dele e ele no US Open. E ele veio, passou toda a energia positiva e fez toda a diferença isso daqui na bateria. E estou muito feliz de ter conseguido avançar minha primeira bateria no Challenge. Minha prancha está muito boa. Estou feliz pelo trabalho que estou fazendo com o Ricardo, com todos os meus patrocinadores, com o Garga. E caminhando sempre com Deus, sempre fazendo a coisa certa. E na hora certa Deus vai falar que vambora e vai acontecer. Obrigado a todo mundo que está assistindo e vambora. Thank you so much.
Parabéns. See you in the next one.
Thank you, thank you.
Sweet. So Mitchell Salazar, this is when you come in real handy. Just summarize what he said.
Well,
Just
first of all,
summary.
he wanted to apologize
For his English. I
yeah,
got
for
that
not
part.
being able to actually communicate with a lot of the English speakers out there. But want to thank his sponsors, Felipe Chagas, who's here with him, supporting him. Wesley Santos, he's staying at his place. Wesley resides here in Huntington. But just being able to experience this event and showcase his skills on the largest of formats, really cool to see him showcase that.
Take a look here at a ride from Kolohe Andino, Rosie.
Once again, just that speed displayed, tapping through those sections, trying to manufacture something down the line, but definitely noticing that flow element in Kolohe surfing. But just back to Wesley, I mean, those sideline interviews are so important because as soon as he comes on screen, you tell his energy. I'm instantly a fan of the guy and stoked to see him go through.
Love that. Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks for this heat. The majority, of course, going with Kolohe Andino. You can participate too with the Pacifico fan picks. Go to worldsurfleague.com, click on the heat, pick who you think is going to win the heat. We will extrapolate all of that information and give you these Pacifico fan picks.
Not wearing a leash either, his brother.
Ooh, cheeky. I like that.
Yeah, and once again, much more speed that way. And it forces you to really have to capitalize on the few opportunities you have out there. But more importantly, it really benefits your confidence too. I mean, that just goes to show you this guy knows what he's doing out here.
Taking a look, Kolohe on a split peak, takes the left. And a couple of backhand bangers that will better his score line because he's just throwing away a 1.1. Watch the feet on the ground right here.
Yes.
Now, why do I say watch the feet on the ground, Mitchell?
Well, our lifeguards have been busy here at Southside the last few days. We got a lot of stingrays up and riding, and yeah, definitely shuffle your feet. I was telling you the other day, what I like to do is I actually like to hit my board on the surface of the water and kind of scatter them away personally, but to each their own. Always shuffle, though, and speaking of shuffle, pretty sick maneuver right there by Antunes.
Antunes shuffled his feet there for a nice air reverse. Backhand surfing here, Rosie, of Kolohe Andino.
Yeah, was that a bit of a split peak there as we see Kolohe? He's just been trying to back up that 5.5 ride that he had earlier. He's in that third place position, so he's getting very active in these conditions.
Yeah, so we're waiting for both those scores on that split peak. And Antunes staying busy. Oh, looking smooth. And got that wave low, like under everyone's priority.
Well, he seems like he's on the border of being on the Ginger team right here, and we have had the Ginger Ninja, Mick Campbell, be a champion here before, so I kind of like what I'm seeing out of Antunes at the moment, and this comes in as his backup, Kaipo, but I really like the variation of maneuvers right there. That was sick at the end.
I mean, just watching him in this heat, he was the first one to his feet to get that first ride of the 4 range, and now backing it up with this one. I think this could go in his top 2, Mitchell, just looking at the connectivity on that ride.
Really loose, too.
All right, so still waiting for that last score for Afonso. And he's already in second place with his previous ride of 4.6. Kolohe Andino with some smart surfing on that left with a 4.6. Opened up with still the highest wave score of the 5.5. We're at 12 minutes in this heat.
Large requirements for both third and fourth at the moment, too.
Connor
guys.
Slipen out there, you know, he saw Luke come through, his older brother come through in the last heat. He's sitting patiently with priority. Luke and Connor Slipen, you know, part of a conversation where we have a lot of siblings in this Lexus US Open of surfing.
Love to see it. The Echevarri sisters are in the draw, too. We've seen Neko and Teco Palerans also do very well here in the past, and really cool to see this be kind of a familiar event for a lot of these surfers.
Here we go. It's a family affair, Rosie.
Yeah, we saw these two women preparing earlier this morning. Taka was so impressive, and his sister, Kaeda, first appearance at the US Open of Surfing.
Hey, these cousins, Khalees Kaleopa'a and Kaniala Stewart, took out a win at the US Open of Surfing. And what about father and daughter, Mitchell?
Is that one of the first times?
First
Sorry,
ever.
Mitch.
Awesome, right? And Josh still very good. He qualified through the region. The Slipen brothers out there too. Cool to see some Safas in the mix as well. And Jack and Reed Van Wagner. Jack, props to him. He made it into the round of 16, and Reach is going to be coming up later on today, Kipes.
There you go. It is a family affair. And if you are a Kerr fan, stick to this broadcast, because the next heat, we're going to see Josh Kerr in the round of 80.
And he's made it into the semis here before, close to 20 years ago. But once again, the fact that he was able to qualify basically as a challenge by his daughter, Sierra. Hey, Dad, you're already going to be traveling with me. Might as well be competing, too. He's here. Kaipo might have a chance to qualify later this year.
Well, odds are, Rosie, he's going to be on a twin fin.
Well, I've got actually a board hit coming up later in the day. I'll go sniff out that equipment choice from Josh Kerr.
Yeah, I mean, he's been very successful riding those twin fins. I love the resurgence. And they're very unique, too, because they're not your average, like, fishy twin fin. They're high-performance twin fins.
It's got to be a record, though, right, for family participants at this event here.
Our heat leader, Kalohe Andino, out in front. Can he continue this momentum? We're going to find out after this. We'll return to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Hey, welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Challenger Series number 3, out of the water, heat number 2 of the men's round of 80. How we're opening up the day here, Southside Huntington Pier. Kaipo Guerrero, Rosie Hodge, Mitchell Salazar on the call, Kalohe Andino in the lead. Had some waves ridden during our commercial break, so let's get to it, Rosie.
Yeah, here goes Connor. He's trying to mount a comeback in fourth at the moment, sliding through that first section, eyes down the line. He's definitely been very engaged with what this wave is doing. Kind of down the line, maybe not as purposeful on what's in front of him. Watching this one, Mitch.
Oh, man. A lot of projection on that one right there, and that should be a keeper score for Kalohe, still our heat leader. And Antunes, once again, I mean, he's throwing away a couple of scores that would still have him in the top 2, Kaipo. I really like the way he's competed so far, and his wave selection has been on point. One of the free surfers out there this morning, actually, they was able to get a couple of great warm-up waves.
Antunes did improve upon his scoreline, 4.97, and Kalohe Andino clocked in a 6.5 for that speedy air reverse, Rosie.
The best that we've seen
Yeah.
out of the 2 heats that we've had on deck today so far.
Great Kalohe Andino quote. He says, get it right. You think the judges got it right there with that 6.5?
They definitely did. It's in the
Okay.
good range already. It's the best score of the 2 heats, as Rosie was mentioning. But, you know, for Slipen, before he went to break, he only had a couple of ones, Kaipo. He's back in the heat, 3.77, now needing a 6. And it's not impossible to get something above a 6 at the moment, as Kolohe has exemplified. But you got to get busy right now. 6.5, especially with the way both Antunes and Wiley have competed. It seems like they're trying to stay on the busy side of things. Actually, I take that back because Tully's only caught 2 waves, and they're both the 3.5s.
Yeah, Tully's got priority, so green jersey with priority here with the final 6 minutes. Under priority, Connor Slipen. And that one you could see just with the dismount, a little bit disappointing for him.
Yeah, and that happens. I mean, he's going to just keep his head on a swivel. It's at the bottom of the priority, so just working it over.
There's time, though. Situation changed multiple times in the last 2 minutes in the last heat.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you got to go out there, just find the wave. It's a big area, too. I mean, nobody's even really surfing towards the pier bowl. It's not breaking as well, but there is a peak just further south towards Machado's as well.
Oh, there he is.
20?
Of course, bro. Turn that draft board over. Let's take a look at the bottom, Josh. You can't hear us, of course, but maybe the camera. I'll go. Of course, it's a twin. We know it's a twin. But I see when you look at that board, though, it's a
there
twin
it is.
fin. But it's a twin fin. But notice how pulled in the tail is, and how big the fins are, and how they're set back on the board. So what that does is, it's not going to be your normal kind of slidey, fishy twin fin. Those big fins set back with a narrow tail will make it really positive, almost like a thruster as far as projection, but with that looseness, with that lack of the third dragging fin, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely. I think well, as we see Kaloe up and riding, we'll get back to that. But definitely that's going to have that hold when he puts that board on rail. And we know Josh, I mean, he's an air master, so that's going to come easy to him. But also that wide point further up the nose of that board.
Yeah. And thank you for the twin fin tutorial. I got a shout out to the Surfing Universe to Martin Potter. Potts was the guy who taught me a lot about twin fins, because he was a twin fin master, and he would explain all the intricacies and stuff. And I would just shut up and learn. It's hard for me to shut up sometimes, but I would just be quiet and let Potts show me how different fin placements changed the way the twin fin would ride.
Legend.
All right, Connor Sliped's just going to stick with this one. Gets 2 bangs on the backhand.
It's a start. Potential to improve on the 3.77 right there.
Big unit. Tully Wiley really had to milk that wave. Needs a 6.3 at the moment.
And that's his third wave that Tully is kind of engaged on. He used his priority for that one. That wave had 3 sections. Tricky wave to surf, though. Didn't really stand up the way he would have liked.
Yeah, I feel for him. He's just looking for something with a bit more push and just to be able to get enough speed. It's a good setup turn, and the second one is much better, but he's looking for multiples of those per wave. And just looking at the requirement right now, that's going to fall short. And, you know, I don't mind this wave by Slipen. First turn a little hung up, but a lot better on the second one right here. Just not as steep as he was looking for, though, and there's potential that he does improve on the 3.77. And if he doesn't, still only needing a 6 at the moment.
It's very knifey.
Yeah. It's a good word to describe it, and that's why those short boards are going to be maybe a big difference in comparison to Josh's board in the next heat. You can place it in a proper section, and it just looks a bit different with the presentation too, Kaipo.
Well, your presentation has to be on point. Your feet have to be light and quick. Take a look here at the Portuguese surfer.
So it was a split peak with himself and Connor, just getting that quick whip. I mean, he has just been so active in this heat. What was that, his 5th or his 6th wave?
He hasn't fallen. I mean, every wave has been a completion so far, and still, once again, the waves that he's thrown out, he'd still be in the top 2 spots.
So waiting for scores for Antunes, Wiley, and Slipen to set the stage in this heat. Last score comes in for Tully Wiley under the mark. He's still searching for a 6.3. Connor Slipen still waiting on his score, and we'll see if Afonso has increased his scoreline with that last effort. Take a look here of Connor Slipen row.
Yeah, so Connor on his forehand now, finding a great section. That was a really good technical maneuver there from Connor. You know, comparing it maybe to Kalohe's, maybe a touch smaller, the wave size. But really impressed.
High-risk maneuver. Maybe the section wasn't as difficult, but still, yeah, there's a chance that he does improve on his high mark. And coming down to the last 2 minutes right here, Kaipo, he's still needing something in the mid-range, it seems.
Yeah, 4.2, so still under the mark. So now needs a 5.6 with about 90 seconds on the clock.
And bummer for Tylee, man. He's tried, but he has 3 waves that are exactly identical at the moment. I mean, I just want him to see on a proper wave out there, and I just know that he's going to have to come in and regroup himself and just be like, hey, it wasn't my day. These aren't my waves. I did my best, but going into Portugal, that's a wave that really suits his style a lot more, and especially with the similarities that it has to Bells.
Yeah, that's right. And, next stop, Aracera. Well, battling here, not giving up, coming off at the end, catching that rail. Need a pretty beefy score of a 5.6. Don't think it's there.
But he did so well to kind of beat down that requirement. He was needing that 6 range, and now looking for the 5.6 on his backhand, swinging through this one, Mitch. Smaller wave, but he's so active on it. You can tell he wants it really badly. Unfortunately, going down on that heel edge.
Yeah, I was trying to go for the 2 for 1 right there at the end. And Tunas was interested too. He didn't want to let that wave go, but Connor with higher priority decided to go, and yeah, unfortunately it's going to fall short right here, Kaipo. And it seems like not only the 2 surfers that were more active, probably a bit better wave selected too by both Kolohe and Tunas. They're going to be moving through.
Yeah, it's good to see a nice start for brother Kolohe and Dino here in Huntington Beach.
Not typical to see him start in this round either at this event.
That's true. But he skated through no problem. A 6.5, a 5.5 strong showing. Top 2 wave scores of this heat, both belonging to Andino. Connor Slipe in here. That's going to be after the horn, and unfortunately, he's going to be eliminated from competition along with Tully Wiley. So it's going to be this Portuguese surfer here, Afonso Antunes, as well as Kolohe Andino, moving on into the next round. And there's our results. You can see a great start, 6.5, 5.5 for Kolohe and Dino.
Pretty mean mustache and facial hair right there by Kolohe.
Nice neck beard for Kolohe and Dino. Well, we got more action on the way here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll bring in Chris Cote, Tanner Gudauskas to talk you through all the action.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. There you see one of the greatest small wave surfers to ever do it, Kolohe Andino, coming through with a double-digit win in the opening rounds here. Everything earned. Nothing is going to be easy today. You got to really get out there and get involved early. This is a huge heat to start. Round of 80, heat number 3. Are you kidding me? Josh Kerr, Yago Dominguez, Ryan Huckabee, and Justin Becret. I am Chris Cote. I'm sitting next to the 2008 U.S. Open Junior Champion, Tanner Gudauskas. Tanner, welcome to HB. I know you spent a lot of time here in a jersey, and now we're just stoked to have you in the booth. So pulling up today, I know you are, always will be a positive vibe warrior. How important is a positive mindset if you want success here in HB today?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically your sharpest tool in your toolkit today. It's a lot of creating your own energy, riding these waves, and really sometimes your perspective and perception of the waves themselves is the deal breaker. It's been fun, though. Those first couple heats, we've already seen guys tearing in it. There's a lot of potential for scoring. And actually, even though it's small, there's a lot of rides being had. So I think it's going to be a great day of competing.
Yeah, I mean, HB, even at this size, has plenty of push for these surfers. These are some of the best small wave surfers in the world. Don't get it twisted. Yago Dominguez gets up quick. Justin Becret now.
Right here. I mean, the way I like the differences of a backside versus a frontside approach here, and seeing that on the backside you're able to squeeze a bit more verticality on your maneuvers, but the frontside we've been seeing a lot of guys going to that air reverse already.
It seems like you have to try really hard, but you can't make it look like you're trying too hard because of the flow element that the judges are always looking for. So speed, power, and flow, those 3 words, I feel like they have a totally different definition today.
Yeah, no, the truth is you want to look engaged, right? You want to look passionate. You want to look like you're fired up, but you don't want to look like you're groveling. You don't want to look like you're overdoing it. And that's really, you know, in that last heat seeing Kolohe, you want to exert the energy level, and that emphasis shows the judges and everybody at the beach that you're here, you're ready to compete no matter what the conditions are. So it is a fine line, you know, and the best are able to do it. I'm excited to see Josh Kerr in this heat. I know he's chosen a twin fin, which is cool from a design standpoint, seeing somebody step outside the box a little bit and being willing to try something, you know, fresh.
I mean, if he does make it back on the championship tour with some big results in the Challenger Series, that would be a massive story. We got 25 minutes left here in Heat 3 of our opening round. While we wait for these surfers to put themselves in the spot, let's go down to the glass. Kolohe Andino standing by, watching Yago Dominguez rip this wave. Yago must have been taking notes from Kolohe.
He probably was, Chris, because Kolohe, that was a fantastic start to the round of 80 for you. Walk me through how familiar you are here in Huntington Beach and how that expertise helped you today.
Competitively, it's like kind of like a home break, you know, just coming up through the ranks, the NSSAs and the WSAs. You're here almost every weekend, it feels like, whether it's here or Golden West 9th Street. So, yeah, I don't know, just, you know it good, but I know that it's tricky and you could get tricked out there, so got to be sharp and got to be on it.
You had a pretty good performance in Newcastle. Now you're coming in here to Huntington Beach, second event of the Challenger Series for you. Just walk me through how you're approaching this season.
I just came to the conclusion everyone's kind of exactly where they're supposed to be. I still feel like my surfing is good enough to be on tour, so, but I didn't even qualify for the Challenger. So, yeah, I'm just enjoying home a lot, raising a family with my wife. And, you know, it's hard for me to get on the plane and miss those crucial moments of my children growing up. So I'm stoked with where I'm at. I'm really thankful that the WSL gave me a wild card into this one. And, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Speaking of the kiddos, we got to talk about the board. This is a Noelle original, your 3-year-old, impacting, having her artwork all over this. Talk me through what it was like to just be with her and see her be a part of your surfing.
Yeah, it's rad. I mean, I'm not sure how the resale value goes, you know, but it's super fun. You know, it's something that we get to do together. And my son, who's 1, he's getting into it too, but he's a little bit more crazy and hard to tame. But yeah, she's learning how to like draw butterflies and rainbows and things. So hopefully as it progresses, my board art will progress.
Looking forward to it. Congratulations, Kolohe. See you in the next one.
Thank you. I want to say hi to my wife, daughter, and son too. Hello.
Oh, it's always a good event when Kolohe Andino's in it. He brings all types of energy. And right there, just saying, look, he's been in this position before. He's 31 years old. He's still got a lot left in the tank in terms of competitive surfing. And I'm going to go ahead and agree with him. He surfs easily well enough to be on the championship tour. And I would not be surprised to see Kolohe and Dino on finals day here in Huntington.
When you think of the U.S. Open, you think of a young Californian, you actually do, like it is synonymous with Chloe. He's come up through the ranks through the Nike years, and he's put a lot of time competitively here at the pier. Just a second as we get into Josh Kerr's first ride of the heat.
It was a quick one.
Up and out. But yeah, like Chloe spoke to a couple different things that I thought were really interesting in that interview. The process to get on the Challenger Series is incredibly hard. I've been watching him on the domestic tour, and the level of surfing competitively, globally, is so high. You're looking at a guy like Chloe who's top 5, top 10 surfer in the world, and he's still struggling to get involved on these challengers. So to his credit, he's pushing hard, and I'm excited for him in this event.
It's guys like Iago Dominguez that make it really tough for everyone else in the field. As we see now, Justin Becqueret representing France. Big surfer, small wave, but nicely done there. Iago is on one right now. That'll be his 5th wave rating. He's got a 4.67 and a 3.83. Talk about unbridled enthusiasm. Iago Dominguez is a name we've heard for the past few years. You know, kind of that prototypical QS grinder. You don't see really video parts. You don't see a lot of stuff happening out of the jersey, but when he's in the jersey, he is all business. And one of those names that you don't want to see in the draw, because your scouting report is you don't know much about this guy, but then he goes and catches waves like this and makes you notice him.
Okay, so here's a little thought. With the way you could approach on a day like today, you know the quality of your best rides and your worst rides are going to be pretty similar because the conditions, they're a little bit average. So with a guy like Iago, he's going out there and he's going to put the emphasis into riding waves, creating a narrative for the judges, showing his emphasis that he wants to win this heat. I think that's contagious. You know, we're talking about him this entire time as Justin gets a really nice ride. But there is something to be said about keeping the focus on you as you compete through heat. It's almost like imposing yourself into the conditions.
The U.S. Open always has a way of making stars, you know, out of surfers that are coming through as, I don't want to say unknowns, because they're obviously a huge deal in the countries and the regions that they come from. But I mean, we've seen stars born here. Think about Felipe Toledo showing up here in the Pro Junior back in the day.
Yes.
I'd never heard of him, and that was at a time where I was really, you know, focused on up and coming, rising stars of the sport. Here comes this kid, Felipe Toledo, and he got a nickname on day one, Holy Toledo, because he was going off. So the U.S. Open is where stars are born, and also where, you know, you can get noticed on a global scale.
Definitely.
Which is super important. I mean, sponsorships, you know, just your social reach. I know that's a weird thing to think about just in the span of a 30-minute heat, but getting your name out there, getting in post-heat interviews, everything is magnified, and everything's super important to just keep the ball rolling here at the U.S. Open, because this is where you can really make your stamp on the surfing world.
And okay, you're rolling up today, you're seeing the conditions, you know it's going to be difficult, but you also know that the benefit of making a finals day here in the U.S. Open is so much greater than just any other event. It brings the surf industry right down here to the pier. You get so visible. So these guys have to really just basically knuckle down, do their very best work, because these are the heats that make the biggest gains in the long run. You can kind of catch some people sleeping a little bit on their heels. And yeah, I always kind of felt like there was an advantage to be had if you had a positive attitude in surf like this.
100%. I feel like Iago's got that attitude right now.
Man.
6 wave ridden. Here we go. Josh Kerr looking for the ramp, whips it around, goes down. Kersey doing it for the 40-somethings. Love to see it. He had a huge entrance, almost a controversial entrance onto the championship tour.
Definitely.
Where he came through with a lot of confidence, you know, had ups and downs, but a lot of success, and of course has put together some of the most incredible video parts. And here he's doing on a killer looking little 20.
Well, even before his entrance to the World Tour, he started in there was the air shows. And so he came over, I remember he won the world championship of the air shows, I think at Salt Creek, and then kind of catapulted onto the tour kind of via a different route, like not necessarily conventional QS surfing. He's kind of a surfer where you look at him when the surf gets gnarly, when there's air sections that are huge, he's the guy that's going to be handling that. But this I love, because when I started competing on the QS, it's the equalizer. And in some regards, you could be a young kid coming up, and you have to literally surf against a guy like Josh Kerr, who's very established, and everybody's going to compete in the same realm. You know, this heat is like right now, even though Ryan Huckabee is a little bit sleepy in these conditions, he's another weapon. So you get these interesting melting pots of different approaches, and I find that the Challenger is so engaging to watch because you just really never know how it's going to shake out.
Look, I don't want to shoot myself in the foot here, but I got to say that these opening rounds of the Challenger Series, some of the toughest heats that you'll ever surf, and I think equally, if not sometimes more so entertaining than some big CT events just because of the stakes, right?
Yeah.
You get fourth here, you're going home early. Here's your elements of the judging criteria. This is what they're looking for. As always, major combos, going fast, power, and try to do it with as good a style as possible, which is not easy in waves like this. Be creative. Big airs. I mean, that's probably my favorite line in the judging criteria. We've seen airs really be difference makers in heats here in Huntington Beach. You know, risk equals reward, and of course, one big massive carve, one big massive snap could be the difference between, you know, getting yourself a 3, which is probably the median score that we're looking at this morning, and a 5.17, which Iago Dominguez got for his highest number so far of this heat. It's really, on a day like today, and an event like this, it's by any means necessary. You know, if you see a ramp, you better hit that ramp. You know, you better take risks out here. You're going to get a lot of waves. You know, you're looking at this heat right here. Everybody's at least got 2 waves. Iago's got 6 now. So don't squander your opportunities by playing it safe, because that will not help you on a day like today.
No, and it doesn't always necessarily mean big air. You know, like when you think back at some iconic U.S. Open moments, it's definitely, you got to think AI's backside floater.
I was just looking at that photo this morning.
Right? Like, I mean, it can go down as a floater, and it's about putting yourself in the risky spots on the waves. And from a DNA of Huntington, it created the Huntington hop. So there's the outside section with a lot of emphasis and focus, and then making it to the inside section. So it's almost like a 2-part wave. And so it doesn't necessarily mean you have to link, like, you know, some people think 3 to the beach, but you can really put it on the outside and then just finish on the inside, and you can get those 8s and 9s.
We got 15 minutes left here in round of 80. Heat 3. Here we go, Ryan Huckabee.
Yeah, this guy's insane. I love his approach. He's a bigger dude, and he's kind of got he's got a very unique style and approach, but he will literally Huckabee. he hucks monstrous airs.
Appropriate surfing for his name, and I would say one of America's best rising stars.
Definitely.
On the Challenger Series. Team France getting involved, Justin Becret. I mean, we do have priority, which will be a factor. These 4-man heats, especially if you're in that top priority spot, I mean, you're controlling the lineup. You see a split peak here. Kersey goes right. That was cool.
That was cool. I like this. This is some excitement on that equipment, knowing it's a twin fin.
So if he does, so Kersey has been kind of low key making some history already on the Challenger Series, as we see Huckabee. That'll be his best score by a mile. But if Kersey makes the championship tour on his little self-designed twin fin, I think that, you know, barring what happened in the late 70s and early 80s, he will be one of the first surfers to ever make the championship tour on what you'd call not a traditional type of surfboard, and also competing alongside of his daughter, which is another history-making element that we're seeing from the Kerr camp.
There's few people who can bend the curriculum. You know, like you could look back at Reynolds and say he was kind of pushing that single maneuver conversation, and I think Kersey did the same. Like, I remember that club sandwich that he did at Snapper, and he came on with the mentality of keeping the airs in the curriculum for himself, and it's definitely evolved the judging criteria, and it's cool to see him take it to the design aspect now with his boards. He coming through the album channels, and now with Draft Surfboards, his own program, they look amazing, and he's the ultimate test pilot.
It's a super modern take on a classic twin fin. You see now Becret on his backhand. A lot of 3s on the board. 1.467 and 1.517 for Iago. This is grindy.
It's
and there's
grindy,
nothing wrong with it. It's
but
fun
hey,
to watch.
it's kind of a part of the California thing, though, too. Like, we're not always getting waves, and you kind of got to make it happen. I see a lot of guys pulling out their carbon-wrapped epoxies, and you just got to have that little weapon in your tool shed for days like today.
Speaking of weapons, we know Kersey always brings some cool-looking surfboards down. Believe he's on a 20 right now, but what's he got in the backup program? We got Rosie Hodge on the case.
Yeah, guys, I want to jump in on the equipment talk with a little Sun Cruiser equipment update. We're actually looking over my shoulder. We got a surfer up and riding as we see a split peak situation. So maybe you guys want to talk through this one and send it back to me. Let's just have a look at Rider Red.
First board. So I think, Rosie, you have Kersey's, I don't even know if this is a backup board. It looks completely different from what he's riding in the water.
That's what I want to touch on. He's on the round pin twin fin out there, but on the beach, his backup equipment is this swallowtail quad fin. It's a 5.6 epoxy construction, but two little pieces of equipment that he's got in his back pocket. The 20's looking good at the moment, but this is what he has on the beach if it comes time to swap it out, if the twin wasn't feeling that good. We also have his caddy Johnny on the sand. Yeah, he's got his leash in his hand. He said that he wanted to paddle out without a leash, just eliminate that drag. So the surfer's really looking to create any kind of speed that they can, taking the leashes off and making sure that they're staying free out there.
Yeah, I love it, Rosie. You know, we are all surfboard nerds. That board you're holding in your hand looks really cool. So, Tanner, maybe you could just give us the basics, right? What are the subtle differences in the types of boards that Josh Kerr's riding compared to pretty much what everyone else is riding in this event? You know, a thruster, we've seen swallowtails, squash tails, but they all look very similar in that board rack. But what are the differences in Kersey's boards?
It's so funny because seeing Rosie hold that board, knowing right here on this wave that we're watching, he's riding a twin fin with a round pin. So that's going to obviously look and feel completely different than the board Rosie has in her hand. I guess there is some evolution from the twin to the quad. When you eliminate that back fin, the thruster fin, you're eliminating that drag, but you don't have that collapse factor that you can kind of, sometimes you can do those windshield wipes, what they call them, the backside maneuvers. It keeps you a little bit more on the rail and arcing. But most times competitors today are going to bring down your pretty generic thruster, groveler, and their backup is going to be probably the same board, either in epoxy or a little wider. So think about that for Kersey. He's like, oh, if this board's not working well and I'm going to change it up or I break it, I'm now grabbing a completely fresh design. To me, I was watching that, I'm like, wow, that's a really confident surfer with a really confident approach.
Oh, yeah. Kersey has probably one of the coolest board racks you'll ever see. 9 minutes, 40 seconds to go, and the judges are liking it. Josh Kerr comes through with that slidey forehand snap, a 2.97 and a 3.40, so he's in second place. But Kret drops a third, needing a 3.55. Huckabee needing a 3.71. This heat's still wide open. Yago pretty well into the lead, but only by a couple points. So Yago Dominguez not safe yet. We got 9 minutes, 18 seconds left. And the heats in this opening round are incredibly stacked. You have the biggest names from all over the world. You've got former championship tour surfers. You've got hard-charging rookie up-and-comers. And you got guys like this, Ryan Huckabee.
Look at that
blowing
layback.
The tail.
And
so I'm wondering, I think that Huckabee had priority on that wave before. I mean, things are switching around so fast, but that's going to be an interesting one. Yago Dominguez leading this heat. I don't think priority-wise, if he had it or not, he needed to get that aggressive with that wave. We're going to leave that one up to the judges. Here we go. Kersey flying down the line, almost gets that section.
I would have to say that Huckabee squeezed the most amount of creativity you were going to get out of that wave. That was a pretty interesting approach to layback. He does have that in his arsenal. It's cool seeing it come to life on a day like this. You know, it's a little bit of a surprise. You don't really think it's in there. It's the way he can generate speed into those maneuvers, throw his entire body at the section, and then still be able to pull himself up.
Well, that is an absolute drop-in. So now it all comes down to who had priority. If Blue had priority in that case, you know, totally within the rules to drop right in on Huckabee, and there's so much going on with so many waves being ridden, they look to the beach, and they're going to see the priority breakdown on top of where the judges are. So hopefully it's nice and clean, and We don't see a interference call this early in the day. But I think throughout this week, with the field we have, with how grindy the waves are going to be, you're going to see some heats won and lost on technicalities like that. So we'll see how this story unfolds. Meanwhile, you got 7 minutes, 20 seconds left. Yago's still in the lead. Kersey in second. Another really cool element about the Challenger Series is you have to be a really well-rounded surfer. You're going to be surfing 1 foot Huntington slop. You're going to be surfing European point breaks. You're going to be surfing powerful beach breaks in South Africa. And yeah, you're going to be surfing pipeline. So you have to be able to surf half a foot waves and potentially third reef bombing pipeline. That's how we get the most well-rounded surfers on the planet onto the championship tour. You got to be able to do it all.
The Challenger Series has become so incredible to watch, and these guys are pushing in all those conditions, Chris. It's rad.
Well, we got 6.5 minutes left. This one is still anyone's game. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break, but we'll be back with a culmination. Round 80, Heat 3. Don't go anywhere.
Five minutes remaining of the workout. And what's not.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, as well as the city of Huntington Beach, aka Surf City, USA. Chris Cote here with Tanner Gadauskas. We got 4.5 left. Yago Dominguez is in the lead, albeit precarious. Ryan Huckabee just charged up to second from fourth. And now we see your current leader, Yago Dominguez.
You know what I was just thinking, Chris, when you were talking about how close this heat is? Even though Yago has had the emphasis the whole entire time, and he is sitting on the 2 best scores of the heat, when you have a 5 and a 6, and everybody sort of has a similar backup score at this point, right? Like Ryan could jump with his 4, and Kersey essentially has the same score, and Justin has the same score. So Yago kind of has to keep his eyes on everybody. He has to have a head on a swivel because he really only has about 2 points of difference in his winning scores. So, like, let's just say, for example, just one wave gets split. Justin might get 3 nice turns on it. He gets a 6, and Josh at the same time goes right, does an air. The heat completely flops on itself. So it's wild. I just remember looking back on these heats and feeling that frenetic energy as you come under the 5-minute mark. Everybody starts to sit a little closer to each other, keeps eyes on each other, just like, which way are you going? You know, like, is there any way that I can impose myself to keep myself at the top of these heats?
And it's all been pretty much stock standard QS style surfing, quick snaps, you know, maybe the odd carve here or there. So at this point, with 3 minutes and 12 seconds left, one big error or one really kind of creative, cool, modern trick could really get the attention of the judges, and that could be the big difference. I think for Josh Kerr, who's sitting in second priority right now, you know, he's always looking for a ramp. And if he gets that opportunity, we've seen him pretty much automatic with the front 3. He lands those things nearly every single time. If he can get that chance to ramp out, it could just be that one maneuver that takes him from 4th all the way to 1st. I mean, everybody's needing just a mid-range score right now to stay in an advancing spot. Justin Becquet just switched up with Ryan Huckabee. Now Huckabee needs a 4.07. Kersey needs a 4.10. This one's going to be pretty tense all the way to the finish.
So tense. It's getting tight right there. The boys are sitting right on each other. But look, when you're Yago, you've had a great heat, but you also understand what you did to get those scores, right? You know, you've placed a couple really nice vertical backside snaps, but anybody could get that wave to do that. And it's not like you're sitting out there being like, I've had a great heat. You know, he's worked his way to the top. He's done really well, but it also, you have a fear in the back of your mind of how fragile just having a total under 10 is when you're sitting in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, this would be one of those heats that 1st and 2nd place surfers are going to come in just feeling so much relief.
Yeah.
Because there really hasn't. Everyone's had equal opportunity, but that opportunity has been pretty minimal. Same size and look of waves for all 4 surfers in the water. You see Kersey on your screen in the red jersey. He's kind of given himself some space from the rest of the crowd. A little bit of a gamble to be that far south. It looks like the peak has been pretty much predominant right here. You see Ryan Huckabee. This is one of America's next hopes to surf his way onto the championship tour. Needs a 4.07. Really scraped the ball on that one. Got everything he could possibly gotten out of that little right-hander. 1 minute left. Yeah, this is a edge of your seat type of heats.
It is.
For
It's exciting for different
right?
reasons. Yeah. There's a competitive aspect to it that is outside of just surfing waves that makes this exciting to watch.
Well, I say this every single year. The best I surf all year is the morning after the U.S. Open wraps, because we're literally getting to study the world's best small wave surfers in waves that he lives or surf in Southern California. This is pretty much every day.
Totally. And for us growing up here in California, it was really cool to see your favorite hero, you know, your hero pro surfers coming into town and have to apply themselves in waves like this that you surfed every day in your local parking lot. It was humanizing.
Exactly. And I'm telling you, anybody out there watching who wants to get better at surfing small waves, take notes all day long, because we're seeing it. And just like that, wow. We lose one of the titans of our sport, Josh Kerr. Unfortunately, Ryan Huckabee goes down. But give it up to Justin Becquet and Yago Dominguez grinding out a 1st and 2nd place finish. That means they move through. And we talked about the stakes being high. Well, check it out. You get 3rd and 4th place here in this opening round, you're out. There is no safety of a non-elimination round. It's get up and go or go home. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more. Another huge heat coming up. We got Pedersen Crisanto taking the lineup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Hogue, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Visit Huntington Beach, the official destination marketing organization of Surf City USA. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. There are your 1 and 2 from that last heat. Yago Dominguez in blue, Justin Becret in green. These are some of the future superstars of our sport, so get used to seeing them with that confident walk in. And this is a past, present, and future star of our sport. Pedersen Crisanto came through as an absolute super grom, was touted as one of the best under 18 surfers on the planet, got himself on the championship tour, fell off, got back, and now he's on his path to potentially re-qualify. Pedersen Crisanto representing Brazil. And look at this stacked 4-man heat. This is Joe Azuchi. We got Ador Amatrian and Julian Williams.
Wow, what a great heat this is.
Seriously, packed.
Dude, we're stoked.
Yeah, this is cool. I mean, you look back at some of the past winners of the US Open, and you've got huge names, and you've got names that basically kind of shot through from the opening rounds. I mean, Yago Dora 2019, Kanoa Igarashi, of course, has won here in the past a couple times. Andy Irons has won here. Kalani Rob Machado, Corey Lopez. So there have been some serious goofy footers taking the title here. And then you have names that basically became global superstars after winning here. Alejo Muniz. He was a pretty big name, you know, in the South American region, but we won here, became a global household name. Nathaniel Curran. You know, you knew him, of course, from videos, but he got that win here, and boom, superstar.
Yeah, I was just talking to Nathaniel about that actually a week ago, and he said the feeling of getting chaired up. Well, he had a crazy one because they didn't really announce. I think it was with Tim Bull in the final. They didn't announce it on the beach. He said the feeling of getting a chair up with that many people on the beach, and it is a part of the culture of this event. On finals day, you're looking up at the pier. It's completely stacked. The beach is shoulder to shoulder. It bakes in this like Coliseum effect.
Oh yeah.
In those heats, and that excitement is super unique. You know, like winning here. For anybody really, but being an international surfer, I believe, puts you on the map and keeps you on the map.
100%. And now that this is a Challenger Series event, in the past 4 years, every surfer that has won this event has made their way onto the championship tour. You had Griffin Colapinto in 2021, Ezekiel Lau 2022, Eli Hanneman in 2023, and last year, Al Cleland, a kid that everyone just said, yeah, he's really good in big, gnarly, barreling waves, but can he surf small waves? Well, guess what? Al Cleland Jr. won on a day that actually kind of looked a lot like today.
Definitely.
So just showing that you got to be well-rounded if you want to make the championship tour. You got to surf through, you know, some days like this, and some days where it could be pumping. You never know.
We're looking right here, Chris, at Adur, and I just wanted to speak to a little bit. This is a very much so up-and-coming surfer from the Basque Country out of Spain, and working under the tutelage of Aritz. Obviously, we have great guidance over in those parts of the world. I love his style. It's very electric, and I think it could pair very well with today's conditions. So I'm hopeful that he'll get on the board, kind of get things going. And then Joe Azuchi, we did a trip probably about 10 years ago, and Masatoshi Ono brought Joe on the trip, and I couldn't believe his style. His form and function over the surfboard, it's like we were talking about earlier, where he can have the emphasis and excitement, but it doesn't look dragged out. He doesn't look like he's overplaying it. So another great surfer. Julian, of course, already got a great ride here. And Pedersen it's weird to call him the veteran of the heat. I know he's still so young, but he's had such a long, incredible course through competitive surfing. And he's a heavyweight knockout surfer. I mean, he has the potential to have those one-turn waves that can go up into the 9 range. Here we go. Here's Adur.
Oh yeah, good style.
Right?
If you have a good style in waves this small, you really do have a good style.
It is actually interesting, yeah.
You're really gonna see all the eccentricities of some of these surfers magnified, because in small waves like this, a lot of surfers, especially at this elite level of competition, you know, using all their body parts to try to get some speed down the line. So if your style is clean in 2-foot slop, you're good. We see Julian Williams there rocking the full suit and the booties. Of course, he's used to warm water, but I mean, it's working right now. He's stuck to his board. Didn't quite ride out, but in looking at Julian Williams.
So what a small wave does is it takes your speed away. You know, that's pretty obvious, but then it exposes those flaws in your technique because you're trying to drive through turns, and without the speed, you kind of really have to rely on perfect form. And as speaking of good form, Joe Azuchi, but it's really fun to watch people compete in conditions like this and just in general surf because, like you said, it can make you very diligent in realizing what you need to be efficient with, what you don't need to be doing, especially with your arms and the torque of your body. You can still surf at the high level without looking like you're putting your arms on. They used to call it throwing pizzas.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a nice way of saying spazzing. There's 22 minutes here. Replays to get through. Joe Azuchi collects himself after falling on his first wave.
I'm loving seeing Joe grabbing that. It looks like a golden child, that new JS model.
Here's Adur. So you notice a big blank space on the nose of Adur's board. US Open, if you get a good result here, a lot of times that blank space will be covered with a sticker. You know, this is the surf industry capital of the world, so this is where the sponsors are doing their scouting as well. 21 minutes, 29 to go. Adur in the lead, Pedersen Crisanto in second. Let's get to know Iago Dominguez. He's on the glass now with AJ McCord.
Iago, welcome back to Huntington Beach. It's been a few years since you competed here, doing a great job in that round of 80 to make it through to the next one. What was your strategy?
Thank you so much. It's been a long time without coming here. The waves are a little bit small, but we managed to get a couple small ones and made it first. So super happy to be here in California again after a lot of years.
We're so happy to have you back. I know there's a lot of friends and family watching back at home at the Basque Country. Do you have anything you want to say?
Yeah, in Spanish. Okay, sí, gracias a todos por siempre estar viéndome y apoyándome, a mi familia, a Isabel, a todos mis amigos que siempre están ahí apoyándome. Así que eso, que os quiero mucho. Gracias a todos.
Felicidades, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dude.
You keep making heats. The more we're going to know your name, the more we're going to know about you. And those post-heat interviews are really meaningful to some of these surfers that are just looking for more support. They're looking for a bigger fan base. And for Iago Dominguez, I'm sure we're going to see him on the glass a few more times this week.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I'm looking at his surfboard right here thinking that thing looked like a little secret weapon.
Oh, yeah. We're going to see so much technology on these boards today. You got to have every trick in the book. Epoxy, different types of stringers. See Pedersen Crisanto right here. Looks like he's opting for most likely a carbon wrap board. He does have that kind of Andy Irons shout out airbrush on the bottom, and he can do that because he surfed with Andy a lot back in the day. Here's Julian Williams. Julian has a really cool story coming into the US Open. He's a community volunteer, a creative, and I like that he puts on his Instagram. He's working towards competing on the QS and beyond, and he has a hashtag ATWU. I think that means all the way up, because that's where he's trying to go right now, and so far, pretty good. He's got a 2 and a 1. Got work to do, but only needs a 4.17 to get in one of those top 2 spots.
Look, sometimes it's hard to visualize that putting together heats on days like today amount to you surfing Chopu on tour. But that's how it is, and you got to put the time in, and this is the system right here that's been in play forever, and it's created some of the world's best surfers. You want to be well-rounded. You want to bring your heat and stuff like this, as well as, like you were saying, Pipeline's going to be on the schedule for the challengers later in the year. As we see Adur getting a really nice backside turn. Little combo. Ooh. That was spice.
That was power.
Spice. Brother.
That pocket helped him out a lot because he was going fast into that little closeout section. Here he goes again. Opts out of that one. 18:32 to go. I've heard a lot of good things about Julian Williams. Salema Masakela is a fan. Hunter Jones is a fan. These guys have been telling me, watch out for this kid. And So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
He's got 3 waves ridden. His last one will go into his scoreline of 197. And here he is again. You know, a bigger kid, which you would think a lot of times is a disadvantage in small waves, but not when you're doing tricks like that.
I just can't believe
packed that one in.
That's insane. Getting the fins around, coming into a section like that, that's sick.
That's a classic beach break small wave maneuver. Just a good, clean frontside reverse. We saw all 3 of his fins above the lip. Wasn't quite an error, but a quick spin there for Julian Williams, and that's just being creative, using what you got. But you're really going to have to kind of look and dig into the tool shed with these oncoming sections, because, you know, sometimes a clean finish with just a little, you know, foam bounce or a floater is good if you've ripped the wave on the outside, but your really only opportunity for doing something big is going to come off a closeout section on the inside here. So I like that decision for Julian Williams to throw the fins like that.
Here's something to marinate on from kind of a strategy standpoint. We're seeing so many 3s. We're seeing so many 4s. How do you get the point, like you're saying, the bigger moves, but from your strategy? So like we're looking at Adur, he's sitting on a 5.8 and a 4.3. Do you stop riding waves knowing you're going to need to get something exponentially better? Right? He's ridden the 2 best waves of the heat, whereas everybody else is still riding to ride to find the form, to find the rhythm. So the difference of staying hot, staying warm, versus being really selective with your waves.
Oh, I mean,
talk to me.
That's the ultimate decision out there, I think, today. You know, these surfers right now are hunting and gathering whatever they can find. We got 16:29 to go. Hey, you know this guy. It's Julian Wilson. He'll be coming up next. We're going to take a quick break, and then the culmination of Heat 4. Stay tuned. You know what? It's been feeling real good to say the Lexus US Open of Surfing. How cool is that to have such a legit brand come through supporting surfing, and Lexus will be with us through the end of the championship tour as well in Tahiti. And they're really doing it, right? Not only are their cars awesome, we've always known that, but now they're really pushing the surf vibe. The surf vehicle they have over there, man.
I was just looking.
You know you want one. I want one.
That, I would so drive that car.
It's sick. 13:30 to go. If you make your way down to the beach, you will see these sweet Lexus vehicles parked parked all over the place. And trust me, when you see one, you're going to want one. We got 12 minutes, 20 seconds left. Ardor Amatrian is in the lead. Pedersen Crisanto in second. Joe Azuchi needs a 5.10, and Julian Williams needs a 5.70. So hotly contested in the water. And during the break, of course, we probably had about 15 waves ridden in that 30-second break, starting with Ardor Amatrian.
This guy's spitfire. I like it. He's getting scores on his front side and his back. Oh, sweet, sweet, sweet.
He kind of has a Kersey-looking style.
He's ripping. I love seeing that energy.
Yeah, that was a really well-surfed wave and well-scored, a 5.83. He pairs that with a 5.27. I got to give a lot of credit to our judges. They are looking at every detail, every nuance, every centimeter of every wave ridden, because it's easy to judge, you know, big barreling event, you know, longest barrel, biggest score, whatever. But in an event like this, where it's like every bit of wave is surfed, every bit of wave has to be judged. So full credit to our experts above us who are hawkeyeing every wave by every rider, and everything's been nice and clean so far with 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, on days like today, you almost think like within the scores of a 3 and a 4 and a 5, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, that's expanding, you know? Like we should be, because it's hard to get above a certain level in a day like today. So they're doing a great job.
It's all in the details. 11 minutes, 50 seconds ago. There are a lot of cool people up and down this beach. Great surfers in the water. You know, we say the circus is in town, and we say that with you know, the most positivity possible, because it's a joyful Stoke circus. There's VIPs, there's industry execs, there's a lot of people walking around having a great time, and I think Mitchell Salazar is with one of the coolest people you'll meet on the beach.
That is correct. I'm here with the Julian Williams camp on the beach, and next to me is the organizer and event director for A Great Day in the Stoke, Nathan Floyle. Nathan, good morning. Thank you for joining us. You organize an event right here in Huntington Beach in the month of September, A Great Day in the Stoke. You want to talk us a bit about it?
Yes, on September 27th, it'll be the 4th annual A Great Day in the Stoke, right here at the same location. People like Julian Williams, who's in the water right now competing, he'll be competing there. Then we have free surf lessons, we have beach yoga, double Dutch contest. It's a beach festival, so it's an opportunity for us to come together, support the community, so we can see more people like Julian, support him so they can become professionals in their own right.
And Julian actually a 2-time champion at your event, I believe, correct?
Well, actually, he's won 5 times. Oh, wow. He's been dominating, so that's why we're excited for him to have his wild card spot today, and we're out here supporting him, and you know, it takes a village, and so we're excited.
So how do more people know about A Great Day in the Stoke?
Well, you can visit the website, www.agreatdayinthestoke.com, and that's the same with the Instagram at A Great Day in the Stoke, same with TikTok and YouTube.
Chris, Tanner, see you guys in September here at Southside once again.
We're there. I've met Nathan before. He's awesome, and what a rad ambassador for the sport of surfing, just getting more and more people involved, and that is definitely a fun event that if you're around, you got to come check that out. That one is all about Stoke and fun. The heat in the water right now is all about doing whatever you can do to survive and thrive. These waves are challenging to ride. The surfers in this heat are challenging each other. That's why we call this the Challenger Series. Nothing's going to come easy. Ardor Amatrian has a 5.83 and a 5.73. He's in the lead. Pedersen Crisanto, dangerous Brazilian surfer, in second place right now and holding on to priority. And here he is, Pedersen.
Well, like you said earlier, Chris, these guys are essentially some of the best in the world at conditions like this. You know, they know in the schedule they're going to come across days like this. It's not going to be too surprising. Yesterday they got the day off, which was great. I'm sure everybody they'd be excited. You know, you'd be elated. You get that little time off. You're repulsing and coming into today with fresh energy.
Yeah, this is Pedersen. I mean, historically speaking, you would think that Brazilian surfers, known since the dawn of competition as the best small wave surfers that the surf world has, but things have leveled out. I mean, I talked to Amuro Suzuki yesterday, representing Japan, and she said she feels great. This is just like Chiba. You know, this is your normal day at Chiba. So Joe Azuchi, who's definitely competed all over the Japanese coast, is used to waves like this. Julian Williams, we just said it right there, he's won that event 5 times here in Huntington Beach, so he's definitely surfed waves like this before. And to me, Ardor Amatrian, who kind of was the wild card in this event, coming from the Basque region of Spain. There's great waves there.
No, yeah,
more
but there's
often than not.
Hey, you step down to Zarautz or San Sebastian through the summer months, you're coming across this. I think it's relatable. We talked about it earlier. It's your backyard beach break energy. Everybody surfs on days like this, no matter where you are in the world. I think some people have a more proficient skill set because you'll get these days the majority of the year. But other than that, you got to know how to do it if you plan on making it to the tour.
And at the moment, I'd say Ador is a small wave wizard. He's making these waves look real fun. 7 minutes, 50 seconds left. Surfers vying for position as this set rolls through. Well, Tanner, as you well know,
talk to me.
You've been coming to the U.S. Open since you were a grommet. So
Yes.
have I. There is so much happening in and out of the water. We've had longboarding for the past 4 days at a really high level. Incredibly fun to watch. We see now Julian Williams flying down the line. He's got a section. Big slash
Nice.
there. Gets the layback, being creative. So a quick float to finish. Nice combo there for Julian Williams. There's the action you're seeing in the lineup. Behind us, of course, we have a whole beach filled with activities to do, food trucks, whole deal. There's the scene. And well, it's only 9 o'clock in the morning and it's popping down here, but just wait. 4 p.m. today, sundown sets presenting Yolanda Be Cool, Australian disco electro fun.
Yes.
That is going to be a dance festival. And this beach will be popping. Sun has been coming out around 11 a.m. So peak summer vibes throughout the week. Over the weekend, we saw Taylor Jensen and Avalon Gall get big wins here on the Longboard Pro Tour. And thank goodness we had the world's best longboarders in the opening 4 days of competition because they made tiny waves look real fun. Waves are getting better, and so are the performances. Julian Williams here.
Yeah, I think too, Chris, on your point of, for Julian, this is great. A lot of variety in that turn. But speaking to everything that happens here at the U.S. Open in regards to it being much more than just a contest. It turns into a bit of a festival, and through the years, it's been really fun. I'm so glad that that's still happening, that they keep it a part of it. Huntington Beach is a culture center. There's a lot of mixing and matching of different ideas, people, and things, and I feel like the U.S. Open represents that in a really cool, fun, inclusive way.
For sure. I mean, on the beach, lots of fun to be had, and I got to say, some of the best people watching.
Yes.
Some of the best people watching ever, especially out on the Huntington Beach Pier. It's a different world out there, an entirely different parallel universe to what's happening on land.
There was a guy every year, I feel like we'd come down and he would just walk the pier and back in front of everybody in the contest, and he'd have like a 10-foot boa constrictor snake.
Yeah, and that's totally normal for Huntington Beach.
Yeah, it's all good.
Adora Matrian now, his backhand.
Come on.
Is just as lethal as his forehand. Almost gets a 3-turn combo. Still in the lead. This is what Pedersen did on his last wave. That board looking pretty spicy as well. Somehow pops up a frontside air. Gets disengaged from his board, but a nice effort nonetheless. This is Julian Williams. His last wave come through a 2.60. Ooh.
Oh.
Wait, that might be a different score.
Wait a second.
This is rapid fire surfing. That was sick.
Dude, Julian, it thrown back to the Santa Cruz culture with the booties and throw down on the airs. That could be a really good score.
How does a big guy like this do a big air on a tiny wave? This is huge.
The pop he got right there.
Tail high.
His form's great.
His tail was just as high as that wave was big. 3.67.
Okay.
He's in the mix now. He needs a 5.09 if he wants to take over one of those top 2 spots from Pedersen Crisanto or Ador Amatrian. And even though it seems like Ador has been above and beyond everybody else, his scores are pretty much even. I mean, he is throwing away some 4s. He's throwing away a couple 5s, so he's being super consistent out there, but yet to really crack through into the 6 and above range. Yep. But it's working for now. 11.56 total. I think that's going to get you through most heats today.
Yeah, but it is true. It's exactly what we were talking about earlier. Most of these heats today, under the 5-minute marker, are going to come into some very demanding mental moments because Ador, like you're saying, he has controlled this heat for the entirety of it. but he's not so far ahead of everyone that it's like one random, like even Julian with his air. If he got a turn before that and the air, you're starting to look at like a 6 or 7. So in the back of your mind, you really have to be competitive no matter where you are at sitting in these heats.
And you can be down, but you're never out.
Yes.
Because it really could be one big maneuver that takes you from 4th to 1st. That is something we're going to see today at least a few times. 3 minutes, 12 seconds left. Starting to see some urgency in the lineup. Adore trying to defend his current leading position, and that's how you do it. Perfect little pocket read. Blast the tail in his second turn. That is small wave mastery from Adore Amatrian. That's probably going to be the biggest score of the heat.
We're going to need to get a little word on what he's riding.
I want one.
I feel like both of us are going to need to order one of those. It looks incredible for him.
You know, obviously a little bit shorter, a little bit wider than your standard shortboard, but that second turn, wicked.
Man, it's hard to get, I would say, variety on your backhand out here, and he has created enough speed to throw down some unique maneuvers. As we see Joe here on the right, I think they split this peak. You know, Joe's had a little bit of a more sleepy heat, but that was fundamentally sound.
He's looking for a 5.53.
What are you thinking?
I don't think it had the energy or excitement level. I think he got caught behind a little bit right when he stood up, and it kind of dampened his speed going into the open face of that wave. Comes through to 4.5, so it was close. It's enough to get him into 3rd. Now he needs a 4.27. So a well-surfed wave, and definitely put himself in the conversation. But Pedersen Crisanto is as good at the, you know, the technical side of surfing, reading the rule book, as he is at actually surfing. So he's going to make it real tough for Joe and Julian right now. But Joe making me eat my words right away with a 4-turn combo, looking for a 4.27. Now that one felt a lot better than his 4.50.
It's funny because, man, time. Give it 2 minutes. So he rode his 4.5. He had 2 minutes left. That 2 minutes feels like 20 minutes in conditions like this. It's just the paddle in and out. You're so close to each other. And Joe's sneaking that under Pedersen. I'd be curious to know where that comes in. He got 4 or 5 turns on it. I don't know necessarily if they were as big as some of the stuff he was doing on his 4.5, but he really is looking not for too large of a score. So it could come together for Joe.
Well, Julian just got a wave. I mean, all you got to do out there is surf like Adore Amatrian, because he just dropped one of the highest numbers of the day, a 7.5. We loved that wave, and so did the judges. And he's back.
Oh.
This kid is back on the escalator.
Oh, man.
30 seconds left. Adore in the lead. Pedersen Crisanto in a precarious second-place position, because we have a feeling that this Joe Azuchi wave that he just rode could potentially be above and beyond a 4.27. There's a slip you don't want to see with 15 seconds left. So now it's up to the judges. Did Joe do enough? Initial reaction was maybe.
Gut reaction for me, I go 4.3.
Oh,
I give it
3.5.
Is it a 3.5?
3.3. So maybe just he didn't have the speed. The wave didn't really give him enough opportunity. So while he did make it exciting, it's just under the requirement. And that means Pedersen Crisanto fights his way through this heat in second place, but give it up to Adore Amatrian, 7.5, 5.83. That is the recipe for success here in Huntington today at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Well, we're gonna take a quick break, but we'll be back. And we have one of the best heats of the draw coming up. Cowley Vost, Dylan Moffitt, Luke Tama, Julian Wilson. Are you kidding me with that heat, Tanner?
I wish we were in the booth for that. Come on.
Well, check it out. This was that last wave for Pedersen Crisanto. Big snap, tons of spray.
Whoa.
That's how you defend a second place. And there we go. The results are in. Adore Amatrian gets the win, a convincing victory, and there's a closer look at that weapon underneath his arm. Perfect looking board for today. Pedersen gets through. Coming up next, a super heat. Cowley Vost, Dylan Moffitt, Luke Tama, Julian Wilson. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more.
Taking a look back, 2012, a young Julian Wilson, Pier Bowl rights in a final here at the U.S. Open up against Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, and defeated John Florence on that finals day, Gabe Medina. So back then, Julian, the guy to beat, variety of maneuvers, Sukaipo, and really pumping surf out here at Southside HB Pier.
I think that's one of the first time we saw these varials come into play. Of course, the full rotes on the backhand sent Medina home.
And as you said, Miggy, Julian in the final, got windy in the afternoon, but those lefts all the way on the outside, high tide Pier Bowl lefts, looking really fun. And I'd have to say one of the biggest victories of his career, and he's had many of them, Kipes.
And at the time, it was a landmark because this was the Nike US Open of surfing.
A lot of money.
Julian was on the Nike team at the same time. Got local equipment from Matt Biolas for that win. That was a great part of history here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Opening round for the men, and we got a heat for you. Kauli Voss, Dylan Moffitt, Luke Tima, and that former champ, Julian Wilson.
What a great way to start off this round here. Voss, last year's Olympic medalist on the gold side, and Dylan Moffitt, I still say the same thing over and over, and Kaipo, I want to see him on the CT. I think he's deserving of a spot there.
Yeah, North Narrabeen's Dill Moffitt. Let's take a replay, see what happened at the start of this heat. It's a cluster.
Ooh.
It's traffic on the 405, and coming up with it is Luke Tima, but he just catches a rail.
Well, you know what they say on the 405, you stay off of it at 5 p.m. and here at 9:11 early in the morning, well, we got a heat on our hands. Wilson with just a quick one right there, the one touch on the backhand. But as you said, former champion, not only winning the event once, he's competed here in about 10 different occasions at this event here at the south side of the pier.
Yeah, Julian Wilson, our past champ, and has had an excellent 2025. Julian Wilson with that wild card at Burley.
Yep.
For the Gold Coast Pro, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro.
Oh, he won the trials, didn't he?
Yeah, won the trials. Got a wild card into the trials because it was a local trials. Then won that local trials and then made it all the way to the final with Felipe Toledo. It was quite a story there.
And very competitive final too, I might add right there. And boy, I really love the way he pushed Felipe in that final right there. Really getting all different types of surf too. He's won in Tahiti, he's won in pipe. But of course, the win right here, I feel like really catapulted him into being one of the elite surfers worldwide, Kipes.
Yeah, he sure is, and we'd love to see him back on the championship tour. Another guy I'd love to see on the championship tour out in the red jersey is Kauli Voss.
I'm with you.
Kauli started off this season on the Challenger Series with that runner-up finish over at Newcastle. That was a great start for the Olympic gold medalist Kauli Voss. And guess what, Mitchell? We're going to see him in the next CT number 11 over at Tahiti.
Yep.
And we're going to see him come through. He'll be in heat number 2 of that opening round up against Jake Marshall and Kanoa Igarashi. But right now, he's got to concentrate on getting quick in the diminutive kind of surf that we have here in HB.
Yeah, and he's made major improvements in that sense. Working with Jeremy Flores here and a couple of local French surfers as well that have been in his corner so far. In 25, here he goes.
He's been working on this beach break surfing. We know what he can do in big barrels, but his progressive surfing has been incredible. Training a lot in France.
Yep.
He's been doing a lot of wave pool work as well.
Yep. Southwest of France has been pumping, by the way, too. He spent a lot of time right there in between events, Bolito and here. Hasn't really spent that much time at home this year, but looking at the replay right here, Kaipo, just the one turn on the back end, so get things started. Seems like riding the Golden Child by Jason Stevenson, too. Should be the best of the heat so far. But former runner-up at the event right there. Lost to Miguel back in 2022. Going switch stance in the bear multiple times.
Yeah.
You think he's comfortable out there at his home break of Te Ahupo'o?
Yeah, and you talk about his boards by JS.
Yeah.
This kid does not back down. He goes through boards like crazy because of the level of surfing that he does.
Mm-hmm. Runner-up, as you said, first event in Newcastle. Pretty disappointing result from his perspective in Bolito,
Yeah,
but
33rd in Bolito.
yeah, overall, still, there's plenty of time. I think especially with the additional 2 events, you want to get your rhythm going, obviously, at the beginning of the year, but there's more more time to catch up on afterwards now.
Well, let's just say he's got a keeper already. So the keeper's already in the pocket, that runner-up finish, right?
And they count 5.
And you take your best 5 results, okay? He gets a good result over here. I'm really confident that he's going to do well when we get to Pipeline.
Yep.
And then back at Newcastle, he'll already have that good feelings that he's already had. So that's to me, that's Kauli Voss's path to the championship tour. And again, in my opinion, he is a surfer that deserves to be on the championship tour because of his range.
Versatility.
He can rip the small stuff, and he will not pull back on the big stuff.
No, and even J-Bay. I mean, you look at the conditions that we got there this year. Connor making it all the way to the final, winning. Same thing with Iago. He has that style of surfing on the backhand, as see Wilson right there, in and out. But yeah, this is a kid that I think for multiple years we've all been saying he's going to be there, he's going to be there. And there's ups and downs, and you have to be able to navigate that. And having Jeremy in your corner is something huge for that, too. I mean, that guy's been on tour for a long period of time, successful, too, one of the few that have won at home in France. And being able to now give that kind of experience to Kauli, something huge for him.
Yeah, sister Island,
yeah,
just almost. It would almost, almost going to be a brother and sister over there in Tahiti, but Island got second in that local trials, so it's pretty close. That would have been a great story too.
Yeah, from just south of Vaidao. It's about what, 10, 15 minutes, from right there in Tehupo'o.
Yeah, he lives kind of on the ocean, right there by Small Pass.
Got a text from Kevin Schultz saying that Orange County Fire Authority Station 61, they're tuning into the event.
That's awesome. Thanks for watching, Kevin, and all the firefighters. We appreciate your service. We appreciate the surfing as well of Ador Amatrian. He won his heat, and let's hear from him. He's with Rosie Hodge.
Convincing victory from yourself, Ador. We're talking about the preparation coming into the US Open. You said you've spent about 2 weeks here getting ready for this. Couple waves in the water. You're excited about competing this morning?
Yeah, I mean, I've been training here for 2 weeks, and we've had all kind of waves. The first weeks were pretty fun, but the last week it's been flat. So yeah, it's amazing that we finally have a little bit of waves. So yeah, I feel really good, and I'm excited for the next.
And equipment choice is so important out here at Huntington. You're telling me that you've had this board for over a year now and only pull it out for competitions. What makes this board so unique?
Yeah, this board is so good. Like, I've been just using it in competitions, and it's really fast, and I can do maneuvers as I want. So yeah, that makes a difference in this kind of waves.
And the 7.5 was pretty fun. Best of the day so far.
Yeah, I was lucky. I saw that left coming, and I was like, wow, this can be a really good score. And I managed to do a few good turns, and yeah, I'm happy with that.
Well done, Ador. We'll see you in that next round.
Felicidades. Sorionak, as they would say in the Basque Country, too. Adur Amatriain. We've also seen his brother Iker also compete at the highest of levels, too, Kaipo, coming from a great surfing family himself. And back-to-back heat wins for the Euros. Iago Dominguez and then Adur afterwards.
Yeah, I like it. It just shows you, the depth of the field that we have here, right? We have from all the different regions on the WSL. We'll get back to that because we're going to catch up with Kauli Voss on this replay.
Yeah, waiting for this score right here. 2-turn combo for Voss on the backhand. Well done for how small that wave was, too, especially with the increase of speed coming out of the first turn. And then Moffitt got to work, too. This coming in as the best of the heat so far, Kipes. A 4.5 for him. A lot of speed on that second one right there. And it seems like, riding that Matt Biolo shape once again, but it's a black sheep built, I believe. So just a bit extra speed off of the bottom.
Yeah, Dill Moffitt, he had a chance as a wild card at his home break in Narrabeen.
Yeah.
And the way that he got the news that he got that wild card at Narrabeen was a classic one because former two-time world champ Damien Duma was, we'll get back to that story because Kauli Voss is surfing right now. Nice air reverse for the Tahitian. Pivots off the nose. 3.8 on his previous ride. I think he may be improving upon his scoreline.
Yeah, depending on if they consider that complete or not. But, what stands out so much about Moffitt, though, is his style.
Yeah.
I mean, you get that guy on tour, especially with the re-addition of Snapper.
So the story I was going to tell you about Dill Moffitt with that CT wild card. Damien Harmon Duma, two-time world champ, owns the Rip Curl store there in Narrabeen.
Right.
Dill did not know that he got the wild card
Until the day of?
No, Damien Hardman told Dylan that he got the wild card at work. He works at the Rip Curl store, but he said, hey, you got the wild card, but you got to still finish vacuuming up the store and closing up.
No, really?
Yeah, before. So that's a great story.
That's a true boss right there, too.
Yeah.
Hey, kid, you got the chance, but guess what?
You still got to finish up all the put the racks back together, vacuum the shop, close up the shop.
Yeah, because you got a few days off going out there and competing. You got to do all the work right now.
Yeah, he's a worker. You know who we didn't talk about so far in this heat is a young man from Oahu, Luke Tima, just 19 years old out there. His first year on the Challenger Series, one of the bright stars of Hawaii surfing. Coming up right here.
Yeah, longtime member of the Hawaii surf team as well. North Shore of Oahu local, VLAN, Sunset, Haleiwa, and of course at Backdoor Pipeline too, one of the standouts.
And here he goes, Tima, double banger on the backhand. And that's going to be his first kind of meaningful score, just has a fractional score to open up. Luke also has a great lifestyle because he's got a place on the North Shore, he's got a place on the South Shore, so he's always around the waves.
Yeah, Mom Jen always taking the time to film Luke too, and he's working with Brett Simpson, longtime Hurley team rider. I saw Brett, the Yump kids, and the entire family down there on the beach supporting Luke. And to be honest, I mean, he was the one that incited that entire paddle at the beginning of the heat too. I like that of the youngster.
Yeah, I like the spiciness. I like the surfing here of Dill Moffitt.
Roundhouse this early in the morning.
Whoa.
That's a small wave to do a roundhouse on. Good work there by Moffitt. Shouldn't be a huge score, but the complexity of doing that maneuver with such small speed. You can see it right here on the replay, another angle for it too, and just see a couple of pumps. Look at the way he brings it all the way around, and we talked about that style, but really that epoxy the Black Sheep built from Matt Biolos and the crew at Mayhem. Great work there by Moffitt. That's going to be his backup at the moment. And then Tima's best so far. This comes through as a 2.57 Kaipo, so small score. I don't know if they fully deemed that second one complete or not. Didn't right out in front of the whitewater, but still, he's on the board. You know, and last heat, 13.33 heat total. By today's standards, that's 18, 19 points on any other day.
Yeah.
You're getting something in the 7-point range. That's a large score.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of surfing it's going to take today to get into that excellent range.
Yeah, good question too. And you got to pose it to the judges. You get the right wave, you better actually take advantage of it because there's not many of them out there.
Now we're looking at small waves, but in the context of competition, when I think about judging is you have an entire scale, right? So
0 to 10.
Every day you should have excellent scores because there's going to be the best wave of the day, and the best wave of the day, you know, hopefully is in that excellent range. Interesting right now, the veteran Julian Wilson just sitting with a couple of small scores, holding on to that priority, the patience of Julian Wilson. But I think that's a really good strategy because when you look at the heat, there's probably only going to be 2 waves maybe that you could potentially get that excellent score on.
Yeah, and with all that wind swell in the water too, I think he's got to be looking at the rights. With priority right here, they tend to be just a bit longer too. And for somebody his size, you know, I think it's pretty deceiving to see him on screen. He's a large brother too. Got a lot of muscle on him, and I feel like he's packed on a lot more muscle during the off seasons as well, not being on tour. So needs to pick the right wave here in the next 14 minutes.
Yeah, he has bulked up. Father, husband, runner-up to a world title in 2018, Julian Wilson. Kaoli just forcing the manner there. I don't think that's going to change the situation for Voss. Meanwhile, we turn our attention to Julian Wilson tip-tapping down the line, and a forced finish for Julian.
Exactly what I was thinking, though. Probably riding the high-fi model with a bit of difference. Carbon on the bottom, I believe, and then just a straight epoxy on the top. Going to look at Colley's first. So as you said, a bit forced right here. Not much else he could have done on that wave, though, but that shouldn't go into his top 2. So still looking to replace the 3.8, but, you know, I like Wilson's strategy right here. If there's one thing you have above everybody else in the rest of this heat, it's experience. Rely on that. Make sure that that's your turning point in this one and being able to capitalize on it against the youngsters out there.
And the other thing that Julian Wilson has, given enough push and a ramp, we saw at Burley, he's got an incredible air game. Here's a replay of his wave.
Yeah, and once again, great wave selection. Down the line snap. As you said, a bit forced right there towards the end, but with priority at that point of the heat, he needed to get things going. So he's going to be on the board. Shouldn't be a huge score, but it'll make a difference right now. It comes in 2.83, nothing just under a 5, Kipes.
Yeah, he's going to want to do better than that, but still 13 minutes. And our tide has already bottomed out, right,
Yep,
Mitch?
which is good.
So we do have an incoming tide. It's at 9:25 local time. I think our high tide is probably at 2:30 or so.
Yeah, it got pushed back every day, about 20 minutes, so I'd say around late 1s, early 2s.
So we'll see how that incoming tide, sometimes there's a push, but sometimes when you have minimal swell, it will enhance some of these lulls.
Oh, 2:45 actually, forgot.
Yeah, there you go.
We didn't run yesterday, so got pushed back even more. But yeah, high 4.5, and then the low 7:49. So about an hour and a half ago, 1.8. Slowly but surely, they're increasing, and with the increase of swell the next 2 days too, that should be very beneficial to us.
Well, let's take a Bonsoy brew break right now, Mitch. When we come back, we'll see if Julian Wilson can get into the top 2 and advance out of this heat. That's action here from the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Teahupo'o. There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, this is surf mecca. Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago with priority. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag. Ah, man, you better buckle up. Championship Tour heads to the end of the road. The Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. It's always a show there. This young lady right here puts on quite a show. Vahine Fierro. She's going to be one of the favorites over there at Teahupo'o.
You want an early one this morning? Yorana.
Yorana te po'i po'i. That means good morning in Tahitian. And I love that Mitchell Salazar's Kaipagura along with Mitchell Salazar because at the end of the road, I get to flex on my Polynesian roots.
Brad, you bring it out. Small come, we got the aunties, uncles over there,
Yeah,
a couple
well,
chickens running around.
And it's really interesting because Teahupo'o is the name of the village there.
Yeah.
I've been told that the name of the wave actually is Pere'ure.
Pere'ure.
Yeah, and the channel on the way out there, we all have avas. In Hawaiian, we say ala. Tahitian, we say ava. It is a channel, it's a path. That's Te Ava Hawa'e. Hawa'e is that deep water channel that makes that one of the miracles of the surfing world. So we look forward to that. That all starts August 7th, but let's not get ahead of ourselves because we got the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico to talk about, and we got the Tahitian in the lead right here in 1-foot surf, which is pretty impressive.
It is, and he's leading at the moment. You know, small score still. Moffitt in second. He has priority. He's not needing a whole lot to move up into the lead. And Tima so far 3.17. Wilson in fourth, just under that at 2.83. But the significance of this event for everybody that has really made it to the top, and talking about the very, very elite, top of the food chain kind of things, Yagodora winning in 2019. Kanoe Igarashi, number 3 in the world right now. These are people that are currently not only still in the process of developing their careers, because of their success right here, they have now garnered success on the World Championship Tour. So once again, you're able to do it right here, you can do it anywhere else in the world. And Kali's been able to prove that he can win at home too.
Yeah, we got our picks, but let's ask the fans who they picked for this heat. For that, we go to the Pacifico fan picks, and we can see when we get to those fan picks, we're just keep tracking Julian Wilson on a potentially important wave. Here's our Pacifico.
Not surprised.
Yeah.
Former champ.
Makes sense.
Most popular surfer out of the 4 too.
I'd like everyone in Hawaii to vote a little bit more. We need more than 5% for Luke Tima.
100%, and he has experience here at the amateur level too. NSSAs, a lot of different events.
He's won here, right?
Yeah. Him, Sean Crawford too, yeah. Finn Miguel. Everybody has to come through Huntington eventually as an amateur.
Yeah, so thank you, Pacifico, for the Pacifico fan picks. Remember, you go to WSL, actually WorldSurfLeague.com, click on the heat, pick who you think's going to win. We'll get you that information. We'll put all that data together and present it to you as the Pacifico fan picks.
I got multiple profiles because after.
Whoa.
This is actually.
Wait a minute. Is this how you're cheating on fantasy?
No,
right
hey,
now?
I'm not cheating. I'm not cheating because after I got called out on our lineup podcast fantasy, our mega league, which there are prizes by the way. I missed out on picking my fantasy on one of my accounts, and then the other one actually did have it, but that's not the one that I'm actually using for it.
For you World Surf League fans, Mitch may have just let out a little hack where you have.
It works.
You have multiple accounts,
and it's under a different name too.
So then you can double or triple dip on fantasy.
But I can't win the league.
We got to check with lawyers on that one. I'm making a call after we finish this block of heats, Mitchell.
Oh man, it's fun though.
It's fun.
And I think it's fun. It's so entertaining.
It gives you skin in the game, right?
Oh, 100%. And I think it just makes things much more interesting when you're doing it against your friends too.
Yeah.
In the end, like it's all fun and games, and you want to be able to see the best surfers in the world. But for them too, I mean, you want some respect on their own name too, right, Kaipo? So seeing that maybe motivates you, lights a bit of fire under you, and you're thinking, okay, only 5% of the people watching right now think I'm going to win.
Yeah.
Let me prove you wrong.
Yeah. Here we go. Wilson on the backhand, getting that JS board up to speed, and overpowers that turn. Okay.
Not the way he wants to surf these last 5.5.
I'm not going to lie to your eyes right now. It's getting tough out there with the higher tide, and a little bit of the punch getting taken away from these waves. Oh, speaking of Luke Tima, here's a replay.
So this is his best, 317 on the backhand. A lot of spray on that one. Tried to keep the speed up, and just the fall right there at the end cost him, and a grindy one here for Julian. Try to keep up the speed. Not enough to be able to ride out of that cleanly, though, so going to be a misfire for him. But 5 minutes, and for the two people that did their work at the beginning of this heat, look at how efficient Moffitt has been so far. 4-5, 3-1, only 2 waves, and since then has been holding on to priority, Kaipo.
I think that is just great heat management by Dylan Moffitt, knowing that until someone pops him down into 3rd or 4th.
No need.
There's no need for him to surf, right?
Stay
just
there.
Control the lineup.
Hover around everybody. Make sure presence is known.
Have a couple circles around them. Why not?
Well, not too much, because remember that there's
the Ezekiel Lau rule. We can't do that anymore.
But I do like that, though. I think best advice you could give somebody today, lower your expectations and have high standards of yourself. Yeah. Simple as that. If you need 7, 8 points to make it through, that's enough. You don't need to prove that you can get 18 points out there right now.
No. Get the job done.
Especially if you want to qualify.
Jules, left again. He's going to get a nice little double up there. And that gave him enough punch to really throw it up there. So that was a fortunate convergence of waves for Julian Wilson.
And that's the wind swell that does that right there.
Dylan Moffitt uses his priority. Maybe sensing that there's going to be a shakeup in the standings.
Yeah, and maybe he was like, you know what? I saw Julian catch a wave. I only have a low 3 at the moment. Chance he improves on that score. But Wilson for sure going to get one of his top 2. I'm feeling like his best right here personally. A lot of spring off that second bottom turn too. I liked it.
Yeah, and that was an illustration. And hey, Mitchell, I don't need to tell you about Southside Huntington Pier. This is like almost your home break.
Well, especially for a guy 240 pounds right now. Like, surfing a wave like this is not easy at all. You got to be riding something like the OG puddle jumper with the right fins too, but comes in as a 3.7, so good score for Wilson, under the priority of everybody else, and then Moffitt right here on the backhand. So gets the 1-2. Doesn't improve, though. It comes just under his 3.1, so yeah, use of priority right there. Might have cost him, because both Tima and Wilson, I mean, they're really not needing a whole lot right here.
Yeah, there you go. The need for Julian Wilson, basically a 4-point ride.
And if there's one thing you can never replace, Kaipo, is experience. Especially 2-minute drills, 5-minute drills. You've done that for 30 years now if you're Julian.
Yeah.
Especially somebody who's won here before.
And Luke Tima needs a 4.44. He's got second priority. Taking a look at this, he wants to stay away from Kaoli Vos, who has first priority. Here's Kaoli using his priority on a little left runner. Swings it around full speed. Gets a nice snap. And looking to improve upon a 3.8.
There's the Euro crew. Vahine, Charlie, and Justine Becqueret, who already surfed this morning. Well, use his priority.
So that's good news for Luke Tima.
It definitely is, and it's borderline whether or not Kaoli improves, I feel. Smaller wave, good pressure by Luke to force him to go on that.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for the score for Kaoli Vos. You see him in the red jersey, white jersey, Luke Tima, the teenager from Oahu, Hawaii. 90 seconds on the clock for him. He's got first priority. Take another look at Kaoli's wave.
Yeah, smaller wave. Good variety, though. I will give him that. Slides the fins and then into the lip. The only thing I will say, coming out of the second turn, did slightly catch his nose. So not as clean as he wanted to, but good variation maneuvers, especially with how small it is out there. But those are the improvements we've talked about. Small wave surfing, your boards look way better. And to be perfectly fair, too, I think physically, he's always been one of the most fit surfers on tour. I saw him yesterday. He looks like he's slimmed down and put on a lot more muscle mass, too. He looks great.
Yeah. I can't say enough about this young man. I can't wait till he makes it. And I say that with a confidence.
He'll make it.
I can't wait till he makes it to the championship tour. Speaking of making it, making this heat can happen right now. Luke Tima, 4.44 is what he needs on this left. Little tap there. Oh, it catches the rail. And that was super unfortunate. Meanwhile, Kaoli Vos found a banger of a finish on the right-hander.
Yeah, he did, and he slightly improved on his last one. Does actually get his best by 0.03. 20 seconds, though, and right here, Moffitt has to be trying to play some defense against Julian. And Wilson, with priority, basically needs a 4-point ride. We're talking about one powerful turn out there, but it seems like time against him at the moment.
Wow. Well,
top seeds move through.
This is, I'm going to call it an upset with Julian Wilson not making it through this heat, but this was probably the most stacked heat of this opening round. Kaoli Vos, congratulations.
Yeah, definitely. And the scores don't reflect how well not only he surfed, how well he competed out there right now. So props to him, looking to become the first European champion ever on the men's side here at the US Open.
Yeah, that'd be great. And there was a split peak, and so there was a last wave for Dylan Moffitt. First, we'll take a look at this right again for Kaoli Vos.
Yeah, so he's looking to improve on a 4. Oh, a lot of speed right there. The float into the 2-turn combo at the end. That was beautiful stuff for how small that wave was to be able to keep the speed up.
And the teenager with a missed opportunity right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a learning lesson for him. He qualified through a tough region. Not a couple of great results already at the beginning of the year. And this is the important wave right here. But Moffitt was already in the top 2, so looking to make things more difficult. That doesn't improve, but he's going to be advancing anyways.
Yeah, Kaoli Vos on to the next round, as well as Dylan Moffitt. There's all the numbers. 7.62 wave total was enough to move Dylan Moffitt into the next round, and we're going to move into a commercial break here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Back with more action from Southside Huntington Pier right after these messages.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by FlexFit, celebrating 50+ years committed to comfort perfection, by Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, and by Lexus, experience amazing.
Back at the U.S. Open, we say Maita Iroa. Well done for Kaulivas, advancing out of his opening round heat in convincing fashion. So, a lot of congratulations on the beach.
It's a big support crew.
Right. He's got Posse. Kaipo Guerrero along with Mitchell Salazar.
Shout out Joan Duru too. Longtime CT surfer also in the corner right there of Kaulivas.
Well, new clock, new heat, and new players out in the lineup here. This is heat number 6, the round of 80. Billy Stearman representing New Zealand. Shohei Kato from Japan. Igor Morris out of Brazil. And another Japanese surfer, Daiki Tanaka. He'll be in the green jersey.
Yeah, Daiki I've known for years. Great surfer out of Japan. Shohei, a newer name. Really nice to see a couple of new names out of the Asia region. And Brazil as well, South America, well represented.
So this is Igor on his opening ride. We already got some numbers on the board, so surfers realizing that they needed to have a quick start here, so it looks like a lot of waves written. Let's get caught up. Daiki Tanaka.
Yeah, I got a great style himself. Very well versed in beach breaks and earns himself a 4-point ride here, and really a well-earned 4 too. I felt like he ripped the heck out of that thing right there.
Shohei Kato.
Yeah, and first time I've ever seen him compete in a jersey here on the Challenger Series. Good little throw tail right there by Kato. And we've seen them succeed here south side of the pier before. Kanoa Igarashi being a 2-time champion. Of course, Hiroto Ohara, he bought multiple cars after that victory.
Yeah, got 7. What I'm impressed by is the Japanese surfers. You know the surf in Japan, a lot of times it's little beach breaks like this.
It's this.
And these guys are ready for it.
Yeah. Well, they're pouncing on the opportunity right there. They're probably salivating at the moment out there.
25-year-old Daiki Tanaka here, number 7 on the QS. That's how he qualified for the Challenger Series. Opened up with a 4-point ride with some snappy surfing.
And really, when you look at the Asia region, everybody thinks, oh, you're probably only surfing in Japan. They have a wave pool event now in South Korea. Surf a lot of great waves in that regional tour, though.
21-year-old Shohei Kato, also representing Japan, number 4 coming out of the region. And his first year doing this Challenger Series.
Nice to see a new name. Riding a carbon board, too. Looks perfect out there at the moment. Has the high mark of the heat so far, Kaipo, of 4.4. in the lead at the moment. But once again, it's cool that they're able to share events with the Oceania region too. They end up going to Nias, they go to Krui. So a little bit of both worlds really for them.
Well, on that subject, I think that the APAC qualifying series is kind of...
It's the best one.
It's kind of,
yeah.
it's kind of its own little dream tour in its way.
But you got to get one of those events on the CT, I feel, or at least a Challenger, right?
Let's go.
So should I just put it out there into the universe at the moment?
I'm on. What about Igor from Marseilles?
Yeah, that's a heavy wave too. Moraes out of Sao Paulo. Same area where Medina's from. Number 7 in the rankings, and we talk about how competitive the region is down there. Their region actually finished literally right before Newcastle started too. So you got to buy your tickets a week in advance, maybe at the most.
Yeah.
Unless you're one of the top 2, 3 guys that you know you're already guaranteed. Those people that are on the verge, 5, 6, 7, 8, you never know.
Yeah. And there's nothing more painful as a professional surfer than to buy last-minute airfares.
Oh, my bank account has not looked good in the past because of that.
That cuts into the budget, and that makes you that much more hungry, I feel, because you really got to invest in yourself, and a lot of times you got to invest a lot into yourself.
And then you got to take into account the board bag fees every now and then too.
Leave us alone with the board bags. Billy Stearman, he's the veteran of this heat, 35 years old, out of New Zealand.
Multiple-time Olympian himself too. We love Bill. What a great kid. Awesome character.
Yeah, I believe he's from Raglan, right?
Yep, yep.
So he's got, as a regular foot, he's got a fierce backhand.
100%, and really quick. Great in beach breaks. Actually, I talked to Luca a few years ago about You know, the way he looked at Stearman and potentially matching up against him in Tokyo 2020, and was like the one guy that I didn't want to go against in the draw, knowing how good he was in those kind of conditions. Bill's been around for a long time too, close to qualifying for the Tour, back in the regional QS scene, and of course when we did have the overall QS worldwide. So experience at Sunset, he's competed at a pipe before, and of course I think having that additional event at pipe, for certain surfers, it's definitely going to benefit themselves in terms of
And I ought to just say hats off to the World Surf League as we continue to really develop and evolve professional surfing to what it is, both on the Challenger Series level as well as on the Championship Tour.
It's a necessary stop. I mean, it's as simple as that.
And I'm just happy that we got action back in Hawaii.
Yeah, it's a short drive for you. Got to be right there. Got to look at the backdoor pipeline too a couple of times. Speaking of backdoor, Bill up and riding.
On the backhand, Stearman. You see, we talked about how snappy he is.
Yeah.
You know, surfs a lot of lefts, right? And that was an illustration of that skill set.
And he's quick too. Got up into the lip multiple times in a short space, short period of time too. Really like the way he surfed this heat overall so far. First 8 minutes gone by, 3.33. This should be one of his top two to able to move up into the top 2 spots at the moment. But, you know, I am surprised that Moraes only has the 1.67 at the moment, but did seem like he was able to catch a wave right here, Kipes, on the backhand. So looking like he was able to pick up his best by a mile too.
Wow.
So Sao Paulo, stand up for your boy, Moraes. It's going to be, in my opinion, probably the best of the heat. And then talked about the quick twitch muscles from Bill on the backhand, 2 for 1 right there. Probably going to go up into his top 2. Good heat so far.
Let's heat from the last heat winner, Kauli Voss. Did it in blazing form. Let's hear from Kauli. He's with Rosie Hodge.
Kauli Voss, last year you missed this event due to winning an Olympic gold, which was amazing. But how great is it to be back at Huntington competing?
It's a good place. I like this place, but the waves today is really, really challenging, and it's been really challenging the last 3 or 4 days. So it is what it is. This is what we call Challenger Series, because sometimes we get hard conditions. But yeah, this is what we do, and then we try to perform each day, every day. And today was hard, but I'm stoked to make it. Yeah.
You come from one of the most dangerous waves in the world. How did you refine your small wave approach?
I don't know. Maybe with a lot of frustration. Maybe that's why I got 2 waves, and I made my hit today because I seen perfect waves at home. For the moment, it's pumping, and it's okay. Lucky I have my little brother, my little sisters charging for me and getting waves, and the boys, and then yeah, I gotta focus here. So it is cool at the same time. Stoked to make my hit today. That was the stressing one, because I think the next few days there's a couple waves, more waves. So we'll see, but it's okay. I made it, so I'm stoked.
And one of the surfers surfing on a pier, you guys. We will see Kauli into that next round. Well done.
Yeah, with some great points there. Just a standard short board there for Kauli. Able to power through there. Little bit of feel FOMO, but like he said, his little brother Nike and his sister Island still scoring out there at the end of the road.
You want to hear a really funny story?
I love funny stories, Mitch.
So last year, when I was in Tahiti, I told him, like, hey, once you qualify for the World Tour, I'll do the same haircut you had when you won Olympic gold. They call it the Barracuda. It's basically a mohawk kind of mullet thing. And I told him, you're going to cut your hair the same way, too. We're going to go to a barber on that day once it happens.
All right.
I'm a little scared, though.
Why?
Because I feel like if Kauli cuts my hair himself, he might go a little overboard with it.
Grows back, bro.
I hope. I hope. I'm 31 now, so might not be growing as much back as I want to.
Oh, man. All right, Daiki Tanaka looks interested in this little left-hander. He's not going to go.
You said that with a lot of confidence, too, looking at me. It's going to go.
You got a great head of hair, Mitch.
I hope.
And a great couple snaps here. Billy Stearman on the forehand, looking light. But yeah, you know, Kauli, and we talk about Kauli Voss and great start that he's had this year. Needs to make some heats here at Huntington Beach. And we can take a look at our Challenger Series rankings coming into this event. Look at Luke Thompson up there, #2 after that win in Bolito. And Kali Voss, #5. Remember, top 10 end of the year. Move on to the CT.
Yeah, best 5 events, best 5 results out of 7 opportunities. Oscar Berry in there at #7 too. A couple of really known names: Matt McGillivray, George Pitar, former CT surfers. Jake Wilcox leading the rankings at the moment.
Yeah.
A lot of Australians in the top 10.
Yeah, let's get Arcal back on tour as well, #9.
Winter Vincent at #10. I love that kid too. He's on my list to qualify later on this year. Runner-up to the World Junior title this year to Bronson Mady over in the Philippines.
Hey, Mitch, it's a lull, so let's just take a break right now, and we'll come back. Whoa. Oh, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to stay right here at 1750 and get to a replay of Daiki Tanaka.
Yeah, so waiting on this score right here. Kind of mistimes the first one, but made up for it on the inside. And then this one comes in, matches actually his best. Billy Stearman, 347 once again. Has one going left, has one going right. Good two-turn combo right there by Bill. And Shohei Kato still with priority. He's been holding on for it for a while after the 4-4. And looking at Moraes down to third now. Here he goes.
All right, a couple taps on the backhand. And vert finish.
I'm really impressed with how well everybody's surfing, given how small it is.
It is so tight right now. Shohei Kato all the way around there on the carve. Oh my goodness, work that thing over, Shohei.
You claimed that, boy.
As he should. That was some great small wave surfing.
Show me the money. I always tell you, Jerry Maguire, Cuba Gooding Jr. probably has the best line in film history.
Well, I feel we're going to have the Japanese surfers in the top 2 once these scores drop.
Well, this definitely, to me, once again, should be one of the best waves of the heat.
Daiki Tanaka. Looking for something.
Ooh.
Nice snap there.
There's one thing that I really see from the guy in blue and the guy in green is speed.
Well, you know what's encouraging right now? The consistency that we're seeing.
Good point. A lot of waves right in the last few minutes, huh?
Yeah, I was worried about the tide coming in and maybe getting too high, but actually it looks like we have a bit of a tide push because all the surfers are getting multiple opportunities.
Yeah, back in the last heat got slow too, so as you said, good point.
Igor. Wow, the judges are going to have a lot of catching up to do right now, and that's okay by me because we're getting surf in action.
That's true. So waiting on a lot of different scores. Moraes has a couple. Have the one for Stearman. My personal opinion, I think we're going to see the best of the heat with Shohei Kato right here on his last ride. And then Tanaka also looking to improve on his 3.67. Competitive. The previous one of Moraes goes up into his top 2. Kaipo halfway through the heat. And, you know, the good thing about having 30-minute heats in comparison to 20 on the QS, you have a bit more allowance on how to use your priority appropriately. I'm a big fan of this wave.
Yeah.
Into the lip, carves it down, and then that finish, how clean was it?
That was a 6.5 for Shohei Kato. Here we go with Igor's last wave.
Yeah, so had the 3.6 before this and waiting on a score for this one right here. A couple of great carves. Smaller wave, though, so going to keep that score a bit down.
Live action here. And Shohei Kato continues to assault 1-foot waves at South Point, Southside Pier. And
it looks like a point out there with these rides, though.
Wow.
All that wind swell, it pushes you down the line. If you keep the right line and the good amount of speed down the line, it almost seems like a point break out there.
Well, I'm going to say I'm really impressed by this young Japanese surfer.
Truly.
Take a look at it again.
Yeah, so he's looking to improve on a mid-4 at the moment. Love the way he's able to use his speed. Nice and tight, very low center of gravity too. So not a lot of amplitude, a lot of height on that one, but just all in all, you combine all the other ones, speed, power, flow, they were all involved on that one maneuver right there. So I have a feeling that he might be improving on that mid-4 he already has as the backup. Look at his heat total though, Kipes.
Yeah. Well, already 10.9 two-wave total. And
with these waves, that's a lot.
Here he goes again, Shohei. Oh, man. Oh.
Is he a showman?
I like that play.
Hey, I was trying. I know. It took you a little while to fully get onto it, but
I thought you were going to do some Dodger stuff on me. You know what I mean?
I can.
But that's okay.
We got Chris here, too, though. He's a Padres fan. I don't want to dig in too much.
Yeah. Well, scores are starting to trickle in. We'll see how that affects the standings. Daiki Tanaka, unfortunately, for him, has dropped down to elimination position at third place currently, and that was just a kick out there for Igor.
Yeah, so split the peak with Shohei on that one, and the right doing nothing. Competitive heat. Look at Bill's last two, Kaipo. He's up into the top 2 now.
Yeah, Billy Stearman, 3.47, 5.3 for Stearman. That's enough to put him into the advancing position, and even better for the surfer representing New Zealand. He has first priority.
Anybody that's ever competed, you know, regionally, amateur level on the QS, they know how difficult it is to be able to impress the judges right now. You get anything in the mid-4s, above a 5, that's a well-earned score right there, Kaipo. So, once again, I know the scores aren't large, but they're really impressive given the surf out there at the moment. Seems like Kato will be improving on his 4 as well, and he does, Kipes. Good score once again for Shohei.
Yeah. Shohei running around with it. We'll see if he can hang on and stay in that #1 position. Shohei Kato has been putting on a show. Let's see how the show continues. After we take a break, we'll be back with more right after this. Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Stop number 3 on the Challenger Series. And we have a great series this year. We take a look at the full year schedule, Mitch.
Oh yeah, going back to Sacktown for number 5.
Oh no.
It is Seda, Portugal.
Oh my.
Pipeline, the addition right there.
Oh gosh.
And give it to me, Kaipo Dramo.
Finishing back at Steeltown, Newcastle, where we're going to qualify 10 men, 7 women for the 2026 Championship Tour. And we're live action here at HB Pier. Thank you for joining us. Kaipo Guerrero, Mitchell Salazar, and Shohei Kato, the blue jersey there waving his hand. He's been putting on a show in this heat.
Definitely. I mean, look at his heat total, 12 points. Very well earned by today's standards. And Bill Stearman, you know, the longtime veteran in second, so really competitive heat for second place at the moment. Moraes has, you know, basically something close to a 5-point ride. And Tanaka, after the initial 4, has been kept in the 3s or below that, Kaipo, so hasn't been able to find anything with an open face so far in the back end of the heat.
Yeah, and he's had multiple swings. Has 7 waves ridden by Daiki Tanaka.
Yeah, he's leading the heat in that sense. 7 waves.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not a wave catching contest.
Exactly.
It's a wave scoring contest.
Kids out there, listen to the people on the beach. You don't need to catch 20 waves, okay? Offers do not count.
Yeah, it takes 2. That's it. There's our entire unabridged version of the heat, highlighted are the top 2 scores for each of the surfers.
Yeah, and 7 waves ridden for Tanaka, 6 for both Moraes and Kato. And the very efficient Stearman, he's been surfing good. He has priority as well.
Hey, let's check into our Bonsoy Athlete Zone with Tanner Gudauskis. What's going on in there, Tanner?
Yeah, boys. Well, it's kind of the first time I've been in an athlete zone in a minute, and it's bringing back a lot of nostalgic feelings. I'll tell you that much.
Anything cool happening down there, Tanner?
Yeah, I wanted to note on something. In this next heat, I think we have 2 South African surfers, Thomas and Aiden Mason-Camp. And I'm gathering that because there was an entire crew of South Africans that were standing behind me, and it made me think the level of support that the surfers give each other on the Challengers Tour is really interesting. You know, like when you get to the CT, it becomes a little bit more singular. It's like surfer, coach, videographer. Here, I think everybody's traveling together. So there is this like brotherhood or sisterhood that you connect on as you're traveling, and you show up for each other's heats. You're not seeing them here behind me now because the entire crew is rushed to the beach with the backup boards. And it just made me think, like, it's a really special aspect to this tour where everybody's in the hustle together and they support each other to get to that next level. And as you can tell, like, it's nothing but respect in the water. When you go out there, you got to compete at your highest level, but it's all love when you get back to the beach. And it made me feel good, man. I was like, oh, that's awesome to see that still happening. And I think it's going to come to fruition in this next heat.
Yeah, Tanner, you know, you're on a limited budget a lot of times on the QS and on the Challenger Series. A lot of people have to share rooms, multiple people to the room. What was your experience back in the day as far as accommodation, having to split rooms?
Well, totally. And so for me, it's also an aspect that I was the youngest in the American crew at that time. So I was getting to travel, obviously my brothers, Nate Yeomans, Austin Ware, but Ben Bourgeois, Shea Lopez, Mike Todd. There was like all these guys. So there's this interesting coming of age thing that like you come on tour and you travel with your crew, you learn from them, they're teaching you as you go on the fly, but you're having to like share the budget, like you said, Kaipo, because the tour, you're traveling all over the world. You're not necessarily as sponsored or it's not as mainstream as the CT, and that's what you're hoping to get to. So you're the camaraderie, you all know you're in it together, and it's fun. Like looking back, actually, like some of those trips with those crews are some of my best memories, for sure.
Thank you so much, Tanner Gudauskis, for the insight. Great to have Tanner as part of our broadcast team.
For sure. Love Tanner. And the people that he spoke of, you know, Jorge Colasso, all those guys when he traveled with all the Europeans too, and they integrated. Whenever they went to a certain location, they'd integrate themselves into that culture too. Speaking of culture, Kipes.
Igor Moraes, the Brazilian, gets multiple maneuvers there, but remember, it's quality, it's not quantity.
That is true.
Needs the 3.85 though, worked hard for that.
Yeah, basically a 4 what he needs, and probably going to get close to it. Kato though, he's been superb in this one. So if you want an actual Dodgers reference with Shohei, the spectacular, the magnificent Shohei Kato out there in the blue. But Moraes needing
Igor, yeah, needs
high 3.
A 4, but basically.
Yeah.
Do you know Igor means warrior?
In which language?
In
Latin?
We're going to get back to that. Just you talk about this replay first before we talk about Igor.
Had a great combo right there on the back end, and luckily for him, got a little bonus section right there at the end. Ooh, situation change. Kaipo scores in.
He did enough. So needed 3.85, got a 4.43. He got that and some change.
Yeah, so Stearman.
And let me clean that up. It means, Igor means warrior in Norse.
In Norse?
Norse.
Wow.
Isn't that the Viking language?
It is, yeah.
Look at, and he just performed like a warrior right there.
Definitely
getting
did.
His score.
That's a tight score line too, by the way. Our 5 judges, average comes out as a 4.43, but well earned. And as you said, spare change on this one too. The first one really more than anything just a setup, but this next combination really tough to do. Good in the pocket right there, and he gets a little bonus at the end as well. So persistent right there till the very end, got the bonus section, and to be perfectly fair, I don't think if he gets that last turn in, he's probably not getting the score that he was requiring at that moment. That explosiveness too every time he got to the lip.
So Billy Stearman now with priority, so he's top of the pack when it comes to the next good wave that comes through. He's got under 4 minutes. Stearman, there he is. He's a 4-point ride.
And in Bill's defense, up until that point, he had surfed great. I mean, he was just looking to improve on the 3.47, which unfortunately for him, he has 2 of them in this heat. And he started off with a 3.33, so a couple of waves that have been his backup so far that haven't been as strong as the backups of both Moraes and Kato. Has time, though, and priority. And out of the 4 surfers out there in the water, no doubt the most experienced and perhaps still the most talented out of the 4.
Yeah, the veteran, Billy Starman, like I said, 35 years old. He's been on this qualifying series for over a decade. He's had some outstanding performances. And you got to like give it up to...
And the lone Kiwi.
Yeah, always representing New Zealand.
Always. Right? That's huge. I mean...
We had a hot moment where we had
Tehu Butler, yeah. And then Ella Williams on the women's side, too.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you're right. I mean... Yeah, you stay with the Aussie crew. Every now and then you find your own little crew. It ain't the same, though.
Nah.
You don't have those home vibes with you.
Nah.
Also, Raglan Surf Report, by the way, Luke Siedemann might be one of the most entertaining men in the business as well.
Yeah, let's have him come in. It'd be fun. 2 minutes, 25 seconds, and pressure now mounting on the shoulders of Billy Starman. We've been talking about his tenacity, his commitment, his representation of New Zealand. But it all comes down to these final 2 minutes. And this, my friend, is when luck comes into surfing.
100%. And, you know, experience, too. Are you able to use priority wisely in these last 2 minutes? And another thing that we haven't talked about, because we haven't seen the section or the wave present itself so far today, it might only take one turn to be able to do that.
Yeah.
You get the steep section, you hammer it, especially with how good Bill is going on both the right and the left. All you need is really to draw the bottom, turn well, hit the lip, get a lot of spray. You're easily getting a 4 out there. The issue is, will that wave show up? Well, Tanaka's not out of it either, though. 5.36, but once again, had too many similar waves after his initial 4. And I feel like he maybe got a little too busy. Good thing for him, though. Good separation between him and the other 3 surfers at the moment.
Yeah, it all comes down to wind blowing over water, creating swell.
Yep.
And if any of those swells are going to hit the bank over here. So it looks like the surfers move more into kind of more...
Middle peak.
Peak?
Yeah. Yeah, because the pier bowl, without the lack, or with the lack of south in the water momentarily, it's not producing as much because with all that wind swell, it moved more towards Middle Peak and Machado's.
And that's just because of the direction of the swell, right, Mitch?
Correct. That should be changing the next few days with that little storm, the east-southeast that we're going to be expecting the next few days.
Down to 40 seconds for Billy. And that just means only a couple more chances for these bumps to draw underneath him. Well, maybe a little something.
Making a move.
Maybe a little something.
And seems like a right, Kipes. He's got to go on this. Oh, no.
Wow.
Maybe one more?
Yeah, it's hard from this flat light.
Too glassy,
high angle, yeah, to really see. Oh, this is it or nothing. And it's going to be nothing.
Hands need to leave the rail.
Oh, I might have spoke too soon. No, yeah, he's not going to get it. That's tough.
Yeah, it wasn't going to be the score.
It wasn't the 4 anyway, so he can rest assured that, hey, he just didn't get the opportunity. You know,
and
that just happens, yeah.
Yeah.
Shohei. I want to know more about this kid. We're going to find out more about the 21-year-old out of Japan because he is into the next round, as well as Eagle Marias. And we are on to a commercial break. When we come back, more from Huntington Beach. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Tanner Gudauskas to talk you through all of the action.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Coming in with a win, Shohei Kato. He came through with Igor Moraes. We got a, oh my gosh, this heat in the water. This is why you cannot miss a single moment on the Challenger Series. We have 4 incredible surfers here in the Huntington Beach lineup. I'm Chris Cote, I'm with Tanner Gadowskis. And here is your lineup. Are you serious? Aiden Masonkamp, Federico Moraes, Thomas Lindhurst, and Dakota Walters. You got veterans, you got air wizards, you got newcomers, you got QS grinders. You got some friendly fire between 2 surfers from South Africa. Dakota Walters, one of my favorite aerialists from Australia. Tanner, come on, this is round 1. How do we see some of the biggest names in our sport in round 1?
No, we do. Welcome to the Challenger Series. And the pairings are great. We've had good luck. I feel like in the booth we've had some good heats to call, and this is going to be an exciting one. I like the Goliath of Federico Moraes coming up against the younger guys. And I'm a personal big fan of Dakota Walters. Him and his brother are insane surfers. And yeah, I love a little matchup with the South African boys. Aiden Masonkamp looking lively.
Wow, that was one of the better waves we've seen of the entire morning, and he rips it all the way to the end. That's how you start your campaign here in Huntington Beach.
So I spent a minute down in the VIP booth, and he was legitimately breathing fire.
Good.
You know when you see a guy and he's just like, you're chatting with him and he's kind of looking through you because he's just so in the zone. So yeah, I was excited to see what Aiden was.
Just wild-eyed and ready to rip. Well, it worked out well for him as he got back, as he got out there and maybe putting up one of the bigger numbers of the morning. And yeah, that's also what you get on the Challenger Series. Good old-fashioned paddle battles, and Federico Moraes is going to win those more often than not.
Well, this is the legendary Portuguese surfer here in Federico Moraes, also known as Kikush. He's coming back from an injury, actually. I don't know, probably a couple months ago, he'd done in his ankle. And same with Dakota Walters, actually, which is interesting to note. He's been spending the whole summer out here with Chloe Andino, getting work done, getting rehab happening, and he's back in the water.
And I would say low-key, small waves are actually harder to surf when you're coming back from an injury. And, I mean, there are challenges to small waves that can actually hurt you sometimes more so than bigger waves, just because of your body torque. You're sitting down on your heels. You're sitting down. You know, you're twisting your ankles and knees a lot more than you would in overhead waves. Federico Moraes doesn't look affected now by injury.
No,
he's looking loose and sharp.
So I think, okay, hopefully this is a replay of Aiden's first wave here, which came in as a 6.5. It's a great opening ride for him. Just a searing couple maneuvers on this wave. But yeah, the twitch factor, I think, is a big play in the small waves. And when you're coming back from injuries, that's always the hardest thing to get back. You know, I think Federico looks like he's having no trouble. He's a big dude, and he's looking really good in these smaller waves.
Yeah, he's got a tiny looking board that looks really lively underneath his feet. Score comes through for Aiden Masonkamp, and it's a solid number, a 6.5 to start. If we're looking at the averages, that right there, any surfer I think that has a 6.5 or above has made it through their heats. It's a magic number, and Federico Moraes has a 3.33 and a 3 already. And this is a look at Federico's last wave. It's another great looking surfboard.
A great looking surfboard. JS has a lot of good boards under a lot of good guys' feet right now at the moment. Julian Wilson obviously is going to be one of those top contenders on those rides. But, you know, the thing I noticed on the backside, especially with Federico, is it's so nice to see him going vertical, pushing through on the back foot and continuing the speed down the line. Sometimes I think on backside in small waves you can get hung up in the lip. It's really easy to do that. And he's doing a great job. He's moving down the line. For a bigger dude, I'm inspired.
No doubt. 23:30 to go. Shohei Kato came through in the double digits with a big heat victory. He's on the glass now with Rosie Hodge.
Shohei, great to see you get a heat win. Your first heat win in the Challenger Series in 2025. What does that do for your confidence?
I just focus my surfing, and yeah, every heat I'm so nervous, but yeah, this time I got good one. One is 6.5. Yeah, it was fun.
Really great surfing, and I'm noticing a lot of Japanese flags on the beach, a lot of support for yourself. Do you want to give a shout out in Japanese and just recap that heat for us?
日本の皆さん応援ありがとうございます。今日本は多分夜中見てくれてる日本の選手もいて、日本の皆さんありがとうございます。次は多分明日になると思うんですけど、すごいサーフィンも調子いいのでこのまま、頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Arigato. Congratulations, Shohei. We'll see you in that round of 64.
Yeah, full credit to the crew from Japan. They got down here before light, posted up, and they've been showing their surfers a lot of love and support. And so far, it's working. Shohei Kato with the victory there, as well as Igor Moraes, and then the bittersweet side of the Challenger Series, Billy Stearman, all the way from New Zealand. Just gets to surf a couple waves. He's already gonna be packing it up and heading home. That is the harsh side of the Challenger Series. No non-elimination rounds. It's just do it or lose it from the jump.
And we talked a little bit about this earlier in our first couple heats. You're creating a narrative over a year for yourself to qualify. That's the purpose of the Challenger Series. So you have to have really thick skin in moments like this. Billy put it all on the line. Everything he could offer today, he brought, and he came up short of what's going to help him get a result here. So you got to go back. You got to travel all the way across the globe, reset, and continue forward. You only have to get 3 or 4 major results to string along for a qualification series. It's hard, man. And year in and year out, if that continues to happen, if you kind of get on the bad side of a tide draw, the wind switch, it can happen. It does happen. So mentally, the fortitude that these guys have to dip into. Billy Stearman, like they were saying in the last heat, he's been on the Challenger Series for about a decade. So you got to believe that the next heat is your heat, right? And it gets harder and harder as you have those really close, decisive losses. But I believe in Billy. He's such an incredible surfer. He's such a great representative for the New Zealand. He's doing the Olympic situation as well, so he sees the high-level competitions, and I know he's hungry to get there.
Yeah, great surfer, and again, that's the harsh part of Challenger Series competition is some of your favorite surfers are probably going to lose in the first round, and that's just how it goes because the field is so stacked. I mean, just look at this heat right here. Aiden Mason-Camp, this guy has been so close to qualification over the past few years. Federico Moraes. He's been on the championship tour for multiple years. Thomas Lindhurst, well, he's probably considered the dark horse in this heat. Haven't heard much from him, but he's highly ranked in the Africa QS region. And Dakota Walters, I mean, he's the complete package. Does big airs. He's really turned it on in the contest for him. So this is just another example of every single heat having a kind of a finals day feel to it.
Yeah.
There's no easy path through any of these heats today.
And then you look at what the U.S. Open represents within the year of the Challenger Series. This historically always felt like it was your midpoint, right? Like whether or not you had a good start, this was where you could gain heat going into the back part of the year, and you could kind of snowball into results that would then lead to qualification. Or you started your year well, and this was going to be that midpoint where you kind of, I don't want to say consolidate and get your final result, but it has so much meaning, the U.S. Open, no matter where you sit on the rankings.
Wow, Dakota Walters there. That was some blue-collar surfing. It almost looked like he was winding up to strike and do a big air, but I like that he was just a little smart about it, knowing he's got 1850 to go, plenty of time there. Get one solid number on the board, and then start to fly. We know how good this kid is if he gets a ramp. So that's just, I feel like that's probably strategy. You never like to see someone hold back, but of course, you want to start your heat on the good foot. And I think this is going to be a solid number for Dakota.
It was always interesting watching kids come up that had the repertoire in those big maneuvers compete, because this is a really sound decision for Dakota to get one on the board, get a good score under his belt, and then start to blow up after that. And it takes that slight level of restraint. Not that was radical surfing, but obviously, like you're saying, it wasn't the air. But it felt like a great way to start his heat.
Well, he just gives himself a little bit of padding, right? I think a 417 is a great start. That's your starter kit for your heat. Now you're going and looking for those 6s, those 7s. So if you can get a good backup score early on, you're doing yourself some favors, and just like that, he's back up and at it. That wave goes nowhere. So Aiden Masenkamp still sitting on that 6.50. That's a different story. You get a big solid score like that, then you can really be choosy and a little bit more picky with the waves that you're trying to take off on.
I.e. Aiden Masenkamp right here, right? Like you start your heat with a 6.5, you're controlling, you're in the driver's seat, and now you're looking to fill in for your backup score. And it's, every surfer goes out with a strategy in the heat, and they can all be different, right? You can say, hey, I'm not going to sit, I'm just going to get rhythm, I'm going to get warm. I can sit, I feel like I know where the best sets are coming, I'm going to anchor down. And it's cool to see how everybody takes a different road, obviously, to the end zone of trying to make the heat.
We got 17-13 to go. There's Aiden Masenkamp. Did they just pick all of the tallest surfers in the draw and put them all in one heat? I mean,
that's amazing.
This is like all 6-foot+ surfers right now. And they're making it look good. I mean, there's another 6-foot+ surfer. That's Jordy Smith down here supporting Team South Africa. Concentrating right now on watching Aiden and Thomas Lindhurst.
Dude, I gotta say, Jordy, obviously, he's globally so well known, but he's so pinnacle in the South African surf scene still, and he gives back to the kids coming up. Him and his dad, like they're beacons for potential, and he's really active as a role model to the younger crew coming up. So that's sick. Like, he's down here first round for the US Open. I think he's wearing the yellow jersey still. He's like literally, he's close to the top.
Yago just got the yellow jersey, but Jordy's right there. I believe in second place, heading to Tahiti, where he's always done really well. And I think for Jordy, locking himself into a Final 5 situation could be exactly the recipe that he needs to finish off this historic run that he's been on in 2025.
Yeah.
The best Jordy Smith we've seen in the past decade. Right there in title contention, where he should be. So the rest of the year on the championship tour is going to be super fun to watch. And the rest of this heat's going to be fun to watch too, with 15:40 to go. And Tanner, got some birthdays in the surf family. The iconic Rel's son.
Oh, wow.
Would have been celebrating a birthday today. Also, one of our family friends, one of the masterminds behind Inside Pro Surfing, an incredible filmmaker, Johnny DeCesare's birthday today. Griffin Colapinto's birthday was July 29th.
These are good people.
It's also little Uzi Vert's birthday, so.
My goodness.
I wonder if they're all gonna have a big party together. 15-13 left.
So, we're watching it and we're loving it.
Yeah, and you see right here, all 4 surfers in their positions, waiting for the next set to roll through. While they wait, we're gonna ask you to wait, but you're not gonna have to wait long. It's gonna be a quick break. We'll be right back with more from the Lexus US Open of Surfing. welcome back. Looking at our local impact project here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, WSL One Ocean. We partnered up with Neutrogena, Open Water, and WSL Pure. This is all for the Wild Coast. They hosted an epic beach cleanup, and it's always the goal that we have when we get together is to eliminate microplastics and trash on the beach. This is one of our most beloved surf locations, so we gotta keep it even better than we found it. We wanna know what you're doing. We wanna see how you are helping make this world and these beaches better places. Tag us at WSL One Ocean on your social media. And why not hit the hashtag WSL One Ocean. We'd love to see the good work that you are doing in and around your community and your beach. To give back to the beach. The beach is the best place in the world. Let's make sure it stays that way. Now back to the competition. Aiden Mason Camp trying to back up that 6.5. This was a 4.23, Tanner.
Hey now, coming to life on that turn. Stoked you got the backup. You know, sometimes when you get a really high opening ride and you sit for a while thinking, okay, I'm in the controlling spot of this heat, I only need to close it, and enough time drifts. And the rest of the crew can gain a little bit of steam and the narrative changes in the heat. You feel a little behind the ball. And so for Aiden, I think that was a really smart call. He's now got the second highest score of this heat. He's in a really commanding position.
Well, you know who's going to be stoked about that? Jordy Smith, who's on the beach right now with AJ.
Jordy's right in the middle of it here with the South African crew, rooting on two of your own in the water. It's been so cool this year on the Challenger Series in particular to see this crew rise up, support each other. What's it like to be here at Huntington Beach and see it live?
I mean, it's cool. Haven't done or been around a QS in a while, and I think it's just important to come and support the other South Africans. They're really doing well at the moment, and so yeah, just to keep that momentum going on the CT and on the Challenger Series, I think it's really important, and it's cool for South Africa.
Speaking of doing well, you had a little layover here in California on your way to Tahiti, coming into Tahiti second. What are your goals, and how are you approaching that competition?
The goal is just to win, pretty much. And yeah, obviously the long-term one, make the final five, see it as high up as you can get in the rankings, so that kind of the least amount of surfing to try and win the title. And then, yeah, I don't know, it looks like we got a lot of swell coming for Tahiti, so that's really exciting, nerve-wracking, but yeah, it's good. I'm going to head there tomorrow, get some early practice, and yeah, what will be, will be.
We were just talking about the amount of time you've been able to have at home and with your family, with your wife, your kiddos. How much does that re-energize you coming into potentially two really critical events?
Yeah, at this point in the year, I really needed that. Just to go home and spend that time with my family, it was incredible. Just filled up my cup completely. And yeah, it just gave me a lot of energy for this back end. And yeah, like you said, just being home, we had incredible waves for the J-Bay event. And then surfing in and around the place obviously is insane. But yeah, most of the time I was kind of just hanging with my family and doing a bit of training, yeah.
Being around this next generation of South Africans who are hoping to be competing for the title, just what is the advice, what is the mentorship role that you're playing for them here in Huntington and as they go through their careers?
Yeah, for them, I think at this point, it's really to enjoy it. They've all kind of starting out. They're just starting their careers out. So they've got a long road ahead. And you know, not to take everything too seriously, you know. Show up every day, swing for it, give it your best shot, and yeah, kind of not rely too much on the results. Don't let them get you down too much. Like I said, it's going to be a long career, so just keep swinging, and yeah, every dog has their day, so it'll happen.
Seasoned advice, we love it. Thanks for being here, Jordy, and good luck in Tahiti.
Thank you.
Jordy Smith having his best competitive year, and seemingly, just by his attitude, the best year of his life. I mean, dude's come to these events with a lot of joy, and the results have followed. And Aiden Mason Camp, got to be making Jordy proud right now. He's well into the lead with a 6.5 and a 4.23. We'll see if that wave factors into his scoreline. Watching Aiden surf, I'm seeing glimpses of kind of like a Taj Burrow Bede Durbridge hybrid.
Ooh, what a great hybrid that is.
Yeah, if you're gonna be compared to two surfers, there's two good ones right here. Dakota Walters, this one came through at a 4.60.
Wow, what a nice wrap right in the beginning, and gets that second one done. Dakota, he's a wiry kid. He's tall, but he's thin, you know, and it creates a cool spark through his carbs, and it looks very unique. Aiden finishing that ride. Great interview with Jordy, by the way, too. I loved hearing that insight and the mentorship, and it's crazy because I saw Jordy when Jordy and I are the same age, so I saw him come onto the QS, and he was traveling with guys like Davey Weir, Royden Bryson, Travis Logie, Redmond, Daniel Redmond, and that crew had a lot of support, and it's cool to see Jordy kind of honoring that and being here for the younger generation and showing them that, hey, like, it is about having fun. It's a long road. I loved how he said every dog has his day. It's a great thing because you surf enough heats and you know it's going to come around if your attitude's right.
Federico Moraes, somehow a blistering series of 5 turns all the way down the line on a tiny little left. But these waves, even at this size, they give you a little push, you know?
Yeah.
They give you just enough to apply pressure to your turns. As displayed right there by Federico Moraes, he's looking for a 4.14. And again, full credit to our judges. There is a lot to unpack with every wave ridden, and with so many waves ridden. I mean, we're looking at over 24 waves ridden already in this heat, and we still have 6 minutes and 45 seconds left.
And so for me, when I hear you saying that, that speaks back to sticking out, right? And you have to bring something that's noticeable, whether it's energy on the ride. Even, too, sometimes it comes down to your spray of your board. Federico's got a bright yellow spray. That's not, I can't imagine that's a random spray, right? He knows he's going to be riding it in conditions that are lackluster. He's a bigger guy. He wants to look energetic. And so you start to dip into these other different routes that help you present yourself in the best light, knowing this is an example. There's 24 waves ridden. We only have 2 or 3 that are above a 4, and there's 6 minutes left in this heat. That's an unspoken algorithm of the Challenger Series.
Yeah, by any means necessary. Utilize every tactic you can think of to get through these heats. You know, and of course, it's not going to get any easier in the next round or the round after that or the round after that. But building momentum here in Huntington Beach, I mean, historically speaking, this event has actually been longer than what we're going to see this year. And we did have that lay day yesterday, an unprecedented flat day that was pretty much unrideable. So now we have to kind of compact everything into today, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You know, most likely, I mean, who knows? Expect the unexpected in Huntington, but most likely the finals will be on Sunday. And you have probably had to surf about, what, 6 or 8 heats from now until then. Doesn't sound like a lot on paper, but when you put it into practice, that is a lot of surfing in a quick window.
Totally, totally. And you never know what the conditions are going to be like. You got to be on your toes. You got to be ready for anything. I remember, so this is a core memory. Actually, I was thinking about it for the U.S. Open, and we'd have to look at the year. Neko Paderetz won the event, so I'm thinking it was 98, and I would have been around 10 years old. And I came up with my brothers, and my dad brought us up, and we sat on the bleachers, and all the Brazilians were in the bleachers, and the conditions were like this. So really lackluster energy, but the scaffolding was almost folding because everybody was cheering and chanting, and Neko's every ride he was bringing to it, and he was like communicating with the beach in a way that was very theatrical. And I just remembered, like, to me, Neko is one of those guys you look at from entertainer, surfer, competitor. He really understands the importance of telling a narrative to the beach, to the judges, to even nowadays the webcast, to all of us, so that you believe in that, and you essentially you come on board. You want to support it, and I became really good friends with Neko when we were on tour, and I was telling him that story. That actually that event kind of changed my life because I believed in the power of competing and just being so inspired about it. And the Brazilians, of course, like we talked about earlier, they come from some conditions that can be like this on a majority of days, and they're so good at flipping that switch to tell the story of passion and making you believe you're like the people we're watching right here on the webcast. They're sitting there, they want to be stoked. You know, you want to be inspired, you want to feel that fire, and so I think as a competitor, you really got to harness that kind of chi.
Well, you know, it's cool. So on the beach right now, it's already popping. I mean, there's a lot of heads down here. Most of the people on the sand are part of a support crew There are surfers who have already surfed or are coming up later, so there's not a lot of tourists down here. It's only 10:30 a.m. on a Thursday. It's still a little overcast, so the majority of the people you're seeing on the sand right now are deeply involved in this contest, and it's only day one of competition for our Challenger Series event. So this is a really cool sign of things to come. And once you start to see the you know, the crews break down a little bit, let's say there's 6 South Africans in the draw, a couple of them are going to lose, and we're going to start to see fan bases grow, right? So you know, you're going to have these crews come together and coalesce around a particular athlete. And that's when it starts to get really fun, when these groups right now are kind of segmented around the sand, kind of start to come together, and then we get that like half and half field of people cheering for surfers. That tends to be what happens as we get towards final day, and I think that this weekend is going to be raging down here. Peak of summer, Huntington Beach, get the best up-and-coming surfers in the world. You got superstars of our sport. Why wouldn't you come down and check it out? This is the U.S. Open of Surfing. This is a once a year massive beach party where you can actually learn how to surf better by watching the world's best do it. We got men, we got women, we got bands, we got all kinds of stuff going on down here. We got guys like Thomas Lindhurst trying to get their Challenger Series campaigns kick-started here in HB. Nice. Did he ride out of that last turn?
So I think, Chris, what you're talking about, it kind of echoes a little bit more. Even so, the people on the beach, they're here for the surfing. The challengers, I find like the fan base of it is a very core audience that enjoys, you know, supporting the competitive nature of these surfers. It's almost like the minor leagues. You fall in love with these guys at this level, and you watch their career blossom into the tour. I think it's awesome. And seeing the crew, how many people are down here on the beach already is a great sign of that.
Well, you got to love a rising star story, and you gotta love a comeback story.
Yes.
And we got a good number of surfers who are trying to mount their comebacks. Federico Moraes is one of those surfers. He's tasted what it's like to be on the championship tour. And I got a question for you, Tanner.
Talk to me.
Who do you think's hungrier? Surfers that have actually experienced the championship tour, they've seen it firsthand, they know that that is the dream, or up-and-coming Challenger Series surfers who know about it, who that is their dream? Who do you think wants it more?
To be honest, like if I could only pick one, I'd say the up-and-comers, because they don't know the experience, and you've marinated it your whole life, and that's your true dream. When you get there, you have an experience matched or not matched with the dream. And so for Federico, I look at his career, he's had incredible highs. I believe he won J-Bay. He's been there for a really long time, so I'm sure he knows he belongs there. He just needs to get back there. He has no fear of what it would be like for him to be on that tour. And a kid like Dakota, he's hungry, man. He's ready to bite through the chain. He knows he deserves to be there, but from a different way.
Well, once you make the championship tour, that's a title that forever is linked to your name. Championship Tour Surfer, Aiden Mason-Camp. That sounds pretty good. I'm sure he likes the way that would sound. Give it up for South Africa's Aiden Mason-Camp. He gets the win there. We do have one more score to come through for Dakota Walters, but he was already pretty safe in second place. So unfortunately, one of your favorite surfers may have just lost early here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We're gonna have to say a bittersweet goodbye to Federico Moraes and Thomas Lindhorst. And that's just how it is. You know, we talk about the thrill of victory for these surfers who are moving through into the next round, and the agony of defeat. I mean, for Lindhorst, well, that's a 24-hour flight at least.
Yes.
It's a lot of time to think about what could have been here at the US Open, but we do celebrate the victory of Aiden Mason-Camp. He rolls through, and we've got another huge matchup coming up next. Lucas Cassidy, Luke Swanson, Tenchi Iwami, and Jadson Andre. Jaddy Baby's coming up. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Welcome back, surf fans. That voice you just heard reading our sponsors, that's the Emmy award-winning Joe Turpel. Congratulations again to our very own voice of surfing, Joe Turpel, taking home an Emmy award. Well, Aiden Mason-Camp, he just got awarded or earned the award of making it through a really stacked heat. Him alongside with Dakota Walters. We lost Federico Moraes and Thomas Lindhorst, but let's fill it up again. 4 incredibly talented surfers back in the lineup, and a surf legend who is still at his peak of performance. I'm talking about Jadson Andre. Jaddy baby.
Jaddy baby.
There's a reason why Jadson is pretty much every surfer's favorite surfer. He is one of just the coolest personalities the sport's ever seen.
Totally.
And Huntington Beach loves Jadson. He's been competing here at the US Open for many, many years, and his fan base is huge. Regardless of where they're from, he always packs the house. Tenchi Iwami from Japan, Luke Swanson from Hawaii, Lucas Cassidy from Mexico. We got an international superheat on our hands. I'm Chris Cote. This is Tanner Godowskis. Tanner, who do you think has the edge in this heat? Name names.
Name names. So this heat's incredible with the 2 young Luke's actually standing out to me. Luke Cassidy I saw down in Mexico, just honing in his air skills at Cerritos Beach. Really incredible surfer. He's taken it on the bigger stage at Stab High. He's nuts. Like, I don't know, he's just incredibly gnarly. Has a very versatile skill set on the board. And then Luke Swanson's Prodigal, coming out of the North Shore, understudy of John Florence. These 2 are definitely, keep your eyes on them as they go through the ranks, and I'm sure we're gonna have a long career with both of them. It'll be exciting to see how they match up. Tenchi, awesome, love it. The energy there already with a score that's really good on the board with a 6.3. And of course, like you said, the prolific career of Jadson Andre is hard not to love. He's a fan favorite. He's always about the energy, every kind of condition. It's great to see him still competing. So I'm stoked, man. Let's take it back to Tenchi's here.
Color coordinated as well. Takes a lot of confidence to wear an all-white wetsuit, but it looks like it's working out for Tenchi Iwami.
The Japanese crew compete very well, and they have a tidy, high-performance, small-wave arsenal. Chiba, we all know, was the Olympic stage, and its ground, it would essentially be the US Open area. It would be the Huntington Beach of Japan, and they're able to harness their small-wave skills at a very high level. They've had great mentors with the Ono brothers. Both Masatoshi and Norimasa used to come over and do this event from the junior level all the way through their pro career. Izuki Tanaka, there's been a lot of really, really proficient small wave Japanese surfing already, and these guys are just taking the bar and they continue to push it up.
Well, every year it seems just like there's more names coming from Japan. They've developed a really solid crew of surfers with them. So we have the Brazilian Storm.
Yes.
I was calling it the San Clemente Cyclone for a while when there were so many San Clemente surfers on the championship tour. We had the Euro Force firing up for a while.
100%.
So I think that our crew from South Africa has to come up with some kind of title because their group is growing as well. And Japan, they've been fielding just some incredibly talented surfers. Their number of surfers on the Challenger Series and the QS is growing as well. So it's on them to create their own nickname that we can start using to market their brand of surfing.
And it's brandable. You know, there's depth to the crew. There's not just small wave stuff. I know there's a lot of things kicking up. You know, there's the thing called the mob. You know, Shen Murakami, Ryo Inaba, Taichi Wakita. They're creating is a sick crew of guys just pushing the level. So really interesting time in the history of Japan surfing. And I mean, we're seeing it literally every contest as well. These guys are on top of the podium.
Well, 23 minutes, 29 to go. At the moment, Tenchi's running away with it, a 6.33. We saw that with Aiden Mason-Camp in the previous heat. You get something above a 6 on your opening wave, your percentage of making it through this heat goes sky high. Lucas Cassidy, a couple waves ridden, nothing really of note yet. Jadson just 1.7, Luke Swanson a 1.5. I'm hoping that Luke Swanson gets the chance to ramp out. This kid is an incredible aerialist. Came to California working with Ross Williams. Looking at his Instagram, he's saying waves have been flat, but the stoke has been high. Boards are feeling good, body feels good, excited, and honored to compete in one of the coolest events in surfing. Hashtag US Open.
That's awesome.
That's the attitude you gotta have.
Truly is. Great kid. Like, honestly, really, really good person. I think it's really funny watching through this heat already that there's 3 kids on the all-black surfboards.
Yep.
You know, and we know, so both of the Lukes are riding ECT Channel Islands equipment, which is a EPS and carbon wrapped situation, which of course that gives you the ultra pop in these small waves. It just allows you to have a little bit extra spring. I'm not sure what Jadson's riding right now, but optically it's so funny to me because they're dark boards, right? Like, what's your take on that? We all know from a perception that that's the right maneuver, right? Like, it's a lighter board, it's gonna work more radically in these small waves, but they're also dark black in the watercolor and the gray, the gray outside. It doesn't optically pop off the wave for me.
Well, this, to me, I think, and I'm just throwing this number out there, there's more carbon wrapped surfboards in this event than I've ever seen in any event in the history of our sport. Here's one of them, Jadson Andre. This is a cool looking little board. Narrow in the tail, wider up in the nose, and you see how much pop he gets right when he stands up. 21:20 to go. And you know, you look back to Felipe Toledo winning one of his world titles on a Dark Arts carbon wrapped Sharp Eye board. And I think that really set the groundwork for what we're seeing now, which honestly, over half the field has a carbon wrapped board in the board rack right now.
If you don't, you really should.
Well, after this event, you probably will.
Yeah, and just as an everyday surfer, like it's essentially like seeing something and then seeing it in high definition quality. It doesn't feel alienating. The epoxy stuff nowadays is so well done that it doesn't feel like a completely different genre. It just feels like an elevated surfboard.
Yeah, tech, which we'll get deep into after we talk to Aiden Masonkamp, who is standing by now with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Aiden, so great to see you making it through that heat with a win. Just looking at the rankings, you moved up 23 spots after Bolito in 33rd. Your first time in the round of 80, though, this season. Talk to me about that heat and being in that round.
Yeah, you know, I think if you look at it negatively, you're going to lose. So for me, I'm just like, cool, get the job done and move forward with momentum, you know. And this is a great momentum builder, being in the round of 80. I mean, my best year yet on the Challenger Series, every heat I was in the round of 80. I started each event like that, and I think it built some good confidence and momentum forward, and it just ends up letting you tick over heats. You know, that's what it's about, just ticking over, and eventually you're going to find yourself in the finals day. So that's the goal.
It's been so great seeing the South African contingent supporting everyone, yourself in this event. You've had a lot of support coming into us. Just touch on those key moments that have been so beneficial to you.
Yeah, thank you, Rosie. It's been great. It's been awesome to cruise with the South African boys, and we've been playing a lot of one bounce and just biding our time through the flatness here and getting little shore break surfs in here and there, all cruising as a crew. It's been sick. We've had a good time so far, and yeah, looking forward to all of us building some good momentum through this event. And I also just want to say a huge thank you to Shark Bands, who actually, you know, got me over here, and we're going to go do a really sick trip after this. So looking forward to it. Yeah, excited.
Great, Aiden. Great surfing. We'll see you in that next round. And also just to note that this board is a gift from Matt Barlis. It's a stock Driver 2.0.
Yeah, Driver 2.0, light speed epoxy. Felt pretty mental. Stock board straight off the rack.
Working well, Matt. Good job. Send it back to you, Chris.
Thank you, Rosie. You know what? I love a board off the rack.
That is incredible.
You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you order a board and you have it in your mind how it comes, and you're going, is this what are those my dimensions? So there's really something nice about grabbing a board off the rack, you put it under your arm, and you can tell by the look on Aiden's face. He loves that board, and we're loving watching him so far. Big victory there for Aiden, and again, I think the key word of today is positivity.
Yep.
Aiden saying it right there. You could beat yourself on the beach by being negative about the waves, or you can give yourself an advantage by just being stoked. But I wonder what is one bounce? What is that? Is that a game? It's some.
I don't know.
I'd imagine it's a game with a ball.
A way to pass the time.
Yeah, exactly.
I do want to dive back in after this ride and chat about that interview from Aiden.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
High speed, front side reverse, kind of a nose pick there. Did get a little bit of air beneath his fin, so the judges are going to like that one for sure. Tenchi's already got a 6.33. He's going to add a nice number to that.
So when you look at a Challenger Series surfer, let's just say Aiden Mason-Camp telling us that the best he did, he started in the round of 180 every time. So you were saying positivity helps you. Your perspective can help you as well. You're surfing on the Challenger versus the World Tour. I think per event, you're probably almost surfing twice the amount of time. So your formula for heats has to be a little bit more dialed, and your perspective of knowing you have to do more to get to the finals day, it has to become bulletproof, right? Like you have to use everything as an advantage. I love being in the yellow jerseys. I love it when it's low tide. I love starting in the round of 180. Otherwise, there's so many factors that are out of your control that it can get a little wobbly. And so when you see those guys that are able to use any form of adversity to your advantage, I find over time that they're the ones that keep rising. Let's look again at Aiden. He grabbed a stock board that was a gift from Matt Biolis, like making it happen, loving the board, you know? He's piecing it together, and I think his willpower is allowing him, especially on days like today, to just oversurf the other guys in his heats.
This one came through at 3-1, excuse me, this one hasn't been scored yet. Lucas Cassidy just dropped a 3-1-3. Now it comes through a 4-2-3. Yeah, that's the number I think we expected. Got a lot of speed down the line, quick reverse, and then it was over to Lucas Cassidy. This was the 3-1-3.
Great surfing, tight, not much to offer on that wave, but probably feels great getting a little bit of a solid run there.
And regardless of the number that comes through for Jadson's wave right here, I am definitely going to go over to the board rack and check out what he's riding. That looks like a really fun surfboard to ride.
So fun, a little wider, a little shorter, and he's able to hopefully make this inside.
Like me.
So Jadson, he used to ride for Oakley, and in a certain moment in time, there was Italo Ferreira that came up under him super young. I remember, like, this was probably 10 years ago, traveling through Brazil, and Jadson and Italo were traveling together, and you'd always be like, who's your friend? That kid is insane. And lo and behold, it's become obviously one of the greats of all time. Jadson, really great mentor, not just great surfer. Overall, really great human.
And I've seen him taking time, going all over the contest area. He's talking to some up-and-coming surfers, breaking down his knowledge. He's been through every scenario there is to surf through: championship tour, Challenger Series, qualifying series, Sunset Beach, Pipeline, Tahiti, Huntington Beach. Jadson is definitely a Hall of Famer across all aspects of surfing. And right now with 14.55, the vet has dropped a couple numbers, a 4.67 and a 3.17. He's in second place in advancing position for now. It looks like he's got another little right-hander, and man, somehow he's able to drive deep through those bottom turns and whip it up into the lip. So a 3-turn combo there. A lot of energy, making it through the inside section, and that's a rarity today. One of the only surfers to make the transition into the shore break. Boom. Jaddy baby.
He, on his backside, he's so angular. He's able, like you were saying, he comes off the bottom, opens up, and it creates almost like a geometric angle bottom turn, and he's able to snap vertically, even in the smallest of pockets.
And just judging by this last wave, as we see now a quick one from Lucas Cassidy. So with priority, Lucas finds a little right-hand runner. Great style, nice and lively, just trying to fit everything he can into this little pocket. One little section to go there for Cassidy. He is looking to replace a 3.13. Pretty good little wave here.
He did really well with it. You know, front side, as it's running down the line and can be a little softer, it's hard to create that much variety. And those first 3 turns were different, one from the other. It just, if he could have just gotten that final ending maneuver, it would have been actually a really good ride.
Watch these bottom turns. It's pretty crazy to be able to do bottom turns like that on a 1-foot
Yes.
wave.
No, it's insane. And so then you come out of this, that wave should be done. You shouldn't be able to make this section.
It's over.
And he's able to traverse and kind of cavitate some speed under his board. Look at, that's willpower.
I think that's a secret foil board. He's foiling through that section. Those are textbook Huntington hop. That is just willing yourself into the shore pound.
Yes.
Is it going to add a huge number to his score? Probably not, but judging by what we've seen already this morning, if you can give yourself an extra 0.5, maybe add a 1 by making the transition to the inside, you've done something great. And Jadson's score comes through at a 5.23. So with 12 minutes, 39 seconds to go, it's Tenchi on top. Jadson in second. Cassidy, he's a 6.43. Swanson, he's an 8.40. More action to come. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We got some awesome visuals for you. I was actually announcing this heat, the 2017 US Open of Surfing, Jadson Andre. This day did not have barrels, barely had a left, and out of nowhere, Jadson Andre comes through with one of the waves of the event. An 8.33. Tanner, I think you were competing this year at the US Open. I'm sure you were on the beach to see that. That was a miracle wave, one of the coolest moments of that entire season. And Jadson's back at it. So that just shows you what, 2017, that was 5 years ago. He was a veteran back then. I'm not good at math, so don't hold that number too. But 2017 was a while back, and Jadson was competing at a high level then. He's competing at a high level now. He's currently in second place with 10 minutes left.
As a competitor, that is classic Jaddy.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like, on a day where that's not happening, Jaddy will make that happen. Even like this. This is a massive air. If he came down with that, that would have been one of the better airs we'd seen today.
Yeah, and if you go back to the WSL Instagram a week or so ago, you listen to my call on that wave, it was very obvious that I was shocked. And whoever I was announcing with was in the same boat. We're going, wait, what just happened?
That's a great barometer of when you just genuinely are coming out of your skin, you're seeing something.
Oh, yeah.
You're so surprised. Like, as a judge, that's got to be fun as well.
Well, we have, we got some good messages coming in here. Joe Turpel forwarding a message from the legendary lensman Pierre Tosti saying he's been watching. He's heard the names for the other crews. He's got an idea, and I've heard this one a few times, and it sounds good for the South African crew, the Brew Crew.
Oh, the Brew Crew. Why didn't? That's amazing.
Brew Crew.
Oh my goodness.
Jadson again, bashing it all the way through. And I have one birthday of note that I cannot miss. The legendary, one of the greatest surf filmmakers of all time, Jack McCoy's birthday today.
Today.
What's your favorite Jack McCoy movie?
Well, I like Pump. I like Sons of Fun. I like, obviously, Occumentary. Day in the Life of Wayne Lynch.
Bunyip Dreaming.
Bunyip
Green
Dreaming.
Iguana.
Psychedelic Desert Groove.
Oh, one of the greats. I mean, so missed. Talk about millions, stoking millions. Jack McCoy films have stoked millions, that's for sure. 8 minutes, 15 seconds left. Luke Swanson has been pretty quiet so far in this heat, but he's got a nice little right-hander to work with. Another surfer in that kind of a 6-foot-plus club, but making it work out in the small stuff. Second turn was nice, and he gets a good finish.
It's funny because watching that, you might think, oh, a little bit more of a sleepy approach. Luke Swanson, he's cool as a cucumber. He'll surf big waves, gnarly situations, and he'll look exactly like that. And that's why I think a lot of people make that correlation to John, where arms down a lot of the time and really good in the air, really good in big waves. But right there, that was very well surfed.
Yeah, having people say you surf like John is probably the highest compliment ever. Here's Lucas Cassidy, surfer representing Mexico, going to the air, but just unable to land. He was pretty much an uphill, flat landing there. Super difficult to ride out of those airs when you land like that. 7 minutes, 15 seconds ago, Lucas Cassidy, a rising star out of Mexico. And with more on Lucas, let's go down to the Bonsoy athlete area with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, pretty big missed chance right there for Cassidy, the youngster out of Todos Santos in Mexico. We were actually in an event last year at QS 1000, yourself and I, Chris. He got third at his home break in Cerritos, and the kid's multi-talented, still only 16 years of age. He's come through the USA Surfing program for many of years, and of course, one of the most talented surfers to ever qualify for the Challenger Series outside of the US and the region of North America. Have a lot of high expectations. He number 9 in terms of, or got a 9th place finish in Bolito, his best so far. But it was really the back end of the regional qualifying series that got him to this point in his career. 2nd place in Morro Bay, a QS 3000, and then 3rd place at the last event of the season in Barbados, a QS 5000. Up against the ropes right now, though, the 16-year-old. And remember, last year's champion also out of Mexico, Al Cleland Jr., he's going to be in the draw later on.
There you go. I mean, we're going to have to come up with names for all these crews because everyone's getting so good. They're fielding so many more surfers in these big events. But yeah, I mean, it was just a matter of time, right, till we saw like surfers from Mexico, cracking onto the championship tour. Obviously, the list of legendary, iconic ripping surfers from Mexico goes way, way back. But now we're really starting to see some big things happen. Of course, Al Cleland Jr., you will see him charging at Chopo in the upcoming Lexus Tahiti Pro. And right now, Lucas Cassidy still needing a 6.37. He's got 5.5 minutes left. 8 waves ridden. That last one was a good look at what he's capable of. And I'm actually kind of shocked that he didn't make that air because he's really good at his strike rate in terms of landing airs. So hopefully he'll have another opportunity to fly, and it's going to be a wedge. He goes right.
The surf looks like it's improving. We're starting to see guys connect to the inside, but really multiple turns on the outside, 3 to 4 hits. This is a great wave for Lucas as he rips into this last turn. Good to see that improvement.
Yeah.
Started fun, and we're getting going.
I think he got that wave in 4th priority, too, so that was a gift right there. You could tell he was hunting a little bit of a revenge of not making the air on the other wave, so that's going to be a good number. This is Luke Swanson.
Lukey, there you go. Okay.
Wow. That is not easy.
I was just going to say, don't you wish you could do that?
Jeez, automatic. And this one, good combo.
I like that choice right there. Obviously, this wave at the very end petered out, but Luke is showing that he's on the rail as well as being able to flip the tail.
Yeah, and, being able to do a full wrap up in the pocket. When I say up in the pocket, I'm talking about a 6-inch difference between the bottom of that wave to the top. So let's say that wave was 2 feet tall. He literally fit in a turn in the top 1 foot of the wave. And the judges, I feel, are going to really like that because it's something different, too. A full wrap on a 2-foot wave is so hard to do. And the judges, they all rip themselves. So they know what it takes to surf well in waves like this. So they're dropping a number in. A slight increase there, a 3.53. He still needs a 6.37. Swanson's last wave, judges like that one, a 5.27 for a nice little front 3. Tough spot to land, but he fit it in perfectly. Lucas Cassidy wanting more. You can tell the body language. He thought he added some extra on that wave, but it only comes through to 3.53.
This can be a benefit. Like, I like seeing this. Luke showing passion, showing emotion. He's a young kid coming onto the scene. You got to have that hunger. These are tough spots to be in. You 3 minutes going on the clock. You have 4th priority, and you need a mid-6, which is a pretty big ask on a day like today. You're either feeling defeated by the situation or you're ready to knuckle down. I like his positioning in the lineup. He's on his own peak.
No, he was, but then Luke heard what he needed, and he goes, "No, we're going to be friends."
But watch Lucas Cassidy now switch it up, right? So I think Jadson's sitting on Luke Swanson, knowing he has the highest score underneath his. So it leaves the door somewhat open for Luke Cassidy to create his own energy and finish this heat out with a score on the board.
It's like a priority train. You know, you got Luke going over to try to sit on Lucas. Meanwhile, Jadson sitting on Luke Swanson, and Tenchi's out there in the lead just saying, just stay away from me. I'm doing my own thing out here. It's only took Tenchi 4 waves. His first 2 waves got him that 6.33 and a 4.23. I feel like he's relatively safe.
Yeah, and it shows the power of striking while the iron's hot. Like Tenchi really, he capitalized in the very beginning of this heat.
He surfs like a third Ono brother, doesn't he?
I was gonna say definitely like a Norimasa or also Hiroto Ohara influence.
Good call.
Which, when you're speaking to U.S. Open and Hiroto Ohara, that's a great pairing.
The greatest acceptance speech for his title ever. One of the most iconic moments that's happened on stage here at the U.S. Open. Asked what he was going to do with the big check that he got. He said, "I'm going to get my license and get some cars." Right?
So pure.
That was like pre-meme world as
it was
well.
Like the first viral surf thing.
One of the earliest surf memes ever.
Okay, so Luke Swanson pushes Jadson Andre in to use his priority. We got to switch up here. Luke now has priority, a minute 20. Man, it's interesting, right? Like Jadson, it's funny, you would innately think, okay, Jadson's going to paddle down the beach, but realistically, he's a veteran. He knows if he just stays in his space, even if he can't take the waves, you're thinking about it. Luke's not looking at him, but he knows somebody's on his back, and it keeps you thinking, I need a score, instead of thinking, oh, I got a shot here. It can really change the way you perceive this last minute.
And we're checking out the score lines right now. Luke Swanson needs a 4.63. He doesn't even need a ramp. He just needs a curb cut.
Curb cut.
This kid is so good at airs that one little section could be the difference, but bad news is we only have 32 seconds left. So he's hoping the cadence of these sets push through in time and give him an opportunity. 20 seconds now. Tenchi Iwami, he's in the double digits, so he's relatively safe right now. Jadson Andre has to worry about what Luke Swanson is about to do. He's not going to give him an inch out there. Lucas Cassidy, 4th place, respectable pair of 3.53s. And just like that, Tenchi Iwami won that heat in the first 2 minutes, and then it was all about that 2nd place spot. Jadson Andre grabbed a hold of it early on, dropped a 5.23 and a 4.67. One of surfing's favorite surfers, ultimate veteran, Jadson Andre, having his way with this 4-man heat. And you see, there's something going on, right? The gears are working in Luke Swanson's mind. We're listening in. We're trying to listen into our technical beach announcers talking about potential. I don't even want to say it. Interference, the I word.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. That would change things up.
Well, don't worry about it. Didn't happen. I didn't say it. You didn't hear it from me. It's going to be Tenchi Iwami in the lead. Jadson Andre comes through in 2nd place. Swanson 3rd, Cassidy 4th. And we're going to flip the script over to the women's round of 48, Heat 1. Absolutely cooking with some of the world's best surfers. Francisca, Kiki Vaselko, Leilani McGonigal, Daniela Rosas, Noah Clapp. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
That feels like a final already. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after these brief messages. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
And the Challengers Series started off in Newcastle, Australia for Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy and Kika. Francisca Veselko was the winner in some reeling right-handers.
Yeah, and still looking to qualify for the Championship Tour for the first time, the former World Junior Champion. And just look at the quality of waves you had during the first event of the season on the Challenger Series, Kaipo. Veselko truly showing her style. She showed up in big-time form, too.
Very consistent, well-played heats for Kika Veselko in some great waves. Tia Zabrowski, another bright star coming up. And Kika Veselko with the win there over in Newcastle. We're back here, Huntington Beach, and we just got into our women's opening round. This is the round of 48 for the women, and Francisca Veselko's joined out in the lineup with Leilani Maganago, Daniela Rosas, and Noah Clapp. You're also joined by Mitchell Salazar. I'm Kaipo Guerrero to call you through all of the action today. We got through 8 heats of the men's opening round. The plan is to get through 8 heats of this women's round of 48. Top 2 advance on these 4 surfer heats.
Yeah, and then, I mean, there's a possibility also that we go into the first 4 heats of the next men's round, too. So I like it. I think taking advantage of the conditions, despite it being small, it showed that it's consistent the last few heats out there, Kipes.
Well, I am relieved to see contestable waves because we had a historic day yesterday. Not in a good way. We had one of the first days that I can ever remember in the history of this event that we did not run heats. So it's good to get heats underway.
100%.
Should set us up for more swell tomorrow, Friday, on into the weekend. And the weekend swell is getting upticked right now. So things are looking good.
Good swell direction, too. South-southeast. So, you know, the angle of the swell really good for the pier bowl. Should be having some varying winds that later on this weekend. But looking at how oily, how glassy it is out there at the moment, it's tough to really recognize which waves are even going to break out there at the moment, Kaipo. And, you know, speaking to a couple of the competitors, they said it's really deceiving, especially with priority, which wave to even go on.
Yeah, and you know what? That is a phenomena right now with this overcast. Yeah. We got a little bit of what they call the June gloom, but although it's not June.
It's almost August.
July, yeah. But it's flat light, right? And then, so that flat light affects your perception of transitions. I know that. Actually, a lot of my snowboarding background is when you're snowboarding and you're in kind of varied terrain in that flat light, it makes it very difficult. The one thing you can do in snowboard, you can wear yellow goggles. Can't do that in surfing.
You can. It just won't look that cool, though.
Hey, new product idea. All of those of you are watching.
Hey, Joey, I see. Get him out.
Hey, Joey, let's work on it. That's right. IC is going to be presenting the Lexus Tahiti Pro coming up next on the CT schedule. Here's Kika Veselko, already opened up with a 2-point ride. And just staying busy, which I think is a smart heat strategy, Mitch.
Yeah, and she was pumped up, too. Saw her older brother, Joey, in the Bonsoy athlete area, too. He was fired up for his sister. A lot of waves ridden already. Leilani, couple of combos right there, Kaipo.
Yeah, the Costa Rican Leilani Maganago.
Pura vida, Mai.
She's been around for a long time, since a young 16-year-old teenager, but only 25 years old seems to me as, you know, really a professional surfing veteran.
100%, and second-generation pro, too. You know her father, Sean, very well.
Yeah.
One of the best surfers, I'd say, out of his generation to come out of the area right here in Southern California. Spent a lot of time in SoCal. We have a couple big events right here, you know, the Jacks Pro in month of March, April, and of course competing over there in Pismo Beach and at Morro Bay multiple times.
Yeah, she Leilani actually lives on one of my favorite waves in the world, and I guess I can say, because it's no secret, it's 2025. Everyone knows about Pavones.
A lot of people have been there already too, so I think you're fine.
Yeah. It's not a secret.
You're good.
Long, long left point there, right at the southern border of Costa Rica.
Right with Panama, yeah.
Yeah, you can paddle to Panama from there. Like
well, I mean, it's still a pretty long paddle, but you can.
All those ones that break way outside, Mitchell, like start in Panama, and then you end up in the cove over there. Noah Clapp from Malibu, California, representing Germany. How did that happen, Mitch?
And spent a lot of time growing up in Spain. So has
international.
A big different background. Boy, I mean, we've known her for a while too, but how good did she do the other year at World Juniors in Oceanside?
Oceanside, yeah.
Yeah, she was ripping. So a product here of Southern California. She represents Germany due to her heritage, so has multiple different heritages. Her partner, Tara Watanabe, also in the event, a great artist, painter herself, and I have to say one of the most underrated backhands in the business right here in this women's division.
It is kind of cool when we look at all the characters in this heat, how all of these women came through the junior ranks, and we've seen them in World Junior Championships, whether it's Leilani Maganago, Noah Clapp, Francisco Vesoko won one, or Daniela Rosas.
Yeah, and you know, good point right there too, because Rosas, same thing, very young in age. She has been multiple-time South American champion and really different and difficult division, I should say, when you come through the South American region. A lot of events in Brazil, so you have to travel internationally. You go to Chile, and of course Peru. They have a couple of staple QS events over there too. I know they want to get some bigger ones back to Punta Hermosa in the region right there, Lima, but she comes from Mancora, great place of waves.
Yeah. And just the great surf culture. One of the actually
100%.
oldest surf cultures in the entire world when we look at Peru.
100%. And quality of waves too. A lot of south swells that you get up in the part of the region where she's from in the country of Peru.
Yeah. Tenchi Iwami went out there and just smashed it. Let's hear from the Japanese competitor with AJ McCord.
Smashed it indeed, Kaipo. What a way to get your very first heat win on the Challenger Series. You got busy, you got the heat win. Tell me what this moment feels like.
I'm so stoked to take to the win my first CS and then my first US Open. My strategy, like, keep trying keep busy, and then if I got a priority, I focus on my opportunity. So yeah, that's my strategy. Yeah.
And this strategy worked out perfectly. Yeah. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family watching back home?
時差がある中、夜遅くに応援ありがとうございます。波が小さい中、1本目でリズムをつかんで、初めて CS で1番で勝ち上がることができました。この勢いで勝ち進むので、このまま応援よろしくお願いします。That's all. Thank you.
おめでとう。Congratulations.
ありがとうございます。
That's so good. Hey,
shocked, honestly. This is his first U.S. Open.
Well, look out for the Japanese surfers in this competition. Yeah. Whether it's Tenchi Iwami or Shohei Kato, we've seen some incredible surfing by those Japanese surfers.
Yeah, Ryaru Ito coming up later too.
All right.
Big fan of him. The mob, the Japanese mob, they're coming back. Making a big comeback.
Shout out to the mob, MOBB. Kiko Veselko just scored a 4-point ride. Back on ride number 3, staying busy out there. The Portuguese surfer, Daniela Rosa, right behind her.
And I think, you know, what you mentioned about the junior program is essential really to what the different levels and tiers really represent when it comes to qualifying eventually for the tour.
Yeah, well,
it's important. It's a pathway. And why wouldn't you use it, especially considering, once again, Kika, World Junior Champion. Firing waves, by the way, maybe the best seaside I've ever seen.
Ah, that's right. And when you win a World Junior Champ, you automatically qualify for the Challenger Series. So it is kind of a shortcut.
100%. I mean, obviously you have to go through a lot of great surfers throughout that event. This year, Bronson Mady becoming World Junior Champion. Luana Silva, who's already on tour, she didn't necessarily need to go do the event, but she's still a junior up until this year. And looking at the 2022 World Junior Champion, she defeated Sori Limblad in the final too.
Yeah, and like you said, it was absolutely cranking, near double overhead, Seaside Reef, peeling all the way to shore.
I was like super stoked not only to get to work that event, but just seeing the showcase of skills from both the men and the women. I think Kika really demonstrated that she's capable of surfing double overhead waves, one-turn waves, and just truly, you know, I think getting focused into the future, showcasing what she's probably going to demonstrate when she makes it to the CT. I feel like she's there.
Yeah.
She already won the first CS of the year.
That's great to bring up, because Kiko Veselko, you see her on the screen right here. She's #1 on the CS rankings. She has a win and she has a quarterfinal finish. So one more good result. I'm not going to do the math for you guys, but one more big result and she's pretty much there.
Yeah, because the women's field extended. Now 7 qualify rather than just 5.
Leilani Maganago working this wave over on the backhand. Leilani opened up with a 3.4. So now she'll have a full heat total with 2 waves ridden. Noah Clapp winding up and just gets a single snap on the backhand.
Well, just by the color, how bright that board is, you automatically know it's an epoxy for sure. Riding a CI, longtime CI team rider, and got to be thinking that board's got to be probably a better every day or happy every day, just considering the conditions.
Yeah.
And Al, by the way, he's getting inducted into the Walk of Fame later on today, so congrats to him.
Al who?
Yeah.
Al Merrick?
Al Merrick, yeah.
Oh, awesome. What a legend.
I mean, you would have thought that would have happened like 40 years ago.
I thought he was already on there. Al
Well,
Merrick.
there's two. It's Walk of Fame and then the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
So
Jackson Huntington Surf and
he
Sport.
should be in both.
Yeah. I mean, the innovation from a shaper like Al Merrick brought, whether it was twin fins, some of the early tri-fins, high bumps on those squash tails, and this right here is just going to be a 1.77 for Noah Clapp.
Yeah, but I think that, you know, the people in the industry, the board builders, have been an essential part. Another CI team rider, Leilani, right here. That's a critical combo in the pocket of the wave on the back end right here. So that's actually going to be her best score into the top 2 spots right now, Kipes. But I feel like those people really need to get appreciated. But Al did have the best surfer of all time on his team for more than 3 decades, you know. So he had one of the best people to really showcase his skills. And, of course, you know, his board building work, too.
Talk about Tom Curran.
Oh,
talk about Kelly Slater.
Of course, 11-time world champ. Although Tom might be number 2 right there, yeah. So.
Tom Curran's won a couple world champs.
Yes, he has.
Yeah.
3. He's won multiple Low-P Pros, U.S. Opens as well.
Yes, that's some of my favorite memories of this place is watching Tom Curran on those high bump squashes.
83, 84, 88, the years he won.
Yeah, smooth. He didn't hop. He S-turned into the short break. Hey, father and daughter combo, Josh Kerr and Sierra Kerr. Sierra coming up in the next heat with Sarah Baum, Sonoy Demphley Olin, and Janira Gonzalez Exshabari.
It's another great heat. Is it me or is like round of 48 basically a CT heat now?
It's, well, the consequence and the gravity here on the Challenger Series of this opening round is so intense.
Yep.
Because there is no second chance. This is it. You came all the way over here. You trained all these days. You've been working out in all these conditions. And then it comes down to just this 30-minute block.
100%. And Sanoa, it's going to be her first event of the season. She had qualified by a mile, too, to be able to get here, but suffered an injury just before the event in Newcastle. So going to be nice to see her compete at home here in North America.
Yeah. And Sierra Kerr, she's actually been coming off of a tear. We're going to talk more about that in her heat, but she's been dominating the Australian QS.
Another world junior champion as well. She won in Oceanside. Not this year, the previous year. So
yeah, we called that, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, waves were fun that year, too. And I think that just demonstrates how many different breaks we have on the west coast of the U.S., especially California. You come here to SoCal, we got waves 360 days out of the year. Of course, the 4 or 5 days that we needed to have waves have been the last few, but that's just surfing, man. It's so different than any other sports.
Yeah.
You know, the field changes every day, multiple times a day, too.
It looks like we may have a series of waves coming through here. Daniela Rosas in the white jersey does have first priority.
You mentioned how old their culture and history is within surfing. They've also had a very successful professional career, you know, just within the country. Gabriel Villaran, Magu de la Rosa, Cristobal de Col.
Yeah.
A lot of talented. Sofia Mulanovic, a former world champion herself, too.
Yeah, Cristobal's dad, TT, also an incredible surfer.
Yep. May he rest in peace.
Yeah. So Peru, deep roots, used to actually host the World Championships of Surfing in Peru.
I think, you know, they're one of the favorites actually to get one back eventually.
That'd
if
be
you
cool.
want to add another left on tour, rippable left over there in the northern part.
Why not?
I know that's like one where you're going to be like, if you don't checkmark me, I'm like burning down the scaffolding.
Yeah. You have one in Peru, I'm going. So a quick one from Francisca Veselko that, like I said, former world junior champ, and you brought up the conversation just a little bit, Mitchell, in the pathway to this Challenger Series is laid out by the World Surf League. First you do the Junior Series, then you graduate to the qualifying series, then you graduate to the Challenger Series, and finally the goal is to be on that championship tour.
Yeah, I know for some regions, you know, waves might be a little bit more starved or scarce in terms of the quality of the waves at those events too, but that doesn't mean eventually once you make it to the Challengers, and especially the CT, you're not going to have those chances. So grind through the regional QS, especially if you're going to good wave events too. Your stoke levels and your motivation should be much more higher. Talking about Oceania and over there in Asia, but they have a wave pool event over in South Korea right now that actually just crowned a couple of champions. That pool's actually pretty sick. And I know they've done one at Urban Surf in Melbourne before, so people out there.
Yeah.
I mean, the pathway's there.
I think Nanahu Suzuki might have won that Korean wave pool event. And we're going to see her later, actually in this round. I think heat number 6.
Wow, Kika is really just trying to get on anything she can. Adding a lot of pressure to everybody out there. And still in third, only needing a high 2, but she is just roaming around the lineup. Her father, Joe's actually right here from Huntington, and she was born in Irvine, 20 minutes away.
Using priority there, Daniela Rosa, and that would be a priority air. Backhand hit from Leilani McGonigal. So very tight heat.
Yeah, so far nobody's broken away. You know, Kika with the best score of 4. Here goes Noah now, clean looking face.
This is probably the best wave of the heat.
Well, the best single moment for sure with the one carve, right, Kype? So needing a low 5 at the moment. It's right around there. And judges adjusting their scale too. It's the first time we've seen the women out there throughout the day. Look at how glassy it is, though, but it is really tough to identify things with how overcast it is, because the sky is basically the same color as the ocean out there.
Okay, we're going to go glass half full right now. You know what the gray skies is stopping?
The wind.
The onshore wind, that convective heat. So we'll take a little bit of this gray skies for these glassy conditions. Replay, Leilani.
Yeah, so Leigh's looking to improve on a 3.4. There's a chance. Second turn had a lot of quality to it, and she's riding an ECT carbon construction from Channel Islands. And this one, as you said, unfortunately for her, this is going to go in the mistake column for Danny. Just in and out, but she did have priority right there. So just a small score for her. I love this turn, though, from Noah. Lays it on rail, fully committed, into the lip for the second one, too. And still waiting on that number, has a chance to be the best of the heat, which at the moment is what she's needing, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's true. So judges deliberating, taking a look at replays. 5-1 is her requirement. She gets a 5.33, enough for Noah Clapp to move into advancing position.
And then Danny right here, still in the lead. Doesn't seem like she might be changing her situation at the moment. So, you know, despite Veselko roaming around the lineup, moving through back and forth within the pier bowl and the middle peak, she's still struggling to find something with an open face after getting the 4. Seems like somebody here. Clapp. Just a quick one. You know, take into consideration, too, how crowded it's been during the free surfs. Finding a lot of waves during the free surfs has been difficult, so not a lot of practice time for them, Kipes.
I need to get going. Let's froth up with a Bonsoy brew break as Sierra Kerr prepares for her heat. On the way next, more action from Huntington Beach after this.
The Challenger Series is the battlefield.
Pray for me.
Surfing brings me to all these places and connects us all. We're good friends, but competing is competing. Every heat is a fight for everyone's lives.
She has been smashed on those rocks.
The stakes are higher, the pressure's higher.
The more we get heat, the more we stand up.
Yeah, a new season of Surfer Girls on Prime. You can see Francisca Veselko in that Surfer Girls segment, season number 3. Let's hit a cracking conditions update, Mitchell.
Yeah, 2 to 3 feet. Water temp, well, it's gotten a bit warmer out there. Luckily for us, 68 degrees. Air temp around the same thing, 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And of course, the wind slightly from the cross shore. Still quite glassy, though, considering the time of the day we're at right now. 11:34 local time, Kaipo. Looking pretty good.
You got the time right there on your G-Shock, didn't you?
My G lied. I'm stoked on that. But thanks to Kraken, we got the conditions update out there. And looking at the update on the standings, Kaipo, seems like Rosas was able to get something good. Her best so far.
Yeah, 5.1 during that break for Daniela Rosas, who was already in the lead when we went to that break. Noah Clapp still securing that second place. Let's see what happened.
Yeah, and on the backhand right here. So after the situation where she got the one quick wave with priority, wow, throws the tail on the second one, and she should be claiming that that second turn was nasty, especially for how quickly she had to get up into the lip right there. So by far her best. And in a good position to make it out of the sea. Competitive one, though, Kipes. Leilani don't need a whole lot. Same thing for Kika now with priority.
Tracking Daniela Rosas, our heat leader here.
Another thing that Peru has too, Kaipo, great food. The ceviche, the seafood, everything over there is amazing. It's lunchtime, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I like I said, I love the Anthony Bourdain approach to the world. Leilani McGonigal with a quick hit. I don't think that's going to be the 4.14 that she needs to move into second, however.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And unfortunately for Lei, probably needing something with just a bit more open face. You mentioned, you know, coming from Pavones, tends to go more left, but, you know, surfing a lot of beach breaks within the regional QS. Actually, you have the benefit of going on your backhand and getting to the lip much quicker, just because there's less distance between the bottom turn and once you get to the lip right there on your backhand. But comes in at 2.53, so she's trying, she's chipping away at it, but I feel like right here, try to break away from the rest of the pack. But look at Danny, though. Third priority, she's all on top of her at this moment.
She recognizes Leilani maybe as a threat, and
100%,
and is just not going to give her any chance.
Whoa!
Oh well, got that one wrong. And here's Leilani's chance. Wow! So that was an interesting decision.
It's a well-surfed wave.
Yeah, 4.14. If there was an inside, I would say for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. But she could potentially improve on the 3.47.
Yeah.
Maybe decrease the requirement.
Let's take a look at this moment. Okay, so Daniela has priority, and she says, doesn't look like it's much.
Yeah, and I mean, she was looking to improve on a 3.93, so she's maybe thinking, oh, this won't do it. But Lei, a couple of big backhand snaps right there in the pocket, some critical sections, a lot of spray. And that's one thing that she has in her arsenal, too. A lot of power, situation change, Kipes.
There you go. Leilani McGonigal, 4.4. She got it done under priority with #1 priority right on her shoulder. Great strategy and great surfing by Leilani, and maybe a misread by Daniela Rosas.
Yeah, and, well, you know, luckily for her, she's still safe in first, but look at Clapp right here. Only needs a 2.54. If you're Lei, you got to be on another wave soon.
So split of the peak, and it looks like Francisca Veselko just getting one turn in, and Daniela Rosas with an up and out on the left.
Yeah, so this is going to be an important wave for Kika. She gets something before the one finishing turn that we saw. Basically needs a 3.88. But judges today have had to throw a lot of 2s, a lot of 3s, a lot of 4s. You're running out of decimals right there, Kaipo, after being in the tower all day. So yeah, just the one turn, and it's going to be under, despite it being a quality turn, not steep enough, Kipes.
Yeah, just a 2.8. Francisca still requiring a 3.88. Noah Clapp with priority in third place needs a 2.54. Noah with a lot of opportunity. And Francisca still chasing that 3.88.
And look at White. She's all on top of her once again. This is something that I've learned, you know, in the hardest of ways. I had to compete against a lot of Peruvians at international events, at team events, and they are some of the best competitors, some of the best strategists on the planet. Luca Messinas has qualified. Sofia Milanovic has been a former world champion. But when it comes to dynamics of competing, knowing when to reserve yourself, knowing when to really rely on strategy, this is some of their best work. And it seems like Leigh's following Kika too.
Yeah.
So moving over towards the pier bowl, it seems. When she really needs to be on top of, on top of Noah. But, you know, Noah does have priority above her, though.
Yeah.
Unconditional right away.
Coming down to 2.5 minutes. Noah breaking away, heading south.
It's a small wave, though. I think too small in the first one. Anybody's heat at this moment.
Yeah, and this is really a tough part to read where he's going to break on this bank. Here goes Daniela.
Just defense right there. Had third priority, had to keep Kika off. And it's funny because on a day like today, the wave that can work, that can look like the worst one, could eventually become one of the best ones.
Yeah, we've seen that wind swell nature, right? If you happen to get lucky where two waves kind of merge,
yeah,
and then it gives the wave so much more power, so much more steep face.
And they converge all of a sudden.
Noah. No, Leilani from the distance. Wow.
It's good work there by McGonigal. I mean, 3.47, what she's trying to improve on. Well surfed right there, and it seemed like Clapp might have actually split the peak with her, but I don't know if that's going to be a consequential score in the end or not.
Take a look what happened. And this is Noah.
So ends up going on the back end right here. Fits in one. Not even the one, so that's incomplete. That ain't going to be even close to the 2.54 that she needs. Good work by Leilani too. If she improves even in the slightest of margins on the three that she already had.
And she does.
Yeah, so that adds more pressure because there's a difference between a low 2 in comparison to a high 2.
Right.
You know, any kind of steepness will make a big difference.
So Leilani McGonigal 3.8 on that last effort. So she does make the need for both Noah Clapp and Francisca Veselko. And I'm going to call this an upset if Kika goes down in this heat.
Huge.
And we were talking about at the beginning, she's #1 in the rankings. She's got 2 keeper results.
You have the local knowledge.
She needs another keeper result.
Yeah.
She is 15 seconds away from a throwaway. One of her only 2 throwaways she's going to have this season. Here she goes. Okay, she's going to have to surf her heart out on this one. 4.21's the mark. That's a nice start. Things getting a little boggy there, and we're going to have really our first big upset of the event.
Yeah, and the 2 surfers out of Latin America, Rosas and McGonigal, they're moving through. Really well played heat by the both of them, Kaipo.
Wow. Well, I am shocked at what just happened in that heat.
Unfortunate, too. It seemed like after the 4, she was just searching for a specific type of wave. It never really produced out there.
Well, Daniela Rosas, she put in the work. Leilani McGonigal, she had some heart. She came back in the back end of the heat to make her way into the next round.
Yeah, so just waiting on scores to make it official, but doesn't seem like anything's indicating that, you know, Veselko's going to get that close score that she needs, or that score that she needs, excuse me. Yeah, I read here McGonigal going to hold on to second, Kaipo. This is a big momentum builder for both Leigh and Danny.
All right, well, now we can make it official. And there you go, Daniela Rosas, as well as Leilani McGonigal, advancing on. Noah Clapp, Francisco Veselko, in an upset, eliminated from competition. We'll be back with more action here from Huntington Beach. The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, continues after this. Oceanside Pier, World Junior Championships. Sierra Kerr was unstoppable.
She definitely was, and the biggest victory of her career today, World Junior Champion. It's a title that not many have, Kaipo, and just look at how fun the waves were in Oside back in January. I mean, the talent level, of course, is something that we notice every single year we go to World Juniors, but she is a prodigy. Two-time, or our second generation, I should say, professional surfer, and a big win, the biggest so far of her career.
And she's out in the water right now, opening round for the women. Sierra Kerr in the red jersey, Sarah Baum in blue, Sonoa Demfli Olin representing Canada in white, and Janire Gonzalez Exabari from the Basque Country. It rounds it out in the green jersey.
We got to get you out to Tofino. You love it over there.
I want to go. I got good wetsuits too.
Well, food's really good in the area where Sonoa's from, over there in Vancouver Island in Canada, and a local event for her. Here goes Bommy. Ooh, look at the size of this wave, Kipes.
Good sized wave. Nice performance so far from the South African surfer residing in Australia, Sarah Baum. Sonoa, and that wave goes a little dead.
Yeah, and the lone Canadian out there in the draw at the moment on the women's side. We already have one qualified for the World Championship Tour. Aaron Brooks, who's going to be our Rookie of the Year once we finish the event in Tahiti. And Yanire, sibling surfers out there, her and Annette in the event out of the Basque Country. So not only is she a World Junior Champion, she's also a regional QS champion herself.
What a year on that regional QS for Sierra Kerr. She took a win in Urban Surf. She took a win in Port Stevens.
Yeah.
She took a win in the Philippines. And she took a win just now in Taiwan.
Not bad waves at a lot of those stops either. You go to the Philippines and Siargao, where she was able to win some incredible waves.
And that's a 5.5 opener for Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, good scoring, good judging. I mean, it's a throw tail air, pretty sick, especially for how the waves are right now. And then Bommy, an Olympian last year representing South Africa, as you said, residing in Newcastle, Australia. Should be a good start for her.
Come back to live action. Sierra Kerr on the backhand. So she's going to have a full score line once that number drops. So the judges owe us scores for Sarah, Sonoa, and Sierra at the moment. We'll be able to clear the board once all those scores drop and give you the situation.
You imagine how cool it's got to be for Sierra at her young age, be such a talented surfer, a great golfer. But growing up on the Gold Coast and also North County, San Diego, I mean, come on, two of the best places in the world.
Actually, I find Sierra has a really interesting accent.
She does.
Because it's a mix of SoCal and Coolangatta all together.
I'm kind of bummed, though. Remember a few years ago, I asked her, where's better, Gold Coast or North County? She's like, I got to go with the Gold Coast. I think she just did it because Josh was standing right there, too.
Yeah, dad Australian, mom American. She's got the best of both worlds.
Definitely.
Talented skateboarder as a kid, too.
Yeah.
Great golfer, like you mentioned.
Yeah. Josh is too.
One of the best aerialists. I'm going to go on record. One of the best aerialists in women's surfing.
No doubt. Well, her and Aaron have really benefited off of each other, and it's nice to see that. Couple small scores.
So, 3-point ride for Sonoa. Sarah opened up with that left at a 3.77. And Sierra Kerr already showing dominance with a 5.6 to combine with that 5.5.
Pretty heavy. One right, one left, already more than 11 points. That's higher heat total than last heat's winner.
Yeah. It's kind of the stuff that we're expecting from Sierra Kerr. And I can't wait to see that young lady on the championship tour. And
you see that little head bobble? She's enjoying herself out there, too.
Yeah, doing air necks. You ever have a song in your mind that you like when you're surfing? Get the head bob going like that, Mitchell?
You know that I'm such a huge Nas fan, and you're like such against it.
Yeah.
When I think of crime, I'm in a New York state of mind.
I love that. Sarah Baum, 31 years old, representing South Africa, residing in Newcastle, just coming off a wild card appearance at Jeffreys Bay, where she got an equal 9th place.
Yeah, still a good showing. Delwood at home in Belito, too. Not a bad result over there in the Challenger Series either.
Hey, let's hear from Daniela Rosas. She's dominated her heat with some smart surfing. She's with AJ.
Kaipo, Daniela celebrating her second heat win at the 2025 Challenger Series. But when we were talking about that before the interview, you said, finally, this is what I've been going for. How did you execute here at Huntington?
I mean, this means a lot to me. Just having to get to the rhythm here in Huntington. It's a really, really difficult wave, but I felt really comfortable. And yeah, I'm really, really happy to be here. Just standing here doing an interview, it just means a lot to me.
We're so happy to see you back on the glass, as I'm sure your friends and family back in Peru is as well. Felicidades. Cuéntame tu hit.
No, en verdad fue un hit súper difícil. Bueno, todo el mundo sabe lo que significa para mí estar aquí, pasar hits y nada, en verdad un saludo gigante a toda mi familia, a mi mami, que siempre seguro me está apoyando, a mi enamorada ahí en Brasil, en verdad a todo el mundo por siempre estar conmigo, a mis amigas que están seguro viéndome, gracias a todas por su apoyo y nada, seguir dándole.
Felicidades, congratulations, see you in the next one.
Thank you.
You get any of that, Kipes?
No, but you can tell us.
Just wants to say hi to everybody back home, especially her mom and her partner back in Brazil that are always supporting her. And, of course, they all know what this means to her, competing here on the Challenger Series. And got a good number of Peruvians in the draw on the women's side. As I said before, they're kind of the dominant force in the region over there in South America. Arena Rodriguez is going to be coming up from Peru, Sol Aguirre also. So good amount of them in the draw, and a lot of them being very successful here, too. Only the second heat she's won, though, so looking to get that momentum going.
Hey, there's still plenty of time, right? This is stop 3 of a total of 7, so still plenty of time. Sierra Kerr seems to just be relaxing, but Sierra still needs to do some work. There's Mom. There's Dad on the beach, and they're just having a good time. Go north, go south. Sit where you are. It doesn't matter. You got a big lead right now.
Go on this, go on that.
Remember back in the day where coaches would be on top of the pier yelling at surfers?
Not a huge fan of that myself.
I know,
honestly.
I know.
Just confuses
It's confused. People start paddling in circles that way.
Well, you've already done your work leading up to the event, too. Like, you don't need somebody to be able... I mean, it's a one-on-one heat, and there's no distractions whatsoever, no outside noise. I get it, but in an environment like this where there's thousands of people on the beach, thousands of people on the pier, no. It just gets so difficult to fully get that message across the way you want it to. That's just me, but, you know, to each their own. And that's one thing that you definitely need to learn throughout your career. It's not like something that you're actually going to be able to learn right on the fly at the first event.
Yeah. Well, Janire Gonzalez Exabari, she's making it a family affair as we take a look at all the families competing here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Yeah, Annette, her sister Yanita out there right now. Taka and Kaede Inoue, longboard family. Great shortboarders too. The cousins, Kelly's Kaleopa'a, Connie Stewart. They won the event back in 23, Kaipo.
Yeah, that was a sweep for that family. And check out this supercharged family, Sierra and Josh Kerr, the first father-daughter combo ever in professional surfing on the Challenger Series. There's our South Africans.
Luke Connor Slipen, cool to see them earlier this morning. Older brother, younger brother. Jack and Reed Van Wagner out of Carlsbad. Jack, a very good result here as a wild card on the World Longboard Tour. And Reed Van Wagner, 15 years old on the Challenger Series out of North County SD. Pretty impressive.
Yeah. That's some great storylines and some talented surfing families.
Oh, dude, history of surfing has had plenty of them, too. The Curran brothers, Timmy, Nathaniel, former champion out here. The Hose. The Hose still, this generation, too. Coco and Mason are still very talented. But, you know, talking about Derek and Michael, what a duo. And even the people that didn't, you know, necessarily get to the CT and stuff like that, the Harringtons, Brent Dorrington, too. His brother Luke was also a very successful professional surfer.
Yep, and then, of course, you got the 3-pack of Wrights. Mikey, Owen, and Tyler.
Yeah. And the only 3 to ever qualify and be on tour at the same time, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy. And all of them are, like, still some of the best surfers on the planet.
I love it. You know, you got the Colapintos currently on the championship tour.
So, Sanoa's sister actually rips, too, Matea.
Yeah.
She's gnarly. That's right. The more I think about it, surfing truly is a family sport. Like,
Yes.
it goes generation to generation, and you know, all it takes is one person to eventually have fun and have a smile on their face. Next thing you know, younger brother, younger sister, they might be a little annoying, but you have to bring them to the beach, and you're like, Mom, no, I don't want to. I don't want to take care of my brother. But guess what? You got to be, and eventually they become, you know, the person that you love the most, and you're traveling with them worldwide. I mean, Tanner can attest to that.
Yeah.
2 older brothers. Imagine having to put up with them for that long.
Yeah, that's nice. And dad being a great surfer too, Tom Gudowski. So.
Yeah.
Well, 17:35 on the clock, and it remains the same as far as the situation. Sarah Baum, though, in a great position with that 3.77, just needing under a 2-point ride to move into second and advancing position. Sarah with that priority right now, so it should be inevitable for Sarah to gain that advancing position.
You would hope so. And Yanida out here, the first time I ever saw her, I think we were doing her heat actually at Seaside at World Juniors, and boy, she impressed the heck out of me. Has an amazing style. Same thing with her sister Annette. And I think the Europeans, they really need a catalyst at this point to be able to get more surfers on tour as well. I think Cowley representing France rather than just straight up French Polynesia makes a big difference in that sense too. You get more support from the government, and of course I think all it takes is one to really make things and get things going, because at the moment Marco Mignot is the only one on tour representing Europe. Kind of a big deal, you know?
And he actually lives in Mexico.
Yeah. And remember the Euroforce?
Yeah,
Like
they were a big force,
dude,
right?
They had 9 surfers on tour at one time, including a German, Marlon Lipke.
Yeah.
So I'm a fan. I love Europe, Portugal, Spain, a lot of waves. France, of course, we all know, and all of their territories as well. But I think it's time. And I just think it only takes one for them to get to that point, too.
Yeah, a lot of times it takes somebody to bust down the door, right? And then everyone else floods the room after that one surfer busts down the door. We've seen that kind of in the history of surfing.
Yeah, we saw it with Brazil.
For sure.
I mean, Medina wins his maiden world championship next year. It's De Souza, who had already been there, but he was like, you know what? The young kid kind of showed me, and now I have to show him. And I think actually at this event, Neco Palarats kind of proved it for Brazil, too. He was one of the starting points right there.
Yeah, and Flavio, his older brother as well.
And another family affair.
Yeah, there you go. We can keep on going. I'm sure the other families are going to keep on popping up for us, Mitch. we can use it as a theme throughout this entire heat. We got 15 minutes and 25 seconds to think of more family members.
I think that's what's so fun about surfing, though. The fact that you're able to share it with your parents, your siblings, you know, a lot of your cousins, too. Like, that's something to me that makes the sport so different to any other on the planet.
Yeah. Or your parent. I mean, I used to surf with my dad all the time.
And wasn't it the best?
Yeah. And well, he would cut me off sometimes. Like on purpose. And he's like, he's old school too. So he does those faded bottom turns. So not only does he cut you off, he like fades
It's
you.
dangerous.
He fades you into the flat and then does his bottom turn, because that's just that like Greg Knoll kind of style, you know?
Hey, Grom. Back of the line, and like, you know, I'm going on this one.
Bro, we grew up on a point too at Macau, so I could see it coming. You know what I mean? You see it down the line, like, oh, Pops is paddling.
At that point, did you already know it's like, hey, maybe just I'm fading the other way?
Yeah, yeah.
No, the worst part is that that happens to you, and then you kick out.
Here's another great family here.
You got a feel in the head.
The Inouys. Taka and Kaide Inouye. That is a great, and Mom right there.
She's always there.
She's always filming. She's always editing. She's always taking care of them. She's doing all the arrangements. That's a wonderful family right there.
They might be some of the happiest people in the Bonsoy athlete area, though. They actually might be.
I only see Taka smile.
Right? And he's always like, hi. You should follow him on LinkedIn, by the way. It's so entertaining, the stuff that he posts after every heat he serves.
Oh, really?
It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm not on LinkedIn. Huh.
What? Oh, Anthony Caipo Guerrero?
Yeah, I'm not.
We're getting you on there eventually.
Yeah, maybe I'll motivate and put myself on there, whatever. I'm not on TikTok either, I don't care.
Well, that's a completely different story.
It's both sides of the spectrum.
I feel like we could eventually make you a TikToker too, if you want.
You can follow me on Instagram if you want, but yeah, maybe I'll TikTok. Hey, yeah, I don't know. What am I talking about? 9 minutes and 25 seconds. Let's talk about surfing. I want to talk more about Sierra Kerr just because she's so dominant coming out there. 2 waves ridden, and they're the top 2 waves of this heat so far. That's how you get it done.
Yeah, and back-to-back waves too. Had the throw tail on the 5.5 and then the 5.6 immediately after that on a left.
You know what's kind of cool about Sierra too? Is she's breaking boundaries in surfing. She's got a swoosh now on her board.
She does. And that Red Bull logo is moved up closer to the nose too. It's right on the nose right now actually. So that indicates that, you know, that's the main source of income right there. Not many people have been able to do that so far in their career.
So here's the 5.5.
A throw tail right there. Pretty sick maneuver.
And here's the 5.6.
So basically the same score, but different ways to be able to get it. Couple of maneuvers right there. Combo on the backhand with just the one maneuver on the forehand. A very complete surfer.
Do you know? Let's hear from Rosie Hodge. What do you got, Rosie?
Has been welcoming surfers for decades to these beautiful waves underneath the pier. And if it's your first time to Huntington Beach, I highly recommend that you come down to the Visit Huntington Beach Welcome Center. If you have any questions, where to eat, where to stay, where to surf, the bike path that leads all the way on the promenade, I highly suggest that you chat to Heather and Cassidy and get any information that you might be needing on Huntington Beach.
That's good stuff right there. Yeah.
Eateries?
You can, well, I like Visit Huntington Beach. I would love to get some information from them, but I feel like I don't know them because I have you, Mitchell
I've already
Salazar.
texted you a couple of options.
I'm going, bro.
Border Riders Cafe, my boy Bill Webb, his business partner Ian, south part of Huntington.
Okay.
Michelle Sugar Shack, you love that place with the Turners.
I'm a lifelong Sugar Shacker.
Tacos Los Cholos.
I'm going to go there and get
That's the spot.
I'm going to get the prime, Mitchell.
Yeah.
I got your list. Thank you so much. There's so much to enjoy in Huntington Beach, just like that. Mitchell just gave you a short list. You can learn more at Visit Huntington Beach. It truly is Surf City with a deep, deep history going all the way back to George Freeth in the 40s, surfing out here. Well, we're going to talk more surfing. We're going to talk more history. We're going to talk more Huntington Beach when we return to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, all after this. See you then.
Here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach.
The U.S. Open of Surfing is one of the most unique venues in all of professional surfing. There is a circus happening around you at any given time.
Yeah, the crowds always turn up, and like there's the pier, so it's kind of got this stadium environment.
Because so many great surfers have won this contest, so that's another like big part of it.
Yeah, thank you for Lexus for the U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And check out the new Lexus LX, the Surf Edition. It comes with gear ready for storage. It's got a roof ladder, durable leather interiors, all of that with the beautiful coastal style that is the Surf LX from Lexus. One of my favorite vehicles, along with the GX, but I like the Surf LX. It's a little bit more my style, Mitchell.
It's a premium surf automobile right there, Kaipo. And I do believe we have Griffin Colapinto, an ambassador, two-time finalist, former champion, coming down later today.
Sarah Baum during the break.
So Baumi looking for something at least in the 2s to move up into the top 2, and she gets that Kaipo at 3.9. And then Sanoa right here on the answer back, now needing basically a 4. It comes just under the requirement. But look at that. Her best, a 3.7, and Yanire. She's just really struggled to find a lip out there at the moment, Kaipo. 2.43, so still in 4th. Needing one of the best waves of the heat of 5.24 better to move up into the top 2. And it's kind of surprising too, considering that she's from the Basque Country. A lot of the waves are actually similar to what we're seeing right now. Zarauts, you know, all those places over there, multiple beach breaks, and tend to be, you know, very contestable. But all in all, really similar weather, kind of overcast skies most of the time too.
Looks like we got a little bit of action here.
Well, that tide's coming up quick too. It's 12:05 local time right now.
Okay, so we have about two more.
A little over 2 hours, yeah.
A little over 2 hours of incoming tide. Huntington Beach, so much to talk about here. First ridden, first surf by George Freeth. There's our tides. By George Freeth, back in. Drum roll, please. 1914. They were still riding horses to the beach back then. Sarah Baum, on a bomb for today's standards.
That's true.
And
good play on words there, Kaipo. You had the Shohei one a while ago with like 4 shows in a row. Now you got Sarah Baum on the Sarah Bomb. You got the food rolling, the horses.
If I just had a voice. Here's Sarah.
So this is a good wave. I think it's going to go into her top 2. More of a setup on the first one, really well engaged on the rails with the second one though. So, you know, needs a 7.2 for the lead. To me, it's not there, but I do feel like she's going to be improving her positioning and increase her second place spot.
And all she really needs to do in this round is make sure she's in second. That's all she needs to do.
Yeah.
So if she just makes the job harder for Sanoa and Janire, she did her job.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of experience. An Olympian last year. You know, she's competed multiple times as a wild card at the J-Bay event, but she also won the specialty event the year before.
Yeah, the J-Bay, that invitational event. I really like her style. I think it has like elegance to it, as well as power. And it was
she's really
rewarded.
patient.
Well, yeah, look at 5.1 just dropped for Sarah Baum.
So the requirements upped for both Sanoa and Yanida now. Some big scores, 5-3, 6-5-7.
Here comes Sierra. What she got for us? Looking down the line, pops it up.
Oh,
yeah,
what?
That's what we wanted. Give the people what they want.
Dude.
Don't hold back. Give the people what they want.
Mic drop. More than 20 minutes waiting for a wave, too. So it's still cold out there. You've waited a long time. You know, you tend to freeze up quite a bit.
Sanoa wants to get back in the game here. A couple nice carves on the backhand.
Good work.
For the Canadian.
Whoa.
Oh, he got the bonus connection. Got to push on that rocker and front foot, but no shore break for her.
Work done on the outside, though. I like this wave a lot of power, good carves, as you said, and just really for what the wave was like, she over-surfed it, I felt. I mean, it was surfed that wave way up.
Let's watch this again.
Yeah, this was nasty. I mean, talked about it being one of the best airlifts on the female side worldwide. Still a teenager, former world junior champ. That's tail high, by the way. Brings it all the way around. One of the 5s is going to disappear by a mile right here for Sierra.
Yeah. Is that JS?
It is. Yeah, longtime JS rider herself. I would think, you know, maybe a high-fi right there. Same kind of construction that we saw a while ago with one of our male athletes. But just, it has kind of that crisscross element on the top.
Yeah.
With the resin and the way they glass it. And then mostly carbon on the bottom. They actually have the JS garage in Oceanside now, too.
Yeah.
So Jason Stevenson opening the doors here in the U.S. a lot more. And now in Brazil, because Miggy and Sam on the label down there with their father, Wagner.
So Wagner's shaping those JSs there. Yeah, they're going global. Jason Stevenson.
Good for him.
Deserves it. Makes incredible boards.
Yeah. Well, the score's reflecting it, too.
7.17 for Sierra Kerr, and she is walking away with this heat. Look at the numbers.
Well deserved, and it's a walk in the park for her. And she's been kind of enjoying the music. You see her move her head around a little bit, chilling out there in the water. And for a lot of kids out there, you know, take notes. Why go into an event like this pressured, knowing that, yeah, it is a big showcase. Well, it's just another heat, though.
Well, I think for someone like Sierra, she's having fun because she knows she's that good.
Yeah.
She knows, and just based off actual surfing, the only thing that's going to stop her in this event is either conditions, wave selection, or just someone strategically beating her, but off of like pure surfing.
Talent alone.
The talent alone, she's the best I've seen so far in this round.
100%.
I not mentioned it's only heat 2, but I've been watching the warm-ups. I've been watching everything that's going on.
You've been watching the whole year. I mean,
yeah,
it's not the first event you followed her, in her career either. Scores in though for Sanoa, and she's back in the heat, Kaipo.
Sanoa certainly is with a 4.4. Now she just needs a 4.61.
Got a chance, and look at how close Balmy is to her now with priority.
Sarah's smart. She's gonna play this 2-minute drill and not, you know, if it's a one-wave set, she's gonna take it away.
Yeah, you know, she's been also on the scene for a long time too. So this is the wave we're talking about. 4-4 for this one for Sanoa. Really like the way she's able to bring that board down with a different angle. Second turn really strong too. And right here, it seemed like she was going to be able to make the reform. But this turn right here decreased her speed just slightly. Loses that momentum towards the beach. So I don't even know if she was going to make it all the way to the short break and maybe get, you know, the score that she was needing at that time if she gets an extra section. But still, I mean, a 4-4, much better than the scores that she had at that moment.
Yeah, there's her number to advance.
She's in the heat.
But she's just got a big roadblock right there in the way of Sarah Baum in the blue jersey.
Unconditional right away when you have priority. She can go on any wave she wants. She can block any surfer she wants. She will be relinquishing that, though, with a block or a paddle. Tight quarters right there, and look at where Sierra is. She's like, I want no business in that.
Well, because the only thing that could cost her is, well, I don't even know.
Yeah, Sanoa would move up, and if it's a priority interference?
If a priority interference would be the only thing that could take out Sierra at this point. Well, this is going to be the end of it.
Man, bummer for Yanire. Wanted to see more.
Yeah, she really didn't get going. She really didn't have a chance.
Yeah, she had 3 ones in a row, and then eventually got her 2.
She was just in a bad position in the priority rotation, I feel. So she never really had a chance at that proper set wave.
Well, she's got more events to go, and going back to Europe for the next one could potentially be really good for her. 20 seconds, though, Kaipo Sanoa. She's trying to break away.
Well, his last-ditch effort right here, but Sarah's having none of that.
Hands need to leave the rail. Oh, this counts.
Yeah, nothing there.
First event back after the injury, but we all know how talented Sierra Kerr is, Kaipo. She's looking for a victory here at the Open later on this week.
Yeah, proud dad on the beach. And Sierra really showing her stuff in this opening round.
A couple of great heats to start off. How have those matchups been?
They're the numbers 7.17, 5.6. Sierra Kerr, along with Sarah Baum, advancing out of the opening round. And we're going to advance into a short commercial break. We're going to bring in Chris Cote, Tanner Gudauskas, talk you through the action here in Huntington Beach at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
The Challenger Series is the battlefield.
Pray for me.
Surfing brings me to all these places and connects us all.
We're good friends, but competing is competing. Every heat is a fight for everyone's lives.
She has been smashed on those rocks.
The stakes are higher, the pressure's higher.
The more we get heat, the more we stand up.
Surf Girls International, that's a great show. We got two of the stars of that show in this heat. Before we get into this one, let's talk about the last one. Sierra Kerr blasting off. Huge heat total there, 12.77 for Sierra, who is starting her roll. Would not be surprised to see her on the stage at the end of this week. She is that good a surfer. Chris Cote here with Tanner Gudauskas, and we're right into it. Round of 46, heat 3. As I just mentioned, that show Surf Girls on Prime. Really entertaining, emotional, shows you the wild ride of what it's like to be a Challenger Series surfer. Eva Louis Wong is in that show, as well as Jessie Van Nykirk. So we have 2 stars of that series in this heat. They got their hands full, though. Arena Rodriguez, really good surfer out of Peru, and Willow Hardy representing Australia. So another international super heat. We're going to start things off right here with Jessie Van Nykirk. Quick snap there, getting around this section. Pretty soft wave, but I feel like she made the most of it. There wasn't a lot to offer on that one. Arena Rodriguez started quickly off the jump with a 2.83.
Chris, you know what I feel like I'm seeing now? So this morning with the lower tide conditions, it was short, punchy, condensed rides. And there's an arc in the tide swing that it's really fun, it's getting better, it's getting easier to surf. And now you get into the higher tides where the wave peters out into that flat spot, or the fat spot in before the shore break, and it's even more difficult to get your speed up to the point where you're getting radical maneuvers before it peters out. We'll see how these guys do, but the conditions do look challenging. I would say equally as challenging as it was this morning, just for different reasons.
No doubt. There you see Evalelua Wong. Just saw her walking down the beach with a superstar coach, Doug Silva.
Oh.
So that tells me that Eva is going to be going fast. That's what Doug always tries to, send to his surfers is speed. So Doug, of course, one of the most interesting men in surfing, coach of Seth Moniz. He's helped Seth achieve some solid results on the championship tour.
Here goes Eve on her first ride. Eve's got a really radical and amazing forehand. She transcends all different surfboards. She's able to ride the mid-lengths and the longboards and that. And she's still able to look so progressive in a high-performance setting. She's an incredible surfer. Fun to watch her on that TV show. Stoked she's working with Doug. That's rad. Doug is all about bringing that energy, like you said. He embodies you performing with a little bit of theatrical aspect to it and bringing the crowd closer to what you're trying to achieve.
Exactly. And for Evalelua Wong, a 4.5, solid start. I watch Eva surf, seen her in the Pro Juniors, seen her in the QS, and now on the Challenger Series. To me, she's a lock for the championship tour. She is that skilled in tiny waves like this, as well as when things get serious at places like Sunset and Haleiwa. So she has the skill set to surf her way onto the championship tour. She's just got to get a good roll starting here. Huntington Beach, of course, this is the gauntlet you have to run through. If she can get herself a solid finish, top 10, just thinking out loud, a top 10 finish here will propel her, I think, towards greatness 2026. Willow Hardy, currently ranked 4th on the qualifying series for the Australia Oceania region, which if you're top 5 in that region, you're doing something really well.
This heat is stacked. And Arena coming from Peru as well. Really big base of surf, hardcore surf community. I'm sure she's got the backing of Cristobal and the Tudelas and the entire crew down there, keeping her on the right path. She's ranked 3rd.
Jeez.
Come on.
I mean, you talk about accolades coming into this event. Everybody is pretty much the best surfer in their region. That's what you have to be to get yourself into Challenger Series events. That's kind of something that we haven't talked about much, is even getting into this event is a huge challenge. See Willow Hardy now, quick snap on her backhand. That wave really dissipates beneath her feet. She goes down. Meanwhile, Evalelua Wong one good snap. Wave kind of crumbles around her. So the women in this heat are really facing even more of a struggle fest just in terms of wave power. You're seeing these waves soften up with this tide, you know, still rising. So that trough that, if it was 3 to 4 feet, this would be, where they're sitting is basically where you'd be pumping through to get to the inside section. Well, they're kind of unfortunately sitting in one of the deepest parts of this sandbank, and that's why you're seeing these waves really softening out like that.
It does help from the perspective of condensing your rides. So you watch the heats prior to you going out, and you're always thinking, oh, there's a wave here, there's a wave there. But when the conditions turn into something like this, you're really focusing on creating a dynamic maneuver, even past like linking multiple maneuvers, because I think that's a luxury that's not really afforded in stuff like this. You really have to be thoughtful with what you're riding or doing with every ride.
A nice looking little set wave here for Eve Wong. So a couple turns there. 21 minutes, 55 seconds to go. She surfs, she skates, she golfs. She is super Sierra Kerr. She just flew her way to victory in that last heat. She's on the glass with AJ McCord.
And she's on to the next round here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. Sierra, so fun to watch you attack that heat. Talk me through what you wanted to showcase.
Yeah, to be honest, I was just hoping to get an opportunity to try something, and the first one I kind of went for something through the lip, and as soon as I saw I got a decent score for that, I was like, oh, they just want to watch something new, because there's been a lot of 2 current combos all day, so I'm like, hopefully I just find sections and I can try some stuff. So yeah, it worked out.
I would say it worked out. You're on to the next round, and you did it with such style. As you grow as a competitive surfer, how much are you learning those little things of this is how I can stand out in a heat, and taking advantage of every tool that you have in your skill set?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like every heat is just something new. So to be able to take all of them, it's like a full list, but you'll remember the certain ones at times that, yeah, you wouldn't have known at that point when you learned the lesson, so it's good.
So fun. We love seeing whatever the latest trick is that Sierra is going to bust out in the water. But I know for you, this is big picture this year. You want to do well in the Challenger Series. You want to qualify. How are you approaching the U.S. Open this year?
Yeah, 100%. I just want to get a good result. And it's fun just being with Dad and going golfing and stuff. It's nice to be back in California. I haven't been here for 8 months or so. So I was able to see my friends back at home. And yeah, it's so good to be here. I'm excited.
Welcome back to California. Welcome back to the Huntington Beach, and we'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Sierra Kerr, destined for greatness, and she is now a threat to take out this whole contest. I know it's early, but we're talking about Sierra Kerr here. Willow Hardy now on her second wave ridden, her first one, nothing of note, 0.87. Jessie Van Nijkerk has a 1.5, so at the moment, it's pretty much all Eva Leoa Wong, the 4.5 and a 2.73. Arena Rodriguez with a 2.83 and a 3.07, so a respectable start for Arena. Just inside of 20 minutes left here, waiting for a few scores to drop, and we got Jessie Nijkerk in priority. She has her pick of waves. Still glassy, Tanner. That's a good thing. That is a good thing. It's already 12:24, so if it's glassy up until now, that's a good sign for the rest of the afternoon.
Especially in Huntington. You know what I was thinking when we were listening to Sierra Kerr in her interview? She reminds me, the way she's approaching this year on the Challenger Series, it reminds me of how Julian Wilson did it, as he kind of ascent the ranks, you know, via the Young Guns era, if you will. He took a little bit of an outside-the-box approach, free surfing, garnering his skills in really radical, gnarly waves, exploring his filming, his boards, then at that point, reaching sort of a superstar status and funneling it through about maybe 1.5 years of Challenger Series to then be on tour. And not spending so much time dealing with this, and I feel like Sierra has done a really great job of building profile. We all know who she is. We know what she can do. She's so marketable, and you're attached to the story. You want to see her do well, and now she's putting it down in heats, and I feel like she's going to have an incredible career. Obviously, we know that for a really long time, but it's fun to see her taking a different approach. You know, for the vast majority of the rest of us, we basically, you graduate your amateur ranks and you go to the QS and the Challenger Series because that's the next step for you. You will find yourself in harder heats, in harder venues, and it's a great progression. And so it's cool. There's no right or wrong way to do it. It's obviously there's certain factors that come at play, but Sierra's done such a great job.
I mean, she's one of these athletes that can pick any path she wants, and she's going to be pro at any of those paths. 17:58 to go. Eve Wong sitting on a 7.23 as her total now. She's trying to get rid of a 2.73. She's in second priority. Jessie Van Niekerk in that top priority spot. She needs a 4.4. Willow needs a 4.23. So this heat's still really tight. It just feels like momentum-wise, Wong is kind of starting to build something special here.
Chris, what's your perspective? We're looking at Arena coming from Peru, knowing she's got a very hardcore backing of really surf-stoked guys around her. What kind of an effect does that have on her as a competitor?
I mean, it's huge. It's confidence building. It's the camaraderie. It's, you know, sometimes tough love, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And, you know, surfers from Peru, I've been to a lot of, you know, those team-based events, you know, ISA events and things like that, where, you know, they have always come through as a top 5 team. You know, they're so good and they have so much depth that when you have, you know, elite, high-ranked surfers on your team and you're one of the surfers that's coming up beneath them, they will pull you up quicker than if, you know, you were one of 3 or 4 surfers. So you look at the depth that Peru has and the talent level that they have, and they're going to be bringing up a nation of ripping surfers. And Arena Rodriguez is right in that prime time spot to soak up all the knowledge and all the expertise from the older surfers representing Peru who have already had tons of success. So she's in a really good position.
When I was young, it was the era of Sofia Milanovic and Chelsea Hedges and Serena Brooke and that crew. And Sofia was putting it down at that time. You had guys like Gabriel Villaran. You definitely have a lot of deep insight into, you know, they have access to really incredible waves as well. They can find conditions like this anywhere you go, but to see somebody like Arena eventually make her way to the tour, it's going to be very viable to see her at the very top of the tour. She'll be able to tap into those roots and inspirations and get a lot of knowledge.
I feel like your generation on the championship tour is one of the first crews to, or one of the first kind of tour times that started thinking and started leaning into coaches. Chris Gallagher and you know, a handful of experts who started applying what they did best to their coaching. Nowadays, you know, you look around, and if we had a contest between the coaches, that would be pretty sick. I mean, you look in the competitors area, Kai Otten, Doug Silva, you know, Galley, Joan Duru. There's so many incredible surfers that are coaches now that it almost like, you know, you'd have to think, right? If you're a coach and you surf that good, any of those names that we just listed, and you're looking out in the lineup and your surfer's not doing that well, I mean, you would probably think, you know what, give me the jersey, I'll do it. And so a lot of the coaches we have on tour now could probably surf their way through more than a few heats at the US Open.
But so the coaches here, that is a crew. It's this competing on the Challenger Series qualifying. That's a very unique experience within surfing. So that garners a very interesting perspective that is of value to this younger generation. But also at the same time, like for us growing up in San Clemente, we had, well, gosh, we had Chris Ward, we had the Beshens with the Fletchers rolling through, the Irons rolling through. Obviously before that, Archie Potts, all these guys. So the tangibility of becoming a great surfer doesn't necessarily just mean it's a coach helping you in a heat. It's also like a osmosis sense of high-level surfing, right? You guys down south, it's like Rob Machado, TK, all these guys, they impact the kids coming up and the generations pull over each other. So even for Peru, I'm not sure how close she would have access to the other surfers like Cristobal and that, but knowing that things have come before you just allows you to see that it is possible, and then you take that bar and you push it much higher.
Yeah, they kicked the door open, and now it's up to her to walk on through as we see Willow Hardy now in a little trouble, that wave flattening out. Same goes for Jessie Van Niekerk, 13:30 to go. Eva Wong still in the lead, and the beach is heating up. Things are happening all over the place as we see Arena Rodriguez trying to finish up her wave. So the last 3 waves in a row have just softened up into nothing. So things are quieting down in the lineup, but things are heating up on the sand. We got Rosie Hodge over in the Lexus house.
That's right, you guys. I'm right here at the Lexus activation, and we've got some really excited individuals behind me here. They're all lining up because the 2021 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion, none other than Griffin Colapinto, who's also a Lexus ambassador, is here signing autographs. Griff, you're making everyone's day. You made the short drive from San Clemente earlier today in your Lexus GX. Tell us what you enjoyed most about driving that vehicle here and what you look forward to at Huntington.
Yep, the all-new GX, drove that thing over here. Smooth, you know, smooth as ever, which big upgrade from my last car. So, yeah, very grateful to Lexus. And, yeah, I'm happy to be here and meeting all these kids from the surf camp just down the street. Reminds me of my childhood growing up at the surf camp with my parents. So, yeah, it's good remembrance.
And Good Mojo just sending out all the good vibes to the Groms. They're so stoked to be meeting you. But let's also focus in on Tahiti. It's the event you'll be moving on to next. Also presenting sponsor there, Lexus. What are you most looking forward to? I know that you love Tahiti, and it looks like there's a big swell on the way.
Yeah, there is. I think there's like a 6-day swell bender going there. Looks like 3 days before the event's pretty much macking out, and then going into the contest, almost keeping its size. So really excited about that. And you know, there's a lot on the line with making the final 5 to be able to go for a title in Fiji. And I'm about 1 heat behind Ethan and Italo. So yeah, it'll be a good battle.
Oh, we can't wait to watch it go down. Lastly, winning here at Huntington, how much did that mean to you?
Oh, it means so much. I mean, I think what makes this event so special is just the history behind it. You know, you look at all the guys who have won it in the past, and to be able to put your name on that board is a pretty big deal. So yeah, just knowing that I was able to do that, and it was kind of my first big win in my career. Before that, I think the biggest thing I had won was like a pro junior event. So yeah, that kind of like kick-started myself once I got up to this part of the tour.
Griff, thank you so much for the time. And if you are down here at Huntington Beach, come down to the Lexus booth. Griff's going to be signing for about another half an hour, guys.
Well, that doesn't do me any good because I got to work for another half hour. Rosie, please get me something signed by Griff. And what a world we're living in. Surfers getting the recognition they deserve. Griffin's getting cars from Lexus. Lexus coming in, sponsoring major events. This is the best time to be a pro surfer and a surf fan.
It's surfer luxury. You know, there's nothing wrong with a Lexus car.
Hey.
I would drive one 100%. How stoked are these grounds right here? You got your t-shirts on. You got a little soda pop in hand. You just got out of the water. And who's signing autographs? Oh, that's Griffin Colapinto.
And you know what? The US Open has a way of bringing all the stars to town. I know there was a Hall of Fame, Walk of Fame ceremony across the street. Kelly Slater's hanging out over there. I just got a message that Dane Reynolds is doing a signing up on Main Street, I think around 2 o'clock.
Amazing.
Yeah, so even when these surfers aren't competing, they can't withstand the siren song of the US Open of Surf. They come down, they hang out, they soak up the vibe, and get involved in the scene. And you can too. We're going to be here till Sunday. We've got 9 minutes, 50 seconds left here. Eva Wong in the lead, Arena Rodriguez second. Stay tuned to find out what happens next. We'll be right back. We're gonna take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico and the city of Huntington Beach. Pacifico fan picks are in. Evelelua Wong has a 56% shot of making her Pacifico fans happy. Willow Hardy, 19%. Arena Rodriguez, 18%. Jessie Van Nykerk, 7%. You know, if you do something huge in your first round heat, those Pacifico fan picks can, you know, they have a way of flipping. This is snowball effect. Once you start progressing through heats, being cool, being funny, being interesting in your post-heat interviews, you build a fan base, your Pacifico fan picks numbers might just increase by the end of this week. 7:22 to go. Wong in the lead. Arena Rodriguez second. Jessie Van Nykerk and Willow Hardy at the moment might be feeling like they're on a Jet 2 vacation. Things are not going their way.
Well, at the moment. But as we know, these heats can twist and turn. Gosh, it's getting slower. You know, it makes you sit with the decisions you are making and the wave selection that you choose in these heats. You're realistically, like we watched this morning, we talked about there was like 24 waves ridden in 10 minutes, something crazy. And now things are really starting to slow up.
De-escalation.
It's a de-escalation. So don't ride it if it doesn't look good, would probably be your golden rule. Okay. And really maximize. In conditions like this, falling off on any turn is a big no-no. And just really just doing the work you got to do, because every competitor knows the swell is going to get better through this week. These heats actually are, you could argue, more important than the rest of the event because it sets you on your course and it's only going to get better, which will be easier for you to compete in. So you really have to knuckle down and do the hard work, which can be a little grueling, but you just got to get it done.
Absolutely. Well, the waves are pretty small here today, but to qualify for the Challenger Series, to make a big splash in the surfing world, you got to charge. And you know who charges? Willow Hardy. We got some visuals of Willow. She got the wild card in West Oz, and she made full use of that wild card and more. Check it out. She's got the big lumber under her arm. And look at this wave.
Oh,
we're talking a 20-footer charging.
What? Wow. Well, in West Oz, you know, that's your everyday. So she's definitely, she's shocked today looking at the conditions.
I mean, make it or break it. Willow Hardy is radical.
What a legendary scenario. Wow, she went that, from here, okay, that looks a little tame, but that the ribs you're dealing with on that wind coming up the face.
Oh, yeah.
It's like skiing over moguls.
Yeah, and really had no other choice than to just pull the ripcord and hope for the best.
What a legend.
And even that airdrop. Willow Hardy, yeah, she's a legend. And regardless of how she finishes in this particular heat, that right there is just a sample of how good she surfs and how hard she charges.
And she went into the Hall of Fame of lure in Margaret River.
There you
know
go.
That.
Yeah, Core Lord status already. Such a young age. That's a huge accolade there. 4:55 to go. Situation still stands. Jessie Van Nykerk and Willow Hardy both just with a handful of ones in their score line, but definitely not out of this heat yet. They only need mid-range fours if they want to get up into the second or first spot. Remember, first and second advance through, third and fourth. Their run is done early on here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. There's no elimination, no non-elimination rounds here. You know, they don't get that cushy first round like those championship tour surfers get. It's straight to work.
No, it's brass tacks. I think, you know, as watching it, as the tide's filling in, as any normal surfer, you're going to probably grab a board that has a wider tail block. You know, that's kind of like just your vanilla coating. You want a wider surface so that you get more water. From a hydrodynamic standpoint, you're going to go faster. But a lot of these guys, they throw a hip on the tail block, and it creates a pivot point in your surfboard and your rail. And it's interesting to see just the micro changes in the equipment. Obviously, Josh Kerr, we were talking about, had a twin fin and a quad this morning, and I feel like that's an outlier. A lot of this crew is running a two-stage rocker, thruster. Many times you're seeing a swallowtail, anything that can help with your pivot because you want the speed. And when you need to get a turn done, you just can't have any other feedback than it's doable. So it's been really interesting and eye-opening to see where, from an equipment standpoint, where everything is lying.
This is definitely the highest tech board rack I've ever seen at a surf contest.
Totally.
There's so much carbon, so much epoxy, you know, variable stringers, just all kind of cool, brand new technology happening behind the scenes. And I would, don't tell Josh, all right? Don't tell Kersey to keep too close eye on his board, because I really want to go touch that thing and maybe give it a spin on the other side of the pier. Same with Jadson Andre's board.
Dude, I was just talking to Josh.
That one looked fun too.
I was like, man, Chris would not stop talking about your equipment.
Well, I'm going to offer him a price, so don't hype it up too much. 246. This is basically the same situation that it's been from the first 2 minutes of this heat. Evalelua Wong with that 4.5 big start with a surfer representing the North Shore of Oahu.
It's so funny because we're hyper-focused on the contest and the waves and the scene here. The vendor village is literally just behind us.
It's
up
starting
on
to
Main
pop.
Street. It's like Hall of Fame. I think Al Merrick's getting inducted to Jax this morning.
Yep.
There is so much surf action going down here. It's well worth your time to be locked in an HB and checking it out for yourself.
Yeah, and right now it's pretty mellow. I mean, there's thousands of people already here, but it's pretty mellow. So, hot tip, get down here on a weekday. You know, you get your good spot in the sand. You don't have to wait in as long a line to get your free stuff because this place is literally littered with free stuff everywhere. Every booth is going to give you something cool. Food trucks, the whole deal.
No, so Griffin talked about it. You know it so well, Chris. Like, this event has been a part of the culture of California for so long. And as a kid, you come up here, you're just like, oh, bring the goodie bag. Like, I'm getting stickers. I'm getting maybe a lanyard. I'm stoked on a lanyard, maybe a wallet. Wallet's a score.
Oh, it's way beyond that these days. Freebies are next level. So Willow Hardy, quick little rock and roll foam climb. Looking for a 4.23. It was a rough wave to surf.
Well, your backside's so punishing when you don't, like, if you do make a mistake or have a bobble, it's very hard to keep, like, I don't know, pushing down the line over your heels when there's not much juice on the wave.
Backside on a mushy wave is low-key one of the hardest things to make look good in all of surfing.
Yeah.
On a bigger wave, you know, you can go ahead and do your Dane Gudauskis backside swoop, and that's going to look awesome every day. But when it's small and mushy, and you're on your backhand, just makes it that much tougher to make the surfing look good. We're seeing some coaching right there. Matt Myers.
Think so.
I believe that's the Matt Myers camp right there. Anytime you see that bright yellow hat waving around like that, it's most likely Matt.
So we're talking Matt Myers, surf mentorship, originally from Santa Cruz, now bestowing his guidance on the younger generation, working with guys like Nolan, or Raposa, right? Nolan's
Noel
working
Rapp,
with him.
yep.
Noel Rapp. Who else do we got in that camp? Alyssa Spencer. I know he's worked with a lot of different crew and helped them transcend to not just compete well, but to believe in themselves. He has a really cool mixture of, like, just coaching in and out of the heat space, which is a big part of it. You know, you're competing 30 minutes in a day, but realistically, you're trying to keep your mind sane over the course of these years.
No doubt. But just like that, this one is done. So heat 3 of the round of 48 for the women goes to Evalelua Wong. She gets a 4.5 and a 3.43. So just scratches her way into that top spot early and hung on to it for the entire heat. Arena Rodriguez from Peru gets through in second. We do lose one of the stars of Surf Girls, Jessie Van Nykirk. So potentially that might add a little bit of drama to that series for Jessie. Willow Hardy as well. It's just rough out there. I mean, you got to give both Jessie and Willow a lot of credit for the effort they put in. But at the end of that one, it was red and blue in the first and second place positions. We're going to add 5 minutes to the clock for the remainder of this round. 35-minute heats now. Big heat coming up next. You're not going to want to go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Hogue, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Visit Huntington Beach, the official destination marketing organization of Surf City, USA. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Evalelua Wong coming through victorious. And that's how you spread stoke. High fives, quick pick with a fan. And she better be careful though. Just that interaction, that could make that young lady now want to become a pro surfer. And now Eva's gonna have to deal with her in the future.
It's contagious.
It spreads around here at the US Open. This is really one of the best places you could ever come to if you want to meet your favorite surfer. This is a heavy one. We've got 3 surfers representing Japan in the first round of the first day of competition here at the US Open. That's a lot of friendly fire going down. You also have Luis Leprant representing South Africa. So Kana Nakashio, Amuro Suzuki, Anon Matsuoka. Amuro and Anon, 2 of the biggest names in women's Japanese surfing for sure. I'm excited to see what Kana has to offer for us, and Luis Leprant with a strong start here. She opens up with a 3.17.
You know, when there's 3 competitors that you understand know each other and might potentially be friends, Luis doing a great job of striking first. It's so funny. Sometimes you can feel the walls coming in on you if you're sitting there and you see the other 3 people who are friends getting rhythm and they're building a story around you. Your opportunities get more slim and more slim until essentially there's no more pie left for you to eat.
Well, if you're Luis, you just want to stay out of the way, and hopefully those 3 surfers are, going to be going up against each other. There you see your World Junior runner-up, and Amuro Suzuki with she has a resume that is miles long. Such a great surfer, probably one of my favorite female surfers out of Japan ever. Super quick, laser sharp. She's competed at every level of surfing, championship tour, Olympics, etc. She's done it all. So it's great to see her back in this competition. Anon Matsuoka, ranked 2. Number 2 right now for the Asia Women's QS. Another hotly contested division. And she'll be feeling right at home. Tell me the similarities between Huntington Beach and Chiba, Japan. I know you've spent a lot of time in both, Tanner.
We have. So you're talking surf-centric areas where people converge and come to surf, which pushes the level of the skill. So like any little hotbed community, like that's a zone where kids go to and they progress really quickly. From a condition standpoint, very similar on most. Well, actually, this doesn't dictate all of Huntington. This is just a small day in Huntington.
Yeah.
And you can get small days in Chiba, and you can get really good days in Chiba. But when it is small, you'll find yourself feeling right like you're at Surf City, California over there.
Yeah, I talked to Amuro yesterday after she came in from a session, and she's like, "It's just like home. Feel great. I don't care if it's small." She's a tenacious competitor, really good style. And again, she definitely has a incredibly high heat IQ. So we see Anon now. Quick into it.
I'm
nice.
liking her style.
Just saw that switchblade, vertical backside snap, right in the perfect spot of that wave. And check it out, that wave is gone.
Gone.
So she got up quick, snapped it, pulled out, the wave disappeared. That's how you get a backup score on the board. She starts off with a 4.67. So a strong start for Matsuoka. She just jumped in the lead. That was a 2.17. Just for one quick turn, just a placeholder. Starter kit for that backup score.
Yeah, a little kindling. That was the way I liked to compete back in the day, was kindling, campfire. So essentially you start just getting on the board, and then you try to build on whatever you've got, and now you start to look at sitting, waiting, being more selective, and trying to structure a heat that way. It worked for me, but everybody has a different way of approaching it.
No doubt. You just saw Luis Leprant, number 1 on the QS for the Africa region. 27.48 to go. While we wait for the next wave to roll through, let's go down to the glass. We got AJ standing by with Evalelua Wong.
Eve, that heat was one that it felt like you just had to grind, work your way through. How did you attack that heat?
Yeah, the goal was to stay busy. I was really lucky to get that first wave that came through because that was the only set pretty much that came in our heat. So yeah, stoked to get an early start.
You've been really consistent in the first two Challenger Series events. How are you going to level up? What have you been working on for this U.S. Open?
Well, it's really nice to have Doug here. Been working with him since I was like 11 years old, so it's nice to have him here at our first Challenger event together. So that's definitely a big help. Really grateful for that.
And I know these heats are the ones that are really nerve-wracking in the moment, but as you build here at the U.S. Open, how much confidence does it give you that you're able to win a heat like that one?
Yeah, I've definitely surfed a few heats out here just with nationals and stuff when I was younger, so I kind of expected these waves, so just accepting that this is reality was the first step to, yeah.
First step, next step, win the heat. We'll see you in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That is rad. She's got a great personality. Obviously, you saw it right there, but also super smart. You know, she is fluent the Hawaiian language.
Yes, sir.
And one of the surfers that is keeping that beautiful language alive and well. I'm sure if you watched season 1 of Surf Girls, you would know that. If you haven't watched it, catch up. The crew that they showed on the first season of Surf Girls was awesome, and now we're in season 2, Surf Girls International. It's on Prime. Check it. Kana Nakashio, 517 on her opening wave. This is a replay of her second wave. Going to be another strong backup. This heat is as tight as they get.
It's tightening up, and I like that. Here's a replay of Luis here, getting a nice little right by the pier bowl. Chris, as you've done that turn, now you're trying to make your way to the inside as it's petering out. What are the odds on a day like today? Like, what you're paddling out, are you just closing the door on trying? Or do you know what I mean? Like, you do that turn and you're like, oh, here we go. We'll get a little bit more scoring potential on the inside. Or do you just mentally say, I'm not even going to try for it, even if it is there?
I think that when you're done with your turn on the outside, you have a really good perspective of what's in front of you here at Huntington Beach. So you pretty much know if you have a chance of making it through to the inside. Yep. You know, if it was a foot bigger, maybe 2 feet bigger, you would be able to actually choose which way to go, right or left, to make that transition from the outside to the inside. So I think right now, these surfers have the best perspective of anybody in this entire area as to what the wave's about to do. And you could imagine you're standing up on a wave that's like dribbling beneath your feet. You know pretty quickly that you don't have a chance of making it. If there is a shot, I'm sure they're all going to go full effort to try to get through to the inside. I don't know if it's going to add a lot of points to your total, but it can't hurt. You know, length of ride isn't in the criteria, but you know, the overall act, the overall performance of the wave you're on definitely is. As we see now, Amuro Suzuki, big slash on that closeout section. She's a strong surfer and a lot of power and really precise.
I love that it's built into the DNA of US Open and Huntington Beach. That middle section of the wave, that Huntington hop, and we're like close right there, right? Like a beautiful outside turn, and then it petered out in the middle ground. And this also too was a great ride. I'm liking her style. She's on a Chris Borst board, which is rad. Little DNA thread through to the Kate Simmers line. But that turn is noticeably the most radical, progressive hit that we've seen on the outside so far.
Yeah, I mean, the Huntington hop ain't always pretty, but it sure is effective.
Yeah.
It is, I don't know exactly when it started, probably in the 80s, you know. I don't think people were doing Huntington hop necessarily in the longboard era or even in the single fin or twin fin era. So probably through the early 80s is when that became a thing. There are a few outliers there, guys like Tom Curran, who I'm sure they've had to hop every once in a while, but if you can get through with a serpentine weave,
yes,
that looks a lot cooler than a hop. But then there's other days like today where you have to do anything you can to try to make that section. And with the tide, I believe starting to drop, if not now, it will soon. That receding tide sometimes takes a little bit of wave energy away, but also makes it a little bit more viable to make the inside section. And one thing that these surfers might be thinking of a little bit as well is the wind that could start to pick up And in this case, when it's this small, that might actually be a good thing, because a little bit of wind chop, giving some energy to these waves, can sometimes give you these cool little cupped out sections that you're not going to see right now. So if we do see a puff up of this wind, onshore, side shore, whatever, that could actually help the surfers in the water just by giving them more opportunity. It's more confusing, but you get more chances.
Which, of course, there's a sweet spot with that conversation. Once it becomes too windy, well, now we're in a completely different ballgame.
Yeah, Amuro Suzuki just did Amuro Suzuki things. Huge score here, 6.5 paired with a 5.67. Bam! Just get out of her way.
That was insane. Lays it back. She's such a powerful surfer. So much flow. I can obviously see why she's so touted.
I'm going to make the call now. She's making tour in 2026.
Okay, I love it.
We write that down somewhere on like a calendar.
Let me text my good friend and let him know.
I'll sound really smart come January when they announce who will be on tour. So all of the surfers on the Challenger Series are in for a roller coaster ride. You know, you're surfing 1 to 2 foot Huntington today. By the weekend, you could be surfing 4 to 6 foot Huntington. A couple weeks from now, you know, you could be charging giant barrels in South Africa.
Totally.
You know, you could be surfing second reef pipe. You really have to be ready for anything if you want to achieve glory on the Challenger Series. And remember, this is one of the main steps that surfers have to do if they want to get onto the championship tour, which if you've earned your spot on the Challenger Series, that's definitely your dream. You want to make the championship tour. That's the goal of everyone in the draw, for sure.
I think a really interesting thing is you have to be able to telescope the belief in saying this heat is so important because I'm going to get to surf second reef pipe because of it. You're going to have a shot at the finals day or the title because of it. And it all makes sense looking back. Sometimes when you're looking forward for these guys, you get stuck in the cycles of like, wow, like this is so hard, these conditions are hard. But even within one singular event, you have to believe that this heat is just as critical as a finals heat, because it truly is. I mean, obviously that's pretty blatant. You either advance or you don't, which is beautiful, but the importance of bringing your very best energy in every single ride that you have and every single heat that you surf is paramount.
And that was confident use of priority right there for Anon Matsuoka. She had the blinders on, knowing that the little P was next to her name. She thought, you know what? You can paddle for it. You can look at it all you want. I'm going. So beat it.
My wave.
Now we're inside of 20 minutes. So remember, in this heat and for the rest of this round, we've added 5 minutes to each heat. That means these are 35-minute heats. And, you know, again, on paper, 5 minutes might not seem like a long time, but it does have a way of shifting the cadence of the day. So within that 5-minute span, you're going to get a lot more opportunity. And I think it's a great choice because, as you can all clearly see by watching, it's slowing down right here. The waves are softening up. So just adding that 5 minutes is going to give the surfers a chance to perform. It's going to give all of us the chance to see more surfing. So 5 minutes might not seem like a lot on paper, but in the time frame of a 35-minute heat, that's an eternity.
It is eternity. Here in Huntington, of course, you're dealing with the legendary, rest in peace, Rick Figanetti, Rockin' Fig beach announcer, who came out with the patented 5 minutes remaining.
Come on, get 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining.
And
nobody did it like Fig, right?
Nobody did it like Fig. And I remember competing and just thinking, oh my gosh, I still have 5 minutes. Yeah. I feel like I've been out here for a year. And then also too, sometimes when you're on a really good run in a heat, you think, oh wow, we're already at 5 minutes. So the dynamic is different for each one of these surfers in the water. But that extra 5 minutes in a 35-minute heat it's well, obviously it's both great and terrible, depends on your perspective, but it just gives you that shot to keep on going, keep trying things out, keep working your strategy.
You got to look at it like a bonus, right? You
Yeah.
know, you're thinking all day long, all right, how am I going to compose this 30-minute heat? Well, you don't have to necessarily shift things around. You just do your thing in a 30-minute heat, and then you go, oh wait, 5 bonus minutes. This is the icing on the cake right here. If you're Amuro Suzuki, you're thinking, I want time to fly by right now because
Yes.
I'm in a big lead. You know, I don't even think that's a precarious lead. I think she's locked in right now, and she does have the luxury of waiting and potentially backing up and improving on that 5, 6, 7. Whereas for Kana, Anon, and Luis, they need some pretty decent numbers. Kana needs a 7 if she wants to take over the top spot. But for Anon and Luis, 394, 543, totally attainable, and tons of time left, 17 minutes, 13 seconds.
The back parts of these heats get more and more strategic. So you open up the gates, you're implying your own strategy on the heat, how you want to surf through the 30, 35 minutes. The back part is all more based on what has happened, how you've executed your plan, and now what's in front of you to close the heat out or get over the top. So Luis and Anon are hungry to get those scores. And they're small scores. That is very doable scores. Obviously, we have 16 minutes left. So this heat's well and truly underway, but there's still a lot of story to be told.
Anon Matsuoka needs a 394. Good section to work with here. Throws the tail a little bit. So it's all about maximizing the potential of the wave you're riding. And that was not a good wave, but it was a good turn. So she maximized the potential there.
She did great.
We'll see if that's enough to get her a 394. The surfers have to adjust. The judges have to adjust. You know, they're scoring this heat differently as they would have scored previous heats just because of the conditions changing. So the judges literally reset themselves for every heat because the conditions change pretty quick here. I like that turn.
I love that turn. And like you said, she had so much emphasis on it. She knew there was only going to be one turn. Here's Kana on the backside. Again, it just dumps into that deep spot. Really tricky. You want to end with the emphasis, right? We saw Anon with that emphasis on the one turn. So it leaves you with a good taste in your mouth versus just kind of petering off. It's a run-on sentence versus an exclamation point.
Yeah, there's something nice and clean about a just cool, confident pullout.
Just like, I loved my ride, and I'm out of here.
Hey. Nothing wrong with, you know, if you did something really cool, just a quick little look up to the judges. Like, you see that? You know, the longboard event that was here 4 days in a row, I think I saw one claim. So I'm hoping that as the waves get better, the claims start to come through. I think today is all about survival. So you're not going to see a lot of claims on a survival type day.
Yeah.
But if the waves get a little bigger and a little bit better, I'm going to expect a lot from these Challenger Series surfers. I'm going to expect some creativity. And I feel like small wave claims are sometimes more entertaining than big, you know, barreling claims because that's an obvious one. But if you get yourself a 7 in a grindy heat, nothing wrong with, you know, shooting a basketball, bow and arrow, rolling some dice, whatever. You know, if anybody left in the draw wants to meet at the end of today, I've got some great claim ideas that I'll give you.
Cash in
free
now.
of charge.
Cash in now.
Yeah.
I always say that to know the Challenger experience, if you haven't claimed a 3.5 emotionally, then you don't really know it because you're putting so much on the line. Like, at that level, it can be a tactical claim. You want to let everybody know at least you think you got the score from a body language perspective. But realistically, you're putting so much on the line. We used Billy Stearman as an example. He flew halfway across the world. You're this close to making the heat. Hey, you get that opportunity. Not only do you want to let them know that you think you got the score, but dude, you're psyched. You're like, oh wow, it came together. Like, live to fight another day.
We like emotional surfing. So 13 minutes, 30 seconds left. Not much happening on the horizon. That gives us the chance to take a little break. When we come back, the culmination of Heat 4. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Stay tuned. Huntington Beach is a beautiful and iconic surf destination enjoyed by millions every single year. So we want to make sure we keep this place as beautiful as we found it. The Lexus US Open of Surfing, along with WSL One Ocean, has partnered with Neutrogena Open Water and WSL Pure, working with Wild Coast. They've been hosting beach cleanups and just spreading awareness. Like, look, this place is epic. Let's keep it epic. Pack your trash and pack other people's trash, because not everybody cares as much about the beach as we do. So be sure to get involved and keep this place beautiful. 10 minutes, 50 seconds left. We got some incredibly talented French surfers coming up, and so it makes sense that they have an incredibly talented coach. Let's go down to Rosie Hodge, who's embedded with the French team.
That's right, Chris. We like to check in with everyone's camp and see what's going on. And we actually have former Championship Tour competitor Jeremy Flores from the French Federation of Surfing. He's been looking after the crew. I know we've got Joan Duru, also a former competitive surfer, as well as Pauline Nadeau in the mix here. We're looking at a preview of this next heat. It is so stacked. One of the standouts this season has been Taya Zabrowski. Do you want to just talk to us about the relationship with coaching her and what you kind of see coming up in this next heat?
Well, it's it's a classic heat. It's this new generation that's coming up. It's unbelievable the way these girls are surfing. So Tia has been on point the last few years, really. She's been incredible. She's been so ahead of her talents, her years, and her like emotions and everything mentally. Like, she's such a machine. It's crazy. So she's been working since the start of the year with Joan Duru. So they have a really cool relationship going, and Joan, obviously, is one of the most experienced surfers in the world. Like, he's a super smart guy, too. So the well surrounded, you know. And then, obviously, in this heat, we have Kiara, too. So I'll talk about Kiara, too, because it's in our team. And Kiara is this new up-and-coming, same thing, like super young, 14 years old. She's got this air game, and she just got on the scene, really. So it's crazy to see all this talent. It's like a diamond that you just want to shape the diamond to get it to the big stage and world title. And then, yeah, we got a really cool crew going with the French Federation. Like, we're really building some solid team. Especially with the Olympics in at Chopu last year, with Kaoli winning the gold medal, and Joan got the bronze medal. It's pretty insane what's going on with the French surfing, so we're really proud.
Definitely stepping it up to that next level, and just noticing, you know, we talk about these young phenoms in the women's side of surfing. What's going on with that? These teenagers that are starting to take over. What do you think the point of difference has been that's seen the women's level rise so much? Obviously the talent, because you see it. They're growing up so fast. I feel like 2 years ago they were just like kids just playing in the sand, and then all of a sudden they just blow the tail and they get super excited and watch like the best surfers in the world do it. And obviously the new generation, the older generation of surfer like Carissa, like Steph and stuff. They paved the way, and they were doing some crazy stuff. You know, yourself too. I remember we were on tour, so it was a long time ago. And nowadays it's a little bit more blowtails and airs, right? Oh, they are going to the moon. I can't believe it. I'm so proud to see the level where it's at. And Jeremy, just thinking about, you know, Tahiti's coming up. I know that you won that event before, but also just give us a little bit of a preview of what we can expect from the Lexus Pro Tahiti.
Well, I heard there's a huge swell coming. I think the day before the wedding period, I think it's going to be massive, like probably toe in. So I think we're excited to see that. And the first couple of days, I'm not a forecast guy, but it looks like it's going to be pretty sick. So it's going to be full action. I can't wait to watch all these guys just sand it. And guys and girls, you know, like got the queen here next to me. So the Chopu queen, and she's going to be the one sanding even harder too. So I'll just step away and just scream. Ah!
Jeremy, thank you so much for the time. And obviously, we can't, say Tahiti without mentioning Vahine Ferreiro, the absolute queen. She'll be a wild card in that event, guys. We still got a lot of surfing here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing before we get to Tahiti, but we're just frothing all around.
Oh, thank you, Rosie. Well, that's cool. I think I just saved myself some money because I'm definitely not bringing a board. If Jeremy Flores is reacting like that to the forthcoming swell, there's nothing for me there, Tanner.
No. So, and also Jeremy Flores was the award winner for the Andy Irons, like, go for it that one year in Tahiti when it was toe size and he was competing at that level. But how sick was that interview? In my opinion, Jeremy Flores, like, I think in the entirety of competitive surfing, this dude is pinnacle. He was the young dude who was coming up against the generation ahead of him, AI, Kelly, Sonny, all these guys, and he was throwing down, like, when he was like 16, 17, 18. And at that point in time, not like it was coming from obscurity in France, but the perspective that he's now twisting it around, he's got Joan himself, Paulina Du, and they're giving back to the next generation, is a testament. Obviously, we have like 3 up-and-comers in this next heat, but his love for the game, you know, he speaks of it with that zest. You could tell in that interview, he's like, I can't wait to just be screaming, and you're like, he sees it from a core level, from a gut level.
That is a radical coaching panel, right?
Yeah,
I mean, Paulina Du, John Duru, and Jeremy Flores, kidding me?
No, yeah. If
That's
you're not,
what you want in your corner.
Totally.
Those 3 surfers. Well, getting back to this heat, Amuro Suzuki is still maintaining control with 3 waves ridden. 6.5 her high mark. Anand Matsuoka in second for now. Kana Nakashio still right in the mix, needing a 4.47. Luis Lapront needing a 6.47. We're getting closer to that 5-minute mark. And yeah, I think the excitement is palpable as we look forward to the next heat, one of the gnarliest heats that I've seen in the draw. Taya Zabrowski, Anat Lelior, Kira Gould, and Eden Walla. Taya, Kira, and Eden, 2 of the hottest prospects on the Challenger Series. I literally had 3 people already yesterday and this morning ask me, when does Taya surf?
That's amazing.
So that's like, her fan base is growing quickly. Sponsors are asking around, you know, like everybody is pretty fired up to see what Taya Zabrowski's going to do out there in the lineup. Eden Walla just had a crazy part in the new Rip Curl film, Dunno.
Yes, I was just going to throw that kicker that Eden Walla also is working with none other than Courtney Conlog for this event. So you take a young up-and-coming kid who has no roof or ceiling over her head, and you give her access, just like we saw with Jeremy Flores, to a super highway of insight out here. Eden, I've worked with her. I know the family really well. They're hungry. She's so competitive, so sweet. It almost juxtaposes. So she's going to be bringing her best game against those other girls. That's going to be potentially the heat of the round.
Well, things are starting to escalate in the lineup right now. I mean, you could see some urgency as Luis Lapront looking for a 6.47. Pretty good looking wave. Maybe it wasn't a good looking wave. It started to kind of seem like it was going to have some open face for her, but it just really straightened off and crumbled in a very soft and kind of slow motion way. Did not give her any opportunity. She had to go though, because that was one of those waves that could have gone either way right when she stood up.
Yeah, and you got to test it out. I don't think she left anything on the board. If she had pulled that turn and not slipped, she's looking for a 6.4. So, you know, in the long run, all good. Moving forward, let's get you on the next one, but the priority as it shifts around in these last couple minutes can always tell a story that when you're sitting in 4th priority, you're just not given the access that the other surfers have over you. So that could be a little bit of a disadvantage.
We're down to 3 minutes now. The good news, the positives are peak summer has arrived to Huntington Beach. That's right, the marine layer is out. And we have a bright, beautiful sky now. It's time to apply sunblock, get under an umbrella. The Southern California sun is no joke. This is one of those days that's going to be a classic Huntington Beach afternoon. And I love the, should I knock on wood before I say wind factor? The wind is with us right now. It's super mellow out there. It's still nice and glassy.
So another classic thing about HB is in regards to the wind, when you get these glassy days, you get warm water and you start to see guys in board shorts and it looks more fun and user-friendly. But HB really well known for that north wind cutting across it at a high level, and that next day you've gone from like trunks or a spring suit to like potentially needing a 4.3. The upwelling in HB is really unique, like geographically where it's located and how the wind funnels through the islands and the beach. So we are stoked. We're feeling really good that it's a glassy day. Looks beautiful. Almost looks like we're in Cabo, which we love.
Feels like it. Well, I brought shorts and a t-shirt, so let me get this sweater off. Go bronze the rig between heats, maybe. I don't know. I mean, there's so much to do. There's autograph signings all over the place. Griffin Colapinto was in the Lexus area. I believe Dane Reynolds is showing up across the street here any minute.
It's all happening.
Slater was around. I don't have to work the next 2 heats. That means I can go into fan mode, potentially get 4 coveted autographs. Tia Zabrowski, Anat Lelior, Kira Gould, Eden Walla. But watch out. Luis Lapront means business on that last wave. That was way better. A better wave, better turns. Some perfectly timed, aggressive backside snaps down the line. Looking for a 6-4-7. This could be close.
This is sneaky. Down the beach, she caught this all by herself in 2 really well executed turns. So it's not going to be for lack of effort here. Luis putting down possibly what she needs. That's going to come in pretty close, I'm assuming.
I like that second turn. Really quick, snappy. You don't always have to throw a ton of spray to perform a meaningful turn like that. I really liked how she just popped it up there in that crumbly lip. 35 seconds left. One final look at Anan Matsuoka, or excuse me, Kana Nakashio. And she's going to make her way in with 20 seconds left. In third place, needing a 4-4-7. Don't feel like that wave really had the energy to provide her the opportunity to get a mid-range score. So as time winds down, 5 seconds left, it looks like it's going to be Amuro Suzuki convincing victory, a 6-5 and a 5-6-7. Anan Matsuoka with a 4-9-7 and a 4-6-7, so a nice pair of 4s for a second place finish. So unfortunately, out of the 3 Japanese surfers, it's going to be Kana Nakashio out of the competition, as well as South Africa's Luis Lapront. I loved the effort, you know, the can-do attitude we saw for that 35-minute heat. The waves really softened up, but we'll see if things can amplify a little bit here. Tide's dropping, but the vibe's up, folks. We're gonna take a quick break. You're not gonna wanna miss this next one. The future stars of surfing will be out here ripping. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
It's a good day for the former bronze medalist at Tokyo 2020, Amuro Suzuki, getting a lot of high fives on the beach this afternoon here in Huntington Beach for the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Riding the Golden Child by Jason Stevenson. Seems like it's working well. 12.17 heat total. Her and Anan Matsuoka move on through into the women's round of 24. It's heat 5 of the round of 48. Tia Zabrowski up and riding, the young talent out of Tahiti, now representing France in the red. Anat Lelior from the world in the blue. Kiara Gould from French Polynesia in the white. And Eden Walla from just down the road in San Clemente, California is in the green. Mitchell Sarasat here with the former top 10 in the world, Rosie Hodge. Eden Walla, somebody you know very well, actually share a board riders club between the two of you, Rosie.
Yeah, super proud of Eden just to see, you know, how far her career is taking her and just the talent emerging from her. I know that it is her birthday today. She turned 16, so happy birthday to Eden. Let's see if she can get a little gift here at the US Open with a heat win.
It would be the best gift ever if she's able to make it through, especially competing for the first time at the Open of Surfing. This is the young surfer we're talking about, 16 years of age. Father John, a very talented surfer, also a firefighter. And mom Megan, well, they travel everywhere, really. And everywhere together, too, Rosie. It's really cool that they have that good family unit among all of them. But younger brother Zion, I think in these kind of conditions, he'd also be relishing the opportunity to compete here.
Oh, definitely. But he's on the beach supporting his sister for sure. Just that family, like you said, just so tight-knit. It's great to see them traveling together and making the most of these experiences, as we see Eden trying really hard to find that connection. And that here on this one gets that little backhand whip, finds that section and meets it so well, trying to tip-tap her way through this Huntington dead spot. And just calling the longboard event, Mitch, we know that there is that trough in the middle here at Huntington. It's extremely difficult to make that connection. Tia up and riding on this one. She found some connectivity on this really flat wave and kicks out.
We have 3 early teenagers out there in the water right now. Zabrowski, I believe 14. Kiara Gould also around the same age bracket. And Eden Walla, well, she's only 16 today, as we see our women's European QS champion. I mean, what an accomplishment. Last year, able to make it into finals. They had a Challenger Series event, and to be close to qualifying potentially later on this year. Things looking pretty good for both French Polynesia and France. Has resided in both places herself, Tia Zabrowski.
Yeah, such a well-rounded competitor. I mean, when you think of the locations where she's been able to cut her teeth, growing up in Tahiti, obviously you have those beautiful reef breaks, then moving into the European side of things, just beach break, point breaks, and you also have the support crew now with the French Federation of Surfing really getting behind their surfers and investing in this young talent that's coming up.
It's been a big difference maker, right, Rosie? I mean, we also saw Kali Voss make the change right there. And in the end, especially with the Olympic movement right now, they've really had to depend on qualifying for France and not representing French Polynesia in that sense.
Definitely, and even just recognizing here the Challenger Series, this has been day one of the surfing action that we've seen. Just the different camps. I mean, South Africa has had a presence, Japan has a presence here on the beach. Seeing how involved the French Federation of Surfing is with their athletes, a lot of the nations really getting behind their athletes.
Here's Lelior now. Very strong surfer on the backhand. Already has a 2.67 on a wave, really similar to this. And her build really reminds me a lot of Courtney Conlog, a former champion out here. Very muscular, strong build, and she was number 3 in the European QS rankings, qualifying to the Challenger Series. Also been a 2-time Olympian herself, but she is looking to qualify for the World Championship Tour for the first time. One of our top seeds actually in this heat, Rosie.
Such a tough region to qualify through. When you think of the talent that we have in that European region, all the nations that are represented, including, you know, some of the archipelagos around Africa and other parts of Europe.
Yeah, the Caribbean too, right?
Yeah, it's just really hotly contested. So if you're qualifying out of that region, that's already a huge confidence boost as we watch her here. Like you mentioned, she has a lot of strength to her surfing, low center of gravity, looking lively to make that connection.
And she gets her best on that one too, a 3.5. And then Wallace, she's already had a 4.33 and this one a 3.67, Rosie.
Yeah, nice flow through this wave. I really enjoyed it, Mitch. Some good speed through her ride. Just linking those sections together so well.
And she's no stranger to surfing at Southside HB either. Product of USA Surfing, NSSA Nationals, and one of the youngest members ever to qualify for the USA Junior team. There you see her, number 5 on the QS rankings here in North America. And Rosie, despite her young age, only turning 16 years old today, she tends to be the whammy surfer for your hometown Border Riders Club of San Clemente.
Yeah, all talent and also able to handle that pressure. I think when you're the whammy surfer in a board riders event, you know that there's a job to do and you're carrying a lot of pressure. And Eden has just become such an evolved competitive surfer. I really feel like in the last 5 years, we've seen her start to hit her stride. She's got such a well-rounded game. We've seen her charge waves. She got a spread in the Surfer's Journal, getting absolutely kegged. I think it was in Mexico.
Yeah, Pascuales.
Yeah, amazing. And then just watching her air approach and her progressive element that she's brought to her surfing. She's definitely a student of surfing, and she's adding different touches every time she hits the water.
Yeah, she's also had the chance to compete at the Stab Ladybirds, as you're mentioning, great air game. Same thing for Kiara Gould. Kiara's father, I believe, not only a very talented surfer, he's made sure that his kids grow up in multiple language settings, number 4 in the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region. You know, how cool is it to be able to see, I mean, especially on the women's side, maybe a younger age starting to qualify for the Challengers and then potentially also for the World Championship Tour, including Erin Brooks, who's going to be Rookie of the Year this year on the women's side.
I mean, the average age right now on the Championship Tour is kind of mind-blowing, just seeing this young talent. I mean, it's been this total surge. We've got teenagers just representing themselves so well. I mean, look at the wild cards that we have for Tahiti this year. One of the youngest ever you're going to see competing at the Lexus Tahiti Pro in a couple weeks. And then Kiara's, that's one of her best friends. So just seeing these girls really charge some insane waves. And I do think that's due to having WSL events at some of these major locations, like Pipeline, like Chopu, like, you know, going back to Fiji. It's just created space in the lineup for them, and they're making a big name for themselves.
I would not be surprised to see world champion soon out of the 4 names in this heat at the moment. 25:30 on the clock. Let's go down to Amuro Suzuki with AJ.
Amuro, that was such an incredibly efficient heat. Just 3 waves, all you needed to get your top 2 scores. Talk to me about how you picked your moments in that heat.
Yeah, I'm so happy to catch a good score first 50 minutes. I'm really happy. But after that, the waves are stopped. And then those conditions made me really pressure and made me nervous. But yeah, I'm so happy to get through that hit.
You navigated the nerves well. You're on to the next round here in Huntington Beach. Before we let you go, do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
見てくれ、時差のある中見てくれてありがとうございます。1ヒート目とりあえずメイクできてよかったです。次も頑張ります。Yeah.
Omedetou, congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Congratulations to the former world junior champion Amuro Suzuki moving through here in heat number 4. And speaking of moving through, Eden Walla, we talked about her not only being a product of her environment in USA Surfing. A few months ago, wins the U16s at lowers at her home break, got second in the U18. Same thing with Lucas Cassidy earlier on. That kid, when he was 13, was already winning the U18s. So a lot of these surfers moving up in their divisions and eventually winning those at a young age too, Rosie.
I mean, here she is on the Challenger Series. It's you know, no surprise that she's surfing up in the juniors and taking out those divisions as well. And that's just like those opportunities at contest surfing. You take them. When you're young, I feel like you're devouring heats. Like you're eating them for breakfast. You want to surf every single contest you can just to get those reps and that experience in the jersey.
When do you need to know how to take a step back or when to take a step back, Rosie? Because maybe a little too much too early on for some can be overwhelming.
Oh, totally. That's such a good question, Mitch. And I do think, you know, you do have to tap into your personal feeling of when it's too much. You know, you really have to, I think as soon as you feel like your love for surfing is taking a dip, that's a really good indication that maybe, hey, it's time to like reposition yourself in the competitive scene. Maybe not do as many events because it is easy to get burnt out so early, and just make sure that you're checking in. Surfing's supposed to be fun. You're supposed to love it. So make sure that you're keeping all of those things in balance.
And maybe call your friends, ask them for advice. It's a cool thing about having your parents right there on hand too, especially when you're able to share that with them too. And for basically all 4 of the surfers out there in the water, that's something that they can actually do. 22:30 on the clock. Walla does have the lead, a 4.33 and a 3.67. LeLior in second, a 3.5 and a 2.67. Zabrowski with just a 2, the 1 wave at the beginning of the heat. And Kiara Gould, a throwaway score and in and out. Although I will say, I mean, just looking at the talent, mentioned Gould coming from French Polynesia. Same thing for Zabrowski. She now currently resides more than anything in the southwest of France. Also a really good beach break with, you know, rock bottom too, called Papara over there on the island of Tahiti. Huge fan of that wave. Diversifies your surfing too, and has produced a lot of great surfers, including Hira Natufa, who was actually a wildcard for many years during the CT event in Tahiti.
Yeah, it was actually, we ran one of the ISA World Surfing Games, and it happened to be at Papara. You know, you expect to go somewhere like one of the more well-known places, and it was that beach break. We did a double bank situation, and it was really fun to see a different part of Tahiti. I absolutely love going back there. There's that little beach bar where you can kind of hang out, put your stuff down, grab a burger, go surf.
A lot of palm trees and coconuts around too. Get a little vibe in that scene. Who are the members of that team that year, Rosie? Warwick Wright on the team too?
I'm not sure if Warwick was there. Was Damien Farrenfort was one. I know Geordie Smith was there. Yeah, we had a great team. I think maybe Nikita Robb, who was a former championship tour surfer, was on. But yeah, that was vintage. I remember Tom Carroll and Martin Potter were doing the beach announcing.
Oh, that's rad.
It was pretty cool.
It's pretty awesome that we have beach announcers that actually work as coaches in the industry too. Ryan Simmons, Todd Klein, Jeff Baldwin doing some great work this week here in Huntington. We did have Bucky Berry during the longboard segment as well. But as you said, I think kind of getting that motivation just by listening to those people on the beach, probably pretty cool.
And you know who else was in Tahiti at the ISAs? Was Courtney Conlog. The first time I met her, I think she was about 8 or 9 years old. And I know that Courtney Conlog is actually working with Eden Waller here at Huntington Beach.
There she is, with John.
Yeah, it's, I mean, what better person to kind of tap on the shoulder to help you out here at Huntington. She's won this event. She's a local out here. She's also a Huntington Beach lifeguard.
Yes, she is.
I got to catch up with her at one of Carissa Moore's More Aloha events right here at Duke's at Huntington. And so cool just to see her in such a good place, just sharing the experience of being a lifeguard at a home break.
Won the event when she was 16, Courtney, back in 09. She was the last surfer to win this event at CT back in 2018 as well.
That must be like such deja vu for her, like Courtney being here, knowing that she won this event when she was 16. It's Eden's 16th birthday today. I don't know, there are those funny things in the universe that kind of line up and you're right where you're meant to be.
Beautiful day to go for a surf too. Might not be the most consistent of days, but the sun's out, the beach is crowded. You got your parents on the beach too. I gotta imagine Zion's running around over there somewhere on the beach too. Actually, you know what? He gets pretty nervous. I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually surfing on the north side right now. 19:20 on the clock. And Zabrowski, we talked about her talent so far. Made it all the way to a Challenger Series final last year in Portugal. Was looking at that wave, gonna let it go. Gould decides to have a paddle for it, and she is up. A 5.57 is what she needs. Looking to gain some speed down the line, and as you said, that deep spot right there in the middle section, it's tough to get the connectors, but was close to doing so, and not enough for the shore break re-entry right there. So she's gonna have to settle with another small score, not for lack of trying, but it's gonna be another throwaway for her. Looking at the past champs right here, Rosie, Fitzgibbons last year, Sori Lindblad, the surfer also out of San Clemente, Berilu Sakura Johnson at the moment at top 5, and another one back in 21, but an impressive list of winners right here that have been a past champ at the US Open.
Yeah, so incredible, and so many great teenage performances. Thinking back to Malia Manuel winning when she was 14 years old, Courtney Conlog when she was 16, and then some legends of our sport, Chelsea Georgeson, a former world champ, as well as Sofia Milanovic and Stephanie Gilmore, Carissa Moore. A lot of world title holders have won this event, so it's such a key event. Lane Beachley, Lisa Anderson, Pauline Mensah, man, just the list is well decorated. You're in good company if you take this trophy home.
And for those that say that KK couldn't surf a small wave either, she was a champion back in 99.
It was really fun, Mitch, catching up with Griffin Colapinto, the 2021 Lexus US Open of Surfing champion. he just mentioning what this win meant to him and how this event really was this gateway event win that really kick-started his career. So, you know, come Sunday, when you make the final, when you're on the podium and you win this event, it's going to be a surreal moment for two surfers.
Yeah, and even people that have just made the final, because up until that was actually his biggest victory up until that point, surprisingly. You know, he hadn't won a major event because brother Crosby's now made a final right here before, but Crosby, you know, we all knew that he was on the rise up, eventually qualified that year. Griffin, when he made the final against Canoa back in 2018, he was really the more relevant superstar out of the U.S. surfing scene. And I think the same thing could be said for Eden Walla out there in the green right now. You just look at, I think, kind of the pocket that we have here in Southern California, the great waves, the consistency, especially in the summertime. There's a lot of these surfers that I feel that eventually will not only have, you know, success on the World Championship Tour, I think due to their skill level and how important that wave of lowers is that you tend to surf quite often, has really produced a lot of talent. Lelior right here, looking to improve on a 2.67. I like that she's not waiting around for anything. Uses third priority right here. That one's not really going to turn into anything good, though. But yeah, that point of just going through this event, regardless if you're winning or not, you make the quarter, semis, that's already a strong result. It really signifies that you can compete under pressure, too.
Definitely, and just be just tapped in at Huntington. This is such a major event on the schedule as we get that midway of the Challenger Series season. A good event here can start that momentum roll as we head to the back half of the season. And just looking at, you know, this heat on paper, Tia, Kiara, I mean, Tia's done so well. I think she's got a 3rd and a 5th in the events. Kiara, she's coming off a 5th place finish at Bolito. Like, this is like a really good place to make a name for yourself, but also just add to that string of results that you already got.
Really excited to see the future of surfing not only make it to the championship tour, well, dominate once they're there too. 4 names on your screen at the moment that are looking to make it there at the end of the season here at the Challenger Series level. At the moment, Walla Lelior leading heat number 5. Gonna take a Bronsoy brew break. Be right back with more action from Southside Huntington Beach Pier.
I love to see what's going on with Challenger because that to me is where the action is. Today, I don't think it's even been more difficult than today to qualify for the World Championship Tour. If you're going to make the big tour, you got to come through Huntington Beach, Southside.
Check out the newest episode of the lineup with my brother Dave Prodan and the great OG world champ Peter P.T. Townend, talking about the U.S. Open of Surfing and the significance of winning here on the south side of the Huntington Beach Pier. Back at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Join Best Western Rewards, one of the top-rated hotel loyalty programs in the world. Points never expire and can use them for free nights, gift cards, and more. Scan the QR code on screen to get access to over 250 locations across California, Hawaii, and Nevada. Perfect for surfers, road trippers, and adventure seekers. And guess what? Al Cleland Jr., last year's champ, stayed at the Best Western on Beach Boulevard. He ended up winning. So maybe if you stay at a Best Western yourself, you'll become a U.S. Open champion as well. Mitch and Rosie with you during the break. Rosie, Eden Walla doesn't improve on her 3.67. She's trying, though. This one came in as a 2.9.
Yeah, so Eden just relying on that backhand. Man, she wants that inside connection so badly. It's so hard to find as we watch split peak situation. Kiara on her backhand, finding some whip. One of the better looking waves for her. She's got a 2.93 and a 2.53 in her scoreline.
Yeah, so Zebrowski moves up in a second, a 5.83 on that one, Rosie. The best of the heat so far. Has a small backup, though, just a 2. LaLior down to third with priority, needing a 4.34. And Gould does get her second best, a 2.53 on her last, now needing basically a 5-point ride. 11.5 to go on the clock. Zebrowski having a look, and she is up. Just the one turn on the right-hander so far, and she's going to kick out. Important heat for the rankings, actually, Rosie. Kara Gould, number 13, Eden Walla, number 14. But as you said, Zebrowski currently at number 5. She is looking good so far.
Yeah, this is such a stacked heat in terms of where these ladies sit on the rankings. Tia wants to keep that roll alive. She's got 2 great results so far on the Challenger Series. Nice looking wave from her. I think this is the high mark of the heat that we saw earlier. The 5.83, working that board rail to rail. But keeping that flow alive, I think the judges are really paying close attention to the work that you're doing in between your turns. And Tia's just doing a great job of linking the maneuvers together and finding a bit of variety in her surfing.
Well, and she does take the lead, Rosie, a 2.93 on her last, so just enough to move up into first. Walla down to second. LaLior, who is currently number 24, so not in a bad spot herself, also to potentially qualify later this year. 4.5 is what she needs. Meanwhile, Gould needing a 5.07 now. So 1:44 local time, about another hour for the tide to peak. Zebrowski on her last 3 rides might be converting on her top 2 waves, and a little bit of a misread right there towards the end, but still with the chance to improve on the high 2 that she currently has.
Yeah, and you think about that wave, only the first maneuver will count. She didn't quite ride out of that second, but this was she had 4th priority on this wave. Beautiful opening maneuver. You see a lot of spray, and then just a little bit mistimed, like you said. And it's so tricky to not overpower the wave when it's this small, especially on your backhand. And it was just that little split second behind on the reading of the second maneuver. But I think she could maybe even improve just on the strength of that one maneuver.
I agree. I like the one spike, and judges agree with you too, Rosie. A 3.17, so slight improvement there for Zebrowski. Talked about her age. Already making a Challenger Series final, but 2 keeper results already in the first 2 events of the year. Got a couple of paddles. So seems like LaLior might have paddled for that one, and we'll see if priority switches, but Walla was able to get up and actually fit in a quality turn on that thing too. Just under 9 minutes on the clock. I have a feeling she's going to be improving herself.
Yeah, that was great from Eden. Just very aggressive on that paddle for the wave, and then that maneuver that she was able to fit in. You know, there was that technicality to it. There was that speed. There was that little bit of excitement that you get when you watch a surfer perform that particular maneuver. It definitely elicited some kind of reaction. So she's looking to drop the 3.67. I feel like on the strength of that one maneuver, it might be there.
I like it too. And she will. A 3.83, so doing that. Not in a huge way, but in the end, 0.1, 0.2 could go a long way in these kind of conditions, Ro.
Yeah, and it's been a battle of inches really with these heats. I mean, you can't reiterate how tough it is when you've got such a hotly contested matchup and the conditions are really tricky like this. As we watch, this is the replay of Eden that saw her extend that second place position.
Yeah, and LaLior did paddle, so she's going to go down to 3rd priority too. That was a situation where she was not only trying to convert on a wave, actually move up into the top 2 right there.
Yeah, and you know, just thinking about that little concerted effort on that wave, there's almost that opportunity to kind of hinder Eden's scoring potential there. I mean, these 4-person heats out here at Huntington, when you're this condensed and everyone is really focused in on getting the best wave, it can get pretty tricky and interferences can come into play.
So a 9th already at the Newcastle surface, and then at the Bolito Pro, a 17th. Not bad for somebody who's in her mid-teens, I would say, especially considering that not many teens get to travel the world and say that they compete professionally to be able to qualify for a world tour either.
And I think, you know, last year, thinking about Eden's qualification for the Challenger Series, it really was just like, hey, let's just attempt this, see how we go. And then for her to kind of make the Challenger Series
Good point.
and so quickly ascend up those rankings, yeah, they're giving it a shot this season, seeing how, you know, Eden does. And she belongs on the championship tour. I mean, the caliber of surfing that she does, I mean, you can say that about all these women in this heat, actually, but
it's pretty funny as parents, though. I remember John and Megan actually talking about that, and they're like, that's not our goal, but if it happens, we're already like showcasing some scenarios, because we do have another child too. Are we all traveling to every destination? Can be expensive, but in the end, you know, Rosie, I know you've been in this position yourself too. It might not happen ever again. Will you just take advantage of it right now, knowing that it might not be a possibility in the future either?
yeah, I mean, Mitch, that's a great point. You know, you have this opportunity come your way. I think being open to that and seeing how it goes. They're so focused in on surfing and traveling, and they're such a laid-back family. I don't think that Eden's feeling any kind of pressure to compete from her parents at all. It's all her own inner want and goal setting. So it's really cool to just have this opportunity in front of you, go travel to these locations, see how you do, and if it happens, you qualify, great. But she's still got a number of years where she can prep and even mature in her surfing even more. So it's a pretty cool position that she's in.
5'8", for the heat leader Zabrowski, originally out of French Polynesia, now represents France, resides in the southwest of France. Walla in second, she's looking to improve on a 3'8". There's Tia. Made it into the final in Portugal last year. A complicated wave too over there at Aceita as well. That's actually going to be our next stop after this one. Meanwhile, Lelior, she's been a 2-time Olympian. Really diverse in her attack, how good she is in any kind of surf. I'd actually say when it's proper, she actually might be one of the best top 10 surfer on the Women's Challenger Series.
I mean, yeah, what an accolade to be someone that charges, especially in this moment that we're seeing in women's surfing. That's a huge credit to her. Very impressed with her Olympic run.
She needs a 4.66 at the moment. Younger sister Noah as well, a very talented surfer. Meanwhile, Gould, she has a pair of 2s at the moment. Not for lack of trying. Kiara just hasn't been able to get anything really with a steep section out there. And she is coming off of a keeper result in Bolito as well. So doesn't want to lose out early and lose that momentum. Speaks multiple languages. And it is really cool when you go to that small town of Teahupo'o at the end of the road. A lot of diverse settings. Huge fan of the cuisine over there, Rosie. The poisson cru, everything they cook with over there, the seafood, and they truly live off of the ocean too.
It's such a sensory explosion.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so beautiful. It's like the waves are insane, the food, the people, the culture. Really is one of the most idyllic locations on the planet, and such an experience at the end of the road. Like you said, oftentimes it's homestay, so you're staying with families, local families. You fed local cuisine, like you said, and just such a cool experience. One of my favorite things is when you paddle out in a lineup, everyone high-fives. So you'll come over, say what's up, and then obviously take your place in the lineup. And as we are the traveling surfers coming in, having that respect of just sitting outside watching everyone get waves, and then if something comes your way, great, but don't make yourself too much of a menace in the lineup.
Speaking of menace, I've been one so far today. That makes me hungry. Let's talk about some board and brew. Turcados. We got the Left Coast Pastrami too. One of my personal favorites. One really close by, actually, off of Beach Boulevard here in Huntington, but there's multiple locations all across Southern California. Big thank you to Board and Brew for providing a ton of lunch every single day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Actually, wouldn't mind another sandwich myself, Rosie.
You know what I like? Is ordering online for pickup. It's so easy.
You gave me an idea.
Don't forget the sauce.
Oh, you like the Thousand Island dressing, huh?
It's yummy.
We got spoiled here in SoCal. Great food, boredom brews everywhere. We got Pacifico sponsoring the event. Why wouldn't you want to come down here to the Lexus US Open of Surfing? 2 minutes 10. Zebrowski still in the lead. And that one moment where Lelio paddled for that wave with priority, didn't catch it. Rosie, it's costing her. And especially considering that the person below her in the standings at the moment has priority, and she's looking for something even better, a 5.23. 2 minutes here, and about 50 minutes away from the high tide mark this afternoon.
I would love to see Kiara just get another opportunity. I feel like, you know, she's been battling this whole heat. She is working with Pauline Nadeau, a former championship tour surfer, part of the French Federation of Surfing. She's got a good support crew, families here, parents are on the beach watching. Just be so great with that priority. Just find a little set, get a chip, have another shot at it.
She was also in the Stab Ladybirds too, so she can pull an air. I mean, if you saw that close-up shot though, nobody in this heat seems like they're phased at all. Everybody's just kind of chill out there.
I think accepting before you paddle out at Huntington that, you know, it is what it is, being positive about it and trying to be as hungry and eager as you can and put your best surfing to the forefront. Other than that, I mean, they've done everything they can do. I think everyone in this heat can be proud of what they've done. No one's really, there's no glaringly obvious mistakes that anyone has made. Tia's found herself on the best waves. Eden's the same way. She's been very calculated with her wave choice and also had that early start.
Yeah, she's caught 6 waves. The other 3 surfers have caught 4, and it was really the start for Walla, where she was able to get into a rhythm, 30 seconds on the clock.
See Eden just moving in there. Anna just wants to kind of make her presence known. She does have the lower priority seed in the 4th place, so there's not much that she can do in fending her off. But just applying that pressure subtly.
Yeah, you know, and the backdrop being around there, having your presence felt. It'll make a difference, and it will in this heat too. Getting the countdown soon. It's going to be Zebrowski and Walla moving through. Great performance by those 2 ladies. Happy birthday, Eden, 16th. And the 14-year-old Zebrowski looking great to potentially qualify later on this year. They eliminate Anat Lelior and Kiara Gould. We will be seeing the 2 of them compete in the month of September in Portugal. Heat number 6 coming up of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, Tamada Banner, Suzuki, Inso, and Rogers when we return. big thank you to all of our amazing sponsors and partners here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. That is the great Tia Zebrowski moving through. The young phenom out of France. Beautiful looking sharp eye surfboard there too, file 50. Seems like it worked perfect out there on the south side of the Huntington Beach pier as well. Heat number 6 of the women's round of 48 in the water. Keala Tamara Bannert from Hawaii in the red. Nanaho Suzuki in the blue from Japan. Vaihiti Mahana Inso, you can call her Vi, from Honolulu, Hawaii in the white. And Oceana Rogers from Australia in the green. Mitchell Salazar here with the great Rosie Hodge. Rosie, Keala, career high, top 20, 2 years in a row back in 22 and 23. She's looking to make it into the top 7 this year to qualify for the World Championship Tour. Speaking of Tamara Bannert, the product of Kauai, already has a QS win under her belt. That was at the U.S. Air Force Supergirl Pro in Jacksonville. Meanwhile, Vi, one of the best styles, I would say, on the female side of things here on the Challenger Series, Rosie. We've known about her for a long period of time, coming out of Honolulu and really being kind of pushed up by former world champion and one of the all-time greats, Carissa Moore.
Definitely having that mentor in your corner is such a big advantage, as you see this wave right here. Nice little turn off the top there on her backhand, finding that little bit of connection. Good little start there. I feel like those early starts are so important in these kinds of conditions. Via really nice style, like you mentioned, just so smooth and silky, tapping that board rail to rail. But yeah, just talking about that mentorship from Carissa Moore, as we see.
Ooh.
Oh, just a little bit. You know what I find here in Huntington that's just like a little sneaky thing that can upset your run? The sand is really silty, and just making sure that you kind of put enough wax on your board and maybe step on the wax when you get out in the water and kind of rub your feet to get that little bit of muddy slipperiness off is kind of an important tip.
So scores coming through, just a throwaway for both Rogers and Suzuki. The first of Tamara Bannert, 3.17. For Inso, a 2.67. We got a few waves rolling through right now, but I do want to get back to that point about the wax, though. Seems like Keala right here in the red. She's up. This is a good-looking right-hander, too. Into the lip once, up and over the whitewater. Beautiful carve for Keala. What? 3-turn combo just on the outside alone? Potentially our first excellent score of the women's round.
I back you, Keala. Just great surfing there as we watch Oceana opening up her campaign.
Yeah, one of our youngest surfers in this heat. Rogers, coming out of Oceania. No pun intended with her name, but she's got a great style too. One of the younger qualifiers out of the region. But yeah, I mean, not only am I seeing great stuff out of both Rogers and Tamara Bannert, close to the high tide mark, and number 3 in the region right here, Rogers, she found a goodie on the left too, coming out of Shell Cove in New South Wales.
Yeah, number 3 in that region. I mean, we're talking about how competitive all of these nations are. I mean, that would be just such an amazing feat for her to be on this Challenger Series, watching her really mature style, just so lively too. She's got a lot of speed, trying to tip-tap that board onto the inside section. Doesn't do it, but Keala's wave, as we see this replay, just such a beautiful start from her. First turn, strong. Second turn, whipping through that carve. Third turn, really just finding direction change right there, keeping that speed up. Just one of the better waves that we've seen in the women's round.
Comes through as a 6, so a great start. Not excellent, but still a 6-point ride today is huge. Number 2 in the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region qualifiers this year. Once again, been on the Challenger Series scene for a good number of years. The opener of Inso, really a strong start for her too, a 5.5. And now waiting on the last of Rogers, 28 minutes on the clock. You know, getting back to the point about the wax and the little dirt from the sand, you know what's a difficult thing too? The water's changed a bit. It's gotten warmer. Do you still go cold water wax, or do you start bringing it down, knowing that there is a layer of cold water wax on your board from previous days?
I think I'm going to stick with whatever's as tacky as possible.
Okay.
I'm going to stick with the cold, but the water has been fluctuating throughout this week that we've been down here at the US Open of Surfing. We've seen it go from like high 60s down to the low 60s, and the surfers having to kind of adjust. It's actually a really great point. I mean, you've got to be thinking about what wetsuit you're going to bring down to the beach, your backup equipment, the wax you want to ride, because as the water changes, all of those little elements can also incrementally change.
Incrementally changing and improving year in and year out. Tia Zebrowski with AJ.
Yeah, we were just recapping the first 2 Challenger Series events for you this year, a 3rd and a 5th, and now you showed some veteran patience in your opening heat here at Huntington Beach when the waves go quiet like that. What are you telling yourself? How have you developed the ability to stay calm?
Well, that happened a lot in the QS. Like, it's always very small, and yeah, I managed like to stay really like still waiting for like 10 minutes, and yeah, I was just telling myself it's alright, just stay calm. You know, you don't really care about the results, you just like doing your best. So I was like just trying to stay calm and just hoping a wave could come. And then there's that little set that was coming. I was like, yes, finally! And I could do like 2 turns, and then I took like 2 other waves, like just to stay like on the rhythm, and then flat again. So yeah, I was really lucky.
You navigated that heat perfectly onto the next round here at Huntington. Before we let you go, do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Coucou tout le monde, je suis super contente de passer ce heat. C'était vraiment difficile les vagues. Vous me manquez très fort, et puis j'ai hâte de vous revoir. Gros bisous!
Merci beaucoup, and félicitations to the great Tia Zebrowski. A 3rd and a 5th, and another heat win here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Surfing for the first time, by the way, at this event is the 14-year-old Zebrowski. During the interview, a couple of waves, Rogers, her second score comes through as a 3.83, Rosie. Last of Nanaho Suzuki from Japan in the blue. It is going to be her best, going on the backhand right here.
Yeah, also just has that compressed style, looking really good, just able to keep those knees bent and absorb any lump and bump, and also stay low and keep the speed up.
And then Rogers, this one just a 1.67 for the surfer out of Oceania. 25 minutes on the clock.
It is so relatable just listening to Tia say, you know, you're waiting for that set and you're anticipating it. Like here at Huntington, that feeling of waiting it and willing that wave your way, it goes hand in hand with competing here. And when that opportunity comes, being able to capitalize on it and really read the wave exactly how it's meant to be read, not missing any sections. I think you can get really exposed out here at Huntington if you make any mistakes.
So were you exemplifying the same kind of patience at that age that Tia's presenting right now?
Man, these women are just
it's crazy,
so
isn't it?
mature in their approach, definitely. But I mean, you're keeping it simple, right? You're really simplifying it for yourself there. She's already content with her results so far. She's just focusing in on what she can do in that present moment and how she can control her heat. Yeah, she did a really good job.
So Suzuki right now at 2.83 as her high mark. Just looking at the qualifying series within the Asia-Oceania region, they're able to actually do both events. They do qualify separately though, but this year, I mean, before she went on the Challengers, 5th at the Phillip Island Pro, that's a QS 3000. Didn't do very well at the Krui Pro, which is a, you know, pivotal event for them in that region. But she did win a QS 6000 already. That was at the Sehung Korea Open just a few weeks ago at the new wave pool that they have over there. And I feel like at a wave pool especially, it all comes down to talent. The wave's already there.
That's so true. I mean, just a few short weeks ago, winning that, making the transition here to Huntington, as we watch Vi on this wave, already locked in a really good score, or like the 5.5 from her. So she's kind of leaning still on that forehand approach on the lefts.
Number 3 in her regional qualifying system as well. I'm a fan of the way we qualify people now, honestly. I think before, for some regions, especially here in North America, you're maybe not surfing the same kind of quality of waves most of the time. But I just think in the end, you get the people from each region. There's more diversity that way. You know, I feel like especially with the South American movement, especially in Brazil, those men and women were dominating for years, and 2/3 of, or at least 1/3 of the QS, 2/3 of the men's regular season CT surfers in 2018 were out of Brazil. So having that spread out a bit more, we have 8 surfers out of South Africa now on the men's side. I mean, to me, it's really cool. And I think in the end, it just comes down to having equal opportunity for everybody regionally.
Definitely, and we're just seeing such a diverse field coming to play here at the Challenger Series, and still you're seeing the best surfers qualifying for the championship tour, and it's really creating just a different flavor with all these nations represented.
So she did win the QS regionally, Suzuki within Asia.
Very impressed with her showings at the World Juniors, the WSL World Junior events that we've had in the past.
A couple of great people. I mean, we've had the chance to call multiple of those events, Rosie. Tenchi Wami come through the program. Joe Azuchi's been a runner-up to the World Junior title. Amuro Suzuki being a champion, too. I think she beat Alyssa Spencer in a final over there in Taiwan. And another big platform, too. Kapo and I were actually talking about it earlier. And there's different ways to eventually get to the same point that everybody wants to get to, and that's the CT. But you go through the junior program, now you become a World Junior champion, you automatically get a spot on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, the gateway, I mean, is just so great. The way that they have really propped up the different regions, like you mentioned, there's more events where you can travel locally and save your money so that you can, you know, eventually find yourself on this big stage. It's just really great how the surfers are supported, and the pathway to getting on the Challenger Series, to getting on the Championship Tour is a lot more clear.
I also think it's really awesome to see some quality waves be presented at certain spots of the regional QSs too.
Yes.
Morocco this year was pumping.
Yep. Morocco was insane.
Jorgen Kuzene beating local boy Ramsey Bukiam in the final. You know, they both got cheered up too.
I believe it.
Having J-Bay back on the regular season CT schedule, something huge. And for the women, you know, first time ever on really the big QS/Challenger Series scene where they're going to be competing at Pipe.
That's massive. Yeah, big news coming out for the 2026 and 2025 season.
And one of them will be the surfer in white right here. Actually going to be considered a local as Vainso. But just speak to that, Rosie. I mean, 7 events. You are permitted 2 throwaways. They count your top 5 results. For somebody like Tia Zabrowski, well, she's already got 2, might be 3 later on at this event right here. But looking at the schedule on screen, Saquarema back once again at Iseda, but the addition of Pipeline and Newcastle once again at the end, that is huge.
That's massive. And I'm just thinking having an opportunity to surf Pipeline as a Challenger Series event, because if you want to be on the big stage of the Championship Tour, you better be competing at these waves. So having that great contest structure as Challenger Series surfers to cut your teeth there. And then Saquarema too, that's a full-time Championship Tour event. So being able to travel to these locations, get familiar with all of it. Going to Bolido, I mean, that's such an amazing event. A lot of surfers then traveling to J-Bay to enjoy the waves there in case they qualify for the Championship Tour.
Which a good amount actually did. Reed Van Wagner went and spent time with her brother Jack and her dad Kirk right after the event. I know Taro Watanabe also went.
Sierra Kerr was there.
Why not? You're already there. Waves are good. People already knew that the forecast was going to be amazing too. I think, especially Pipe, as you said. Having done a junior event there myself, you have obviously the saying that you're like, oh, now I was able to compete in Pipe and with the jersey on. That's one thing, but getting to surf at an event there, seeing the Pipe house, Jamie's house right there in front of the Volcom house, it's a different feeling to when you're free surfing, Rosie.
Oh, totally.
It's also very scary, too.
The energy, too. Well, you know, taking the crowd aside, when you're out surfing Pipeline with just, you know, 3 other people in the water with you, you've got to go. Like, there is no holding back. You can't say someone else was going. The opportunity presents itself. You got to send it over that ledge. So it's going to be fun to watch how the athletes tackle that. And I know that a lot of surfers, to get ready for that, they will go and spend a lot of time in that region in Hawaii, just getting familiar with it, maybe tap someone on the shoulder that is familiar with the break, to give them some insight so they can feel more comfortable there.
And that happens at every level, by the way, too. I spoke to Lucas Cassidy's dad a while ago, and he said, yeah, we're going to a couple of big beach breaks in Mexico to already get our board settled in before that event. We're 6 months away from that one. Jordy Smith is leaving for Tahiti tomorrow. So it's not just people on the QS, on the Challenger. Even number 2 in the world is doing that right now. And preparation, as you know, is everything, Rosie.
Oh, it's so key. And just having that foresight to be prepared for every event. I mean, even here at Huntington, probably a couple months beforehand, you're going to be tapping into your shape and just really dialing in your small wave equipment. You want to get to Huntington early. Chatting to a lot of surfers, people getting here like 2 weeks before the event started, just so that they can come and surf this place, get familiar with the equipment, pick up some local shapers boards. They've got such a wealth of shapers here on deck that can really dial in your equipment for this wave.
Let's look at the 6-point ride of Keala Tamara Bannert once again. First of all, a quality wave, but she surfed it up, Rosie.
She did. I mean, she really met the moment here of just taking off on this wave. Really excited to watch her on each of these sections, just adding something a little bit different to every maneuver that she had, and got really lucky on that third move that the wave kept its shape and power.
Keala Tamara Bannert, Championship Tour surfer, sounds pretty nice. Her at Snapper, her at Bells, Jeffreys Bay, I think would be something pretty cool. Still very young. She's been a member of the top 20 back in 2022 and 2024. Right now, though, she is looking to make it into the top 7. The expansion of the women's field for qualification, something huge too, Rosie, especially with the young talent we have. And for, you know, multiple people that didn't necessarily qualify for the back end of 2025, they're going to be on next year too. Sawyer Lindblad being one of them.
Yes, you got Sawyer Lindblad, you got Bella Kenworthy, Brisa Hennessy,
Vahine
Ferrero. Like, she's been on the beach here. Vahine, she's obviously surfing in this event, but also she's got to have her mind on Tahiti. She's going to be coming in as the wild card, and man, the wild cards for Tahiti are just looking so
gnarly, huh?
lethal.
Kellyanne Galina too, defeating Aylan Vast in the trials final on the women's side. Mihimana Brai once again in the event, winning the trials. It's going to be fun. The state of surfing's in good hands, especially with the surfers that we have on tap, including the 4 out there at the moment. Vi Inso in second has the 5.5 as her high mark, 2.67 as her second best. After the 383, Rogers tried, only got a 1.67 though, now needing a 4.35. And Nanaho Suzuki, our regional champion out of Japan, top 30 surfer currently on the Challenger Series rankings. She needs a 5.35 or better to move up into the top 2. Big fan of hers, as you said, come through the junior program. Actually just graduated from the junior program last year. And now she won the QS 6000 at a wave pool in South Korea a few weeks ago. Tamara Bannert, though, with priority. And she's been extremely efficient. Just a 6 and a 3.17, only 2 waves ridden. And a great start to this heat. And it's been a few minutes that we've actually had a wave ridden. Actually, a wave that's even been paddled for, Rosie. Coming close to the high tide mark in about 30 minutes right now.
Yeah, that's right, just watching the ocean. And I think something that these surfers, especially Keala and Vai, when you look at their scoreline, the 6 and the 5.5, really replaying in their mind where they caught that wave and just applying that to their learning experience.
Let's go down to AJ.
We are down here at the Hogue Activation, where they really have something for everybody. There's a photo booth, a reaction wall, a balance board if you want to practice your surfing, and I have seen some incredible ping pong matches going down throughout the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. So if you're coming down to the beach, make sure you make your way down to the Hogue Activation. You could even walk away with some hand sanitizer, something that I am so grateful to be having in my pocket throughout this week. So come on down to Huntington, check out the Hogue Activation.
Thank you, AJ. Appreciate Hogue and the incredible work they do here in Southern California. I believe they just opened up a hospital in San Clemente, too.
That's right, stoked.
Have their home base right here, just down the road in Newport Beach. The best doctors in the world right here in SoCal Hogue. We appreciate their support. A lot of their staff on site here for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico.
And a lot of them surfers themselves, so
That's
they can
true.
really lean on that knowledge when they're treating you.
And not just the physician from Hogue. How about the physicians that we actually have on site? Dr. Tim Brown, I believe he's actually doing something with sport therapy later on tonight. Same thing with Dr. John Pecora. Doc Rosie's been on site multiple times. Here's Oceana Rogers now. 4.35 is what she needs. That wave just going to fizzle out for her, surfer in green. So at the moment, Tamada Banner, Vi Inso in the top 2 spots. It's Rogers and Suzuki needing mid-range scores to move up into the top 2 spots. Heat 6 of the round of 48 will be finishing when we come back here to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Paramount Plus is home to all your favorite SpongeBob SquarePants movies and hundreds of episodes. You can also catch new episodes of Camp Coral and the Patrick Star Show exclusively on Paramount Plus. If you're loving all this Bikini Bottom energy, dive deeper into the fun on Paramount Plus, where SpongeBob and the gang are always cooking up chaos. Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, Mitch and Rosie here. Rosie, I know you're anticipating this, but I can do a really good Gary impersonation. Want to hear it?
Yeah, go. I'd love to. Meow. That's pretty good. Wow. Just got his understudy next to me.
Gary the Snail. That's my boy on SpongeBob SquarePants too.
That's so good. Great to see a couple spin-offs there for Patrick.
Hey, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Gotta get Hayes in one of those shows eventually.
About time. Oh, Hayes loves my 4.5-year-old. He'll watch it.
He loves SpongeBob, yeah?
Yeah.
And I'm getting old. SpongeBob's been around for a long time now. 9:20 on the clock. Tamada Bannert's in the lead. 317 her backup score. She's only got 2 waves, and she's got the 2 of them in the first 7 or 8 minutes of this heat. Vi Inso, kind of the same situation for her. A 5.5 and a 2.67 as her top 2. Meanwhile, Rogers, the 20-year-old out of Australia, she got runner-up to Sophie McCulloch over at Phillip Island a few months ago. That was a QS 3000, but at that point, had already done most of her damage on the regional QS scene to qualify. There's that always happy and always electric, and I'd say future Championship Tour surfer Annette Gonzalez Echevarri, Zoe Benedetto, longtime ripper out of Ponce Inlet in Florida.
It's great to see the representation and boss representation that we're seeing. Yeah, looking forward to this next heat. We got Peruvians coming up.
Mirai Ikeda from Japan, Zoe Benedetto from Florida. You mentioned the Basque Country, another great area of the world. A lot of good waves around there. The food in the Basque Country.
Well, we're thinking about one of our high scores from today. Adur Amatrine.
Yep.
A 7.5 this morning as we watch Vi on this wave. Important wave for her.
Yeah, she's in second at the moment, looking to improve on a 2.67. Might be able to do it there with just a 1 turn on the forehand. Smart move to go on that one, Rosie, after not catching a wave in a long period of time. A 3.68 would give her the lead, though, so not a bad snap right there in the forehand from the Honolulu product.
Yeah, she's going to be knocking on the door for that score, the 3.68. Yeah, we haven't seen much action, Mitch. I will say we're about 25 minutes from the high tide. One thing that I'm really happy about today's conditions, the wind has stayed relatively light.
It has.
It hasn't come up. We've seen that onshore kind of kick up in the afternoon. I don't want to jinx it. We still got 2 heats left. So
knock on wood.
Knock on wood. But yeah, there's, you know, you're always just looking at the glass half full over here.
There's Sol, surfer you were mentioning out of Peru. Olympian last year herself. Multi-time regional champion in South America as well. And she comes from a place in the northern part of Peru. I know you used to travel there quite a bit for the Women's Champ Tour event.
Yep.
A lot of quality waves. Los Órganos, where she is from.
Wow, so many amazing waves. I know we had Championship Tour events, Lobitos.
Yeah, Lobitos, yeah.
Amazing left-hander, as well as Mancora.
Mancora, yeah.
Mancora was such a vibe. There was just like this little fishing town that had like a couple restaurants and just, it was amazing. Just rolling into town, so well taken care of. Again, land of the left, so left-hand point break that we got to surf there.
We're putting it out into the universe. Let's get a CT event back there.
Oh, I back that.
Please.
Yeah, we also surfed in Lima in Peru.
Oh, waves
Yeah.
are really good in Lima.
Yeah, it was pretty cool just to go travel around that region. Obviously, this is when Sofia Milanovic was competing full-time on the tour. So it's pretty much her event. It was crazy to see the mania around Sofia when she was surfing in her home country, and just the support that she got. The first South American world champ in.
Pretty big deal, right?
Huge deal, like superstar.
3.47, the last of Inso. She doesn't take the lead, but she does improve, still needing the 3.68 for first. Tamara Banner with priority in the lead. Rogers now needing a 5.15 for second, and Suzuki in fourth. Second priority needing a 6.14. That would have to be the best wave of the heat. You know, another big part about that northern part of Peru, the consistency of waves, especially during one time of the year, it's nonstop. And, you know, the same thing could be said for certain parts of the world. Vi Inso coming from Oahu South Shore. You go there from late March all the way through early October, plenty of waves. Then you have to transition into other parts of the island. And the cool thing I will say about, you know, places like that, you know, you're on an island, you'd be thinking, oh, it's flat one side, there's waves on the other. And I think as surfers especially, we like exploring, Rosie. And that's why we're called to this. And look at the 4 people on screen, the 4 surfers that were in the previous heat too. If you ask most of them if they would have thought they'd be doing this 5-6 years ago, especially at their young age, I guarantee you 90% would be thinking, no way.
Yeah, it's one of the best things in the world, being able to, you know, use the vehicle of surfing as an opportunity to travel all over the place and like, call surfing your job. Like, you get to go to the beach, rock up and jump in the water, and then that's kind of what you get paid to do. It's amazing, and it obviously comes with its challenges, but definitely wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Traveling the world, surfing, competing, the friendships that you make, the places you get to see.
What was the first kind of sense of belonging you felt, Rosie, once you qualified?
Oh, as we look at Oceana, just needs that mid-range score, a sense of belonging. What, like, this is what I wanted to do?
Or that you felt like you earned your spot?
Like, I felt like I earned my spot. That's, wow, that's a big
It's a loaded question.
It's a loaded question. Do you
I'm
know
sorry.
what happened with me, Mitch, is I matriculated from school in 2005, went on to the qualifying series 2006 full-time, and I actually ended up qualifying in that first year, and it actually took me completely by surprise.
Wow.
I didn't think that it would happen, you know, that quickly, and obviously I was like really happy that it did, but it definitely, I had this moment after the qualifying series had finished and wrapped up. I'd earned my place on tour, but this kind of like imposter syndrome and being like, feeling like I wasn't worthy of being on the tour, and just having that little confidence dip. So you really had to spend some time getting my confidence back up and really finding that self-belief before going onto the championship tour.
So it caught you off guard, basically, right there.
It really did. Yeah, it did. And it felt like, you know, I had opportunities at wildcards at like Fiji, and had traveled with some of the tour surfers, and they just seemed like these big superstars in my mind. So just having, you know, like I said, the self-belief and the confidence is just such a big part of surfing. Like, talent aside, is having that competitive savvy, the self-belief, the confidence, and then obviously the talent.
I hope you realize how big of an impact you've had on the sport, too. I'm serious. Remember that one time I asked Noah Clapp what she thought of, you know, the way you were talking about her surfing, and she's like, man, if Rosie thinks that about me, like, that's the world.
I don't remember that. That's a huge compliment. But yeah, that's so fun. I just am really proud to see where women's surfing is going. And I think nowadays it's just like, the options are endless for them, and it really is cool to see all of them taking that opportunity and running with it.
I think they're definitely taking advantage of the opportunity here. Seeing a lot of young surfers in the lineup, a lot of young surfers in the rankings right now, especially on the verge of qualifying as well. 2 minutes on the clock. Tamara Banerjee in the lead. Boy, and that start really just set her up for success in the back end of the heat right here. A 3:17. Literally in the first minute or two, and then backs it up with a 6, the high mark of the heat right here. And then by Inso, the 5.5, a 3.47 as her backup score. And Rogers, you know, she had a chance, same thing with Suzuki, but they're looking for something better right here.
Kiala's surfed a perfect heat. She's caught 2 waves and she's ending the heat with priority. And just thinking about what that does in terms of being efficient with your energy and your temperament heading into the next few rounds. Like, you haven't had to do too much. You haven't broken a sweat as you head into those next rounds. So you're all confidence at this moment.
Well, she's going to sleep good tonight if things stay the same in the next minute and 10. Inso, though, in 4th priority. 3.68 is what she needs for the lead. Pressure's on both Rogers and Suzuki. 50 seconds on the clock. And I see a couple of lines rolling through. It's not as deceiving with the sun shining bright at this moment. The overcast was really difficult to be able to see which waves were even going to break. Right now, completely distinct. 35 seconds though, Rosie, and you know, once again, both Rogers and Suzuki kind of wave starved in the back end of the heat. Oceana tried. She had 3 waves in the end that just didn't add up to the heat total she was looking for.
Yeah, and again, it's just come down to, it's not because you didn't try your best. It's not a mistake, that glaringly obvious mistake that you've made. It just, honestly, the ocean just played in the favor of Kiala, offered her those opportunities. She made the most of them. Vi also started with that strong wave. She had that 5.5 to begin the heat, and that's really been the story. Those 2 waves, the 6.0 for Kiala and the 5.5 for Vi.
Well, it's an all-Hawaiian sweep in this one. The 2 surfers from the Hawaii-Tahiti Nui region moving through. Tamara Banerjee with the victory. Vaihiti Mahana Inso, no stranger to competing here in California, also moving through. We'll see both Rogers and Suzuki competing in the next stop in Portugal. And with that, bring on heat number 7. Sol Aguirre, Zoe Benedetto, Mirai Ikeda, and Annette Gonzalez Echevarri. When we return to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, Huntington Beach returning for action here at the US Open.
The Challenger Series is the battlefield.
Pray for me.
Surfing brings me to all these places and connects us all.
We're good friends, but competing is competing. Every heat is a fight for everyone's lives.
She has been smashed on those rocks.
The stakes are higher, the pressure's higher.
The more we get heat, the more we stand up.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Let's run this one back. We got 4 incredible surfers taking the lineup. Coming in from that last heat, Kiala Tomada Banner gets that top finish. Not a super large scoring heat, but job done. Top 2 surfers will advance through. This one's going to be a good one. Sol Aguirre, Zoe Benedetto, Mariah Keita, and Annette Gonzalez Echavarri. An international super heat. Different flags across the board there. Chris Cote here with Tanner Gadauskas. Tanner, wind has picked up slightly, but still glistening on the lineup. And it's going to be a hunt for a rippable wave. Not going to be easy, but we know how good these 4 surfers are.
The conditions have kind of come to what we wanted to see today, right? We started out in a little bit of an overcast, little onshore wind, and now to see it, like you said, glistening, classic, iconic California sun. Surf's been pretty small through the day, but everybody's been making the most of it.
Yeah, you have to.
You have to.
Everyone's in the same boat in this lineup. Sol Aguirre, she is one of the stars of Surf Girls. You can watch now on Prime. And she started off with a decent number, a 3.5. That might be a keeper. I mean, we've been seeing 3s be pretty meaningful in these last few heats. We've got 2 more heats of the day. We're going to run through the 8:05 post show. It's going to be a fun afternoon of surfing. Here's how it started for Sol Aguirre.
So this is also awesome. Get a score on the board, which actually, like you're saying, it might be in her scoreline, but she'll definitely utilize it through the heat, whether she replaces it right at the very end. And that's based just on how inconsistent the conditions are. So I'm calling big 2 thumbs up for Sol there. Great way to start.
Yeah, so we went into 35-minute heats, a couple heats back, adding that extra 5 minutes of padding to give these surfers their best opportunity at success out here today. See, it looks like Zoe Benedetto trying to get a chip shot in this one. She's up and at it. So Zoe, an East Coaster, knows what it's like to compete in waves like this. She's been doing it in her entire surf career. She's also had success in, big, powerful waves as well, but this is Zoe's bread and butter, knowing that she comes from an area in Florida that more often than not looks like this.
So I'm going to say East Coast of the U.S. has surf stoke that's almost like unbreakable, if you will. That through their summer months, they have to harness the skills to see the rides in conditions like this. So Zoe, she's a great surfer, like you said, in all conditions. She'd be feeling right at home, actually, just knowing that she can definitely get it done today.
Yeah, that one is just a .50, pretty much just stood up and the wave dissolved underneath her. I did like that little chippy start. Mariah Keita keeping her honest, making sure she was going to go on that wave.
Yeah.
So that sets up priority at least for 3rd and 4th. Mariah and Annette, white and green, still open priority between these 2. Whichever one of these surfers paddles for the next wave, well, priority is going to go to the other surfer. So a little bit more complex in the priority lineup with 4 surfers in the water, but one thing we know, all of these 4 surfers are the best of the best from their regions. Your 2024-2025 women's QS number 3 from the Asia region is Mariah Keita, and this is a great scouting report. Would not be surprised to see any one of these 4 surfers on that stage on finals day. The field is that stacked.
That's such a true statement. The round has been so competitive. All these heats that we've called have been really fun to watch. You can tell the level is just rising and rising and rising. And also, like we're seeing in some of these heats prior, the age of these girls is so young. It's incredible that the talent is rising from basically teenage levels, young teenage levels, and they're taking it to a next level. Chris, wanted to chat with you real quick here on what we're seeing from a strategy standpoint. You go out and you know you're going to sit. You know it's going to be slow. Like, how would you approach this, looking at it and being in a wave-starved environment?
I would just pray. No, I would listen to what my coach has to say. Most likely, I think the coaches are going to come in key today because, the surfers have so much on their mind, right?
Yeah.
So much, probably some nerves, excitement, and you'd have to think a little bit of confusion. When you're standing on the beach, you're looking in the water, you're thinking, where do I sit?
Yeah.
Well, that's where a good coach would come over, calm you down. He or she would say, look, get out there, maybe sit right here, look for a wave that's going to cup up here. It's the coach's job to really just get the athletes focused. It was a decent wave from Mariah Keita.
Yeah, it was a nice ride. I think as well, focus, but also, like you were saying, thinking simplistically, like don't fall. Great cardinal rule for today. You're not going to get a lot of shots on the board, so make it worth your time when you surf these waves, which she just did on that last one, which is very cool. I'm just trying to think. It's really hard. There hasn't been a clear-cut peak to line up off of, or like any rhythm through the day necessarily that you could create a formula off of.
Yeah, it's like, hey, don't worry that your competitor is a star of surf girls. Don't worry about your signing tomorrow, about what the crew's gonna wear or do tonight. Don't worry about what songs Yolanda Be Cool are gonna play tonight. Just worry about going out there and doing what you do best. That is surf. I mean, the great equalizer here with waves like this is everyone's going to get the same opportunities, regardless of where you're sitting in the lineup, who you're sitting next to. With 35 minutes, you're all going to have options. Of course, luck does play a pretty big factor on days like today, but also creating your own luck is huge. You think of priority, right? Right now, it's Annette Gonzalez-Echevarria who has that top priority spot. So how she uses that is how she's going to create her own luck.
Yeah, and you have to understand that at one point in the heat, you will get priority, and that is when you're in the driver's seat, and that's when you impose your strategy to the heat. Otherwise, other than that, if you're in fourth priority, you're basically utilizing what you can to make the most out of it. But when it swings to you, you really need to settle in on what you want to achieve with it, whether that's going right, left, sitting for the set, catching any specific wave. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Chris, it's been a wild day to watch competitively because it has been a slower song to sing. It hasn't necessarily felt like a classic sets and lulls moment. It's almost felt just like a lot of lulls, if that makes sense.
No, I hear you. It's one of the grindier days of competition that anyone on the Challenger Series will face. 25:30 to go. Sol Aguirre in the lead on the strength of that 3.5. While these surfers reset themselves in the lineup, we've got Keala Tomata Bannert on the glass right now with AJ McCord.
The queen of efficiency. 2 waves. That's how many you needed to score. That's how many you rode. You move on here at Huntington Beach. Just talk to me about how you navigated the conditions in that heat.
I mean, it was just kind of like going out there and seeing what opportunities. I mean, there's not that much opportunity, but I just knew that I needed 2 scores. And I honestly was going to go surf the shore break because I was like, there's nothing out there, but I'm glad to catch 2.
And not only did you catch 2, obviously you're here on the glass, which means you're on to the next round at Huntington Beach. Just what is your mentality in this 3rd Challenger Series event of the year?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't actually made a heat, so this is my first heat of the year. So it definitely feels really good, and kind of just having like a good mindset for this event. I feel really comfortable here because I've been competing here for a bit, and yeah, just kind of staying busy, I guess.
It worked out today. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Surviving today for anybody is a confidence booster. You've got through what we think is going to be the toughest day of waves throughout the rest of the waiting period. So from here on out, I think you're going to feel a little bit better about knowing you're going to be facing maybe 2 to 3 foot waves tomorrow, 4 to 6 potentially on the weekend. So it's just rising, according to Surfline from here on out. So making it through these heats, especially in the afternoon, is going to be a good feeling of relief for any surfer in the draw.
Well, not only will it be a little bigger tomorrow, but I think like Keala was saying, she didn't understand if there was going to be any opportunity on the outside. You will guarantee have opportunity tomorrow, whether that's waist high, shoulder high. I think a lot of these competitors would be looking at it, and realistically, all they want is more waves. At the bare minimum, give me the opportunity. It doesn't matter if it's small. So no matter what, we're going to improve from here. But it really has been a fun day. It's been a great day of competition. There was one year, Chris, where we did have to compete on the shore break. It wasn't big enough to break out the back, and that was wild too. But you get the grit of it. You know, it's a different kind of event at that stage, and you just realize it's 4 people go out, you get 30 or 35 minutes, and you just have to be in the top 2, not the bottom 2, and you'll move through and just don't think about it again.
One of my favorite heats ever to commentate here was with Rosie Hodge. It was high tide, it was half a foot. Steph Gilmore was actually jumping into waves. It was so small you couldn't paddle, and she was jumping into waves. And Rosie and I did cat puns for 20 minutes because there was nothing else to talk about.
Yeah.
You know, we did get rung up a little bit by our bosses, but it was totally worth it. That was one of the most memorable heats I've ever had.
Well, when you got to talk about cat puns, you know you're scraping the bottom of the barrel, which today we haven't.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that's our skill.
Exactly. Well, we've seen some waves ridden already. Solagere in the lead, 3.5. We saw in that interview, Kiala, surfer in red in that last heat. It only took her 2 waves to get that win. Or maybe she only had the opportunity to catch 2 waves. I mean, this is why it is called the Challenger Series. It's going to be a challenge. Sometimes it'll be a challenge in the way of 6 to 8 foot bombs coming through. Sometimes it'll be 1 to 2 foot waves that you got to make the most of. And at the moment, Mariah Keita, she just keeps chipping away at scores. She's got a 2.33 and a 0.87. Second highest scoring wave so far, Annette Gonzalez Echevarri with a 2.77.
This event brings so much to the town of Huntington. It's funny now that we're watching all these heats and even being a part of it, it's bringing back all these feelings of when I was a kid. It was before social media, and so it truly was the time you would see your heroes come through and surf waves that you were surfing in your local break. And I remember bringing up my surfer magazines and getting Mick Campbell's signature and Danny Will's signature, and they like had this split Quicksilver ad, and they were signing posters, and I was all stoked. And I'm so glad that these sort of venues are still alive for the youth around here, because even if it's small, it's still cool. You know, it's obviously these guys are wishing there was more waves, but it does make an impact on the local community and the groms. And the stoke of a grom, it doesn't necessarily correlate to the size of the wave, as you know. They can get it going on whatever. This looks like a great day for them.
I mean, you said it. This is like our version of the Cannes Film Festival as well. I think there's 3 video premieres tonight.
Yes.
You got Finn McGill's premiere at Inherent Bummer Party up the road. You got the Stab 100 final cut.
Very cool.
Premiere happening. You got there's a Rivia Theater in Laguna premiere going on. This is all within, you know, just a few miles. You got Yolanda Be Cool playing on the beach. Bud Lamas, local legend, has a bar up the street. Joe Woods, TSOL, is playing tonight.
Whoa.
I mean, there's something for everybody.
Totally.
And then you just, you know, you walk around Main Street in Huntington Beach, and you got just a real fun mix of people.
Here we go.
Amazing people watching.
Now, this is what you call completely adapting your strategy.
Yeah, moving in. That's the shore break, right?
That's the shore break. So now we're talking European strategies where the tide swings can be so large, you'll paddle out in one area and you find that the plan has failed and you have to completely switch everything up, which of course, this is because of lack of waves, not for tide. But I'm stoked for her. Nobody's on the inside. At least she'll be surfing waves and getting scores.
Well, here's the thing. Her team might want to keep it quiet because they just drew a lot of attention to Mariah Keita, who's moved all the way through to this inside section. Now she's just going to be sharking around about 15, 20 feet off the shore. That last wave, though, had a little pocket to it. She got 2 turns done, and it looks like the judges are going to reward her with at least a 2-point ride. And that's going to get rid of her 0.87. So I think this is a good decision, at least for now. So far it's working.
Yeah. And I can't tell you how disorienting that is to be, okay, let's just use Sol right here. She doesn't get a great ride. She kicks out. She's now heard that there's a 2-point score or a 3-point score. Everybody's cheering. You're starting to wonder, should I paddle in rather than paddle out?
Look at this wedge.
Oh!
Ooh, missed opportunity there. That was a nice little pocket. The
team's frothing.
I love that team spirit. More of that. Here we go. Uh-oh. Are we making a connection? Almost. Annette Gonzalez Echevarri. AGE.
See, look at, now we're starting to look inside. Is there scoring potential here? Obviously, there's going to be more rides. I think it's a good call. It's definitely a surprising one. Look at the distance she's going to now have to paddle from what would kind of conventionally be your Rob Machado Peak down the way to the Pier Bowl.
Mariah just took the lead with that last wave, a 2.07 that she got on the inside section. So
That's
that
smart.
we can look at that, inside compared to outside. What do you think? What's the call?
There's very little difference for me. Like, I think you should be maybe thinking to move inside and create that energy of just riding a lot of waves. It's frenetic. Wow.
It feels like that inside might just have a little bit more power right now. It's probably going to be a closeout, but one big maneuver on a closeout section could be the difference.
It's always hard to be the person to do that, to actually go to the inside. So now you're going to see probably heat 8, everybody's going to be sitting inside because they can see their scoring potential.
That was a nugget wave right
That was
there.
a nugget. That had a little wedge on it.
And that's the best reaction I've seen of the day so far. It was bittersweet, but they got the team spirit, and there we go. We have another surfer joining.
Heat's on.
Mariah Keita on the inside. With 16:55 to go. Will the gamble pay off? And the good news about seeing on the inside is you've got a really great visual on what's happening on the outside as well. When you're sitting outside, you don't know what's happening in there.
It's a good point.
Good, we're getting chippy on the inside too. I'm fine with that. Is this gonna be a little wedge? It is. Boom.
Boom.
I mean, that was a better section than I've seen on the outside so far. 16:25 to go.
This maneuver right here completely changes the dynamic of priority because now you have two-person heats. So essentially, instead of having 4th priority, 3rd priority, 2nd, and 1st, you're just going kind of head-to-head with somebody in your location. It's really cool because obviously it just gives you more opportunity, but then you can utilize it to your advantage, whether you're on the inside or the outside. So I love this. This heat's kind of gone from a sleeper situation to now we're full throttle compete mode.
It's on.
It's on
WSL
again.
Challenger Series. 15:43 to go. Little peek on the inside. Little pocket here for Annette Gonzalez Echevarri, who's now taken over that top spot. She has a 2.77 and a 2.0, and she's just ringing this wave out. Bringing every last bit of score out of that insider. And another positive about surfing the shore break is it takes about 4 seconds to paddle back out to the takeoff zone. And here comes Solaguirre. She's making the transfer from the outside to the inside. This is going to be fun to watch for the rest of this heat. She had to have heard the cheers and the whistles and hoots
Had to.
coming from the beach. You go, you know what, I got to get involved.
It all plays with your subconscious because you're sitting out the back. You've already kind of thought, like, is it turned off out here? Like, there's no opportunities. And now you just hear hoots and hollers. And Annette, you know, this is kind of a strangely long ride for it being on the shore break. She gets about 3 or 4 maneuvers back and forth. I'd be curious to see where that goes score-wise.
Just so we are heaping the praise on the inside surfers, it looks like Zoe Benedetto got a decent slash out the back. Now she's having to make the decision. While she decides, we're gonna take a quick break. We got 14:24 left in the round of 48 heat number 7. This is gonna be a Bonsoy brew break. Don't worry, it won't be long. We'll be right back. even if you don't surf, there's something to be done that's going to be fun here for you in Huntington Beach. Thank you to Pacifico for helping bring all the action to all the surf fans around the world. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by our friends at Pacifico, as well as the city of Huntington Beach. We got 11 minutes, 44 seconds left. This heat has come towards the shore, so all these fans at the water's edge are getting a literal front row seat to Sol Aguirre and Mariah Queda doing damage on this inside section. So 3 of 4 surfers have chosen to come into the shore pound, and this is just classic. Well, maybe all 4 of them. Here's a look at the last exchange, hot off the break.
I'm kind of loving the dynamic of now the coaches and the crews are like, they're standing like 50 feet from the people.
Yeah, they're ankle deep in the water.
This is all time.
All right, Zoe Benedetto, she's come in.
That was a great turn.
Yeah, that was cool. She does a 2-1-3 for the turn she did on the outside section. That one was pretty snappy and vertical. Talk about having to be quick on your feet.
Yeah.
Second you stand up, you better be going into your bottom turn.
And also differentiating your turns. If you're only getting the opportunity to do one sort of vertical snap, how do you look different? How do you present different to the judges? And that's the real challenge. And also, gotta think about how do you judge at this point? You know, there's a lot of very similar rides very quickly happening.
You know how you judge? Very carefully.
Well,
because you're really going into the details and the subtleties of what you're seeing. I mean, it's a matter of how vertical did the board get, how much spray they threw, where they did the turn on the wave.
Chris, it feels like we've just flipped the switch of excitement here.
Yeah.
This heat's like literally running at full steam ahead now.
Yeah, this is a sprint within the marathon.
It's epic.
And if you're in the next heat, it's got to be a little bit more confusing. That was a great recovery there from Zoe Benedetto.
Yeah.
I'm pretty impressed, because you would think, right, on your backhand, on these little inside chip shots, it would be easier to get up and vertical to the lip, but so far, Mariah Queda and Zoe Benedetto have both been able to do vertical snaps on their forehand on a half-a-foot wave. That is really hard to do.
And Mariah just got a 4.3, which is the highest score of the heat. Yeah.
She's kind of going off right now. That's her 8th wave ridden. No signs of slowing down, too.
Well, honestly, if I had about like 20 to 30 of my good friends on the beach cheering for me and I was 50 feet from them, I'd be freaking hyped.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's really cool.
9 minutes left. Mariah Queda showing that tenacity can pay off. So she's had 9 waves. She's in the lead with a 4.27 and 3.03. Zoe Benedetto now. She jumps up into that second spot. Her last wave, a 4.17. The judges seeing clearly that Zoe Benedetto, you know, pretty much put it all on the line in that little wedge on the inside. And then again, her second score comes through. 4.40. Zoe Benedetto's now in the lead. This thing's heating up.
This thing is hot, actually. So, Chris, we just got a great shot of the Pacifico deck. That looked like a blast. You keep talking about a DJ that's playing after the event. Is that happening there?
No, we got a huge stage up the beach.
Okay.
There's room for about 10,000 people. It's going to be popping down there later. Yolanda Be Cool from Australia. And from Japan, Mariah Queda.
She's on the stage right now.
I love the support crew. I mean, they are like literally just willing her waves, giving her the energy, getting her stoked, and it's working.
To be honest, if I was one of them and I was in board shorts, I think I would stand knee deep in the water.
Is that legal?
I would just do it. She's ripping. That was amazing. Great utilization of the pocket there.
Yeah, we saw some fins, a lot of spray. That might be her best score yet.
Annette ended up getting a ride. I'm not sure if we've seen that yet, but the highest score of the heat, a 4.9.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack with every exchange. Mariah Queda comes through a 4.73, so she is now in the lead. Our graphics team's working overtime as well, because that lead from 4th to 1st keeps switching back and forth with every single wave ridden. But they're the best, so I'm not worried. They're right on it.
And they've been training all day for this heat.
Yeah. Sol Aguirre is in 4th place. She needs a 5.07. Mariah Keita's going for the record-breaking wave count.
Yeah,
right
so
now.
is there a limit on the wave count?
No.
In a
Go ahead.
35-minute heat, just
Ride
keep going.
20. We don't care. We want it.
I think we could be setting a world record right now.
So we're looking at, what, 15... All right, 24 waves ridden, 23 waves ridden in the last 30 or 20 or so minutes. We got 6.5 minutes to go. I hope nobody's fact checking my math out there because it's pretty loose, but I mean, come on, look at all these waves ridden.
No, it's on the fly, but it's with great intentions. So we'll be a little slack on the fact check there.
Well, we got 6:20 to go. Tanner, you asked about entertainment options.
Yes.
And I've been telling you all day, your options are plentiful. Right here on the beach, it's been going off. We've got, of course, your Challenger Series surfing that's been going on all day long. We do have iHeart Radio on the scene. DJ Ty Hollywood has been here from 11. He's going to go till 4. Griffin Colapinto is down here signing autographs. And, of course, our sundown sets today feature Yolanda Be Cool. That's
Amazing.
happening at 4 o'clock. So if you're sitting at work right now in the Orange County area, you still have time to get here. There might be a parking spot or two left somewhere around Main Street. Good luck with that. But get down here. It's going to be a fun beach party. Happy hour is going to be going off. Zoe Benedetto.
Yeah.
2 quick snaps there. She's leaning on these right-handers.
On a day like today, you could imagine the sunset's going to be absolutely spotless.
Yeah, it's going to be an epic Thursday afternoon, evening here in Huntington Beach. We call this Baby Friday. It's like a good warm-up for Friday.
I love that. That's great. A little refresh, a little rebrand.
Chevy Metal is going to be here tomorrow.
Whoa.
And I know you, like me, we love yacht rock. Yachty by Nature's here on Saturday. And the Snapped 5 World Premiere is here Saturday, later that night as well. You really, it seems like everything's perfectly timed to where you could truly do it all.
This event is a cool catalyst for all of that exterior stuff. It brings all the different, you know, like you were saying, tonight even, there's 3 movie premieres. Tomorrow there'll be more. There's things happening every single night. So it is a bit of a festival energy down here.
4:30 now, things are starting to get serious. Solaguerre needs a 5.07. Annette Gonzalez Echavarri needs a 3.67. Zoe Benedetto keeps applying the pressure. Mariah Keita, 4.73 and a 4.27. She's in a precarious lead. We know this thing's gonna flip a few more times just in terms of the standings. It's probably not gonna be it for Annette Gonzalez Echavarri. She needs a 3.67. Combination of 2 turns on that inside so far has been averaging around the 4.25 range.
Yes.
Of course, Zoe Benedetto got a 4.17 for one big frontside snap. So there are more than a few ways to skin a cat. The moment, look at this, tightened up. All 4 surfers, their toes are probably touching the sand as they sit up on their boards. They're that close to the beach.
They're truly that close. Like, I'm not sure if it's portraying correctly in the webcast. They are a stone's throw from that umbrella. And when you're competing in stuff like this, it's actually really interesting because it engages you with the crowd. You know, you can hear the hoots and hollers, which they might not have been able to hear that if they were further out. And it just makes you feel like you're more present in the competition in these heats.
Priority is with Solaguerre. I think she's the furthest surfer to the left or to the south of the pier. The Zoe Benedetto is definitely paying a lot of attention right now to Annette Gonzalez Echavarri, knowing that she's 1 spot above her in the priority standings. She's going to do her best to play defense. She's going to let her go on this one.
Here we go.
She had a try. Maybe deemed a completed ride. Of course, that's another thing the judges are really looking closely at. Did you ride out of your turn? We've seen time and time again here. You got to make it overwhelmingly obvious that you made that turn.
Yeah.
They want to see the nose of your board. They want to see forward momentum in the whitewater. Doesn't have to be that far, but you just got to make it obvious. Here we go, Zoe Benedetto. Another quick front side foam snap.
From an equipment standpoint, Zoe appears like she's riding a longer board. Do you pick up on that? Like the vertical turns, it looks like she has more extension with the nose over the lip, and I don't know because she has two of her scores that she's keeping are 1-turn waves, right? And so I feel like it looks bigger, it looks more pronounced, which can be an advantage. It's hard because it's harder to generate your speed on a longer, narrower craft, especially in pockets like this. But when you're talking singular turns, vertical in the pocket stuff, it can definitely appear like a larger turn just based off of the length of your board.
This is a scary final minute and a half for Solagere. She does have priority, but she needs a decent wave, a 5.07. Ooh, Annette Gonzalez, Echabare.
She says, it's on.
Blowing the tail out, needing a 3.67. Got a good feeling about that wave. That was one of the more exciting snaps we've seen in the past 10 minutes or so.
We were talking claims in the last heat. Is that, do we count that as a claim?
That's a claim.
There's a motion there, right?
There's something. That was the previous wave from Annette. I don't think that was deemed complete. This one from Zoe. Another, I don't know. No, that was not a completed turn.
This is the ride right here.
Yeah, this is the one.
So she does have a lot of emphasis on that last crack there. And here says maybe the job's done.
Yeah, she rode out of that one. Pretty clear. What she's saying, it's over.
It's over.
Mariah Keita.
Boom.
Nice little section to work with there. Ooh. 2-turn combo. Oh, be careful. We've already seen multiple Stingray strikes on the inside there. It is summertime in Southern California. That means the taser napkins are out in force. Shuffle your feet. Oh, wow. That's got to be considered an upset. Solagere, one of the top-ranked surfers on the Challenger Series, in 4th place at the end of that 35-minute heat. Annette Gonzalez Echabari is waiting for a potential score that could flip this heat in her favor. Zoe Benedetto can't do anything else. She's just got to wait to hear what our technical beach announcers say. I feel like Mariah Keita is safe, but there's 3 scores that we're waiting for.
Okay.
And I guess it could be a matter of if they deemed Annette Gonzalez Echabari's last wave a completed maneuver.
You know, it's not for lack of effort. The amount of waves and tries, and Annette looked really fresh. Even the backside turn that she had just before her last one, you could tell she was still mentally engaged. It's gonna be close, if not the score. She's saying, what more could I do?
She's saying, did you guys see the waves?
Come on.
Come on, I'm doing my best out here.
Crazy.
I mean, these are the moments that, as a fan, are really fun to watch.
They are.
Waiting for the scores, she's on the beach, seeing the replay here, needing a 3.67.
That turn was sick. It was unique. It felt different. There's a Durr who competed earlier this morning. They got the whole crew there. Basque presence. Got the flag in the sand.
Oh, they're making the crew wait for it. Building the drama. Here we go, looking for a 3.67. 2 say yes, 1 says no.
Yeah.
Oh! Ultimate buzzer beater. Annette Gonzalez Echabari.
Wow. Hey, great effort right there to all competitors in that heat. Exciting. That turned into like one of the more exciting heats we've gotten to watch today.
Yeah, it's a bitter pill to swallow for Zoe Benedetto, who fought back in that heat in a big way. Solagere started strong with a 3.5. That's a tough heat for all 4 surfers involved. I think it was the straight up tenacity from Mariah Keita that got her through. She rode 12 waves for everybody involved. Different types of relief coming in from that one. You know, for Zoe and Sol, they're now looking towards the next event for Mariah Keita and Annette. Well, they're moving through here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the final heat of the day, and then it's the 8:05 post show. Some entertainment coming your way. Stay tuned.
There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, this is surf mecca.
Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago with priority. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. What other sport will you be watching waves like this one day and the next day waves that are trying to kill you? Surfing is the best. The Lexus Tahiti Pro is right around the corner, and from the sound of it, it's going to be pumping. But before we get there, we got to get through the gauntlet that is Huntington Beach, California. Laura Ropp, Reed Van Wagener, Jolly Stokes, and Talia Swindell take to the lineup in another international superheat. Ropp representing Brazil, Reed Van Wagener from the USA, Jolly Stokes from Australia, and Talia Swindell also representing the USA. And now these four surfers must have been taking notes. They're all starting off right on that inside section. Pretty cool storyline here. Reed Van Wagener, her brother, was actually competing as a professional longboarder just a few days ago. Reed came in the booth, hung out with us for a bit. Super cool person and really knowledgeable about surfing. We did have a surfer with the last name of Stokes. Liv Stokes was in the booth with us as well. She was a competitor on the Longboard Pro Tour, but no relation to Jolly Stokes.
You're saying there's multiple Stokes out there?
Yeah, there's a Stoke in the water right now. You have to. You saw so many waves surfed in that last one that at least you could find solace in the fact that you're going to go out there and probably ride 10 waves, you know, whereas in the previous heats before everyone moved into the shore break, there was maybe 2 or 3 waves ridden per surfer per heat, but now it's like 15 waves ridden.
This, like, when you have a heat in conditions like this where it's consistent, it's very similar, but nothing that's really standing out as an X factor wave, it's kind of a slug match. You know, you have to keep punching, and trying, riding, because you really never know which wave's gonna allow you that skosh of a better turn or a bit more spray. And you just, I guess what I'm trying to say is you can never really take your foot off the gas pedal. And it leads to actually really exciting surfs to watch and as well to compete, because you feel like you're revving the engine in first gear for the entirety of the heat, even if you're having a great heat, because everything can really flop on itself quickly. In just knowing that there isn't exponentially a better looking set wave, they're all pretty similar. And I'd be really stoked. Here's Talia Swindahl, who's from the LA region, really, really good surfer, really great style. I'm sure we'll be keeping an eye on her in this heat, and I don't know, it's just fun. All of these matchups have been great today, and this one is definitely no different.
Jolly Stokes right there with a quick backside snap. Everyone in this heat highly ranked on the QS. And once you kind of make the jump from the QS up to the Challenger Series, you got to perform, because there's hundreds of surfers trying to get themselves, thousands of surfers trying to get on the Challenger Series. You have to qualify through the QS to get into these events, and trust me, it's not easy. You look at the international field that we have here, everyone's ranked in the top 10 of their respective QS regions.
And your best example of that would be someone like Kaloe Andino, who got the wild card to this event. Obviously he's been on the tour for so long, he fell off. He's trying to re-qualify for the Challengers, and that's been a hard task because he's coming up against a lot of fresh energy in the US. Guys like Huckabee, Dimitri, a really young crew of guys who are pushing hard, and that's happening all over the world. Like, the next generation in the domestic regions are incredibly talented, and it's a feeding system to the Challenger Series, which is fun. Obviously, every one of these heats has been amazing to watch, and the seeding is incredible. And then it only gets more gnarly as you go, and you're on the World Tour. So it all does make sense. It's like a ladder system, but each ladder rung is incredibly competitive.
So Laura Ropp's stat right there, #1 in the South America region. Brazil, I mean, if you're #1 in that region, you're gnarly. You're a really
so
good
gnarly.
surfer. And even though it's still early in the year, getting to that spot is a huge accomplishment.
There's I guess I would say being #1 in any region is so gnarly. There's kind of a little bit of a difference psychologically of being the champion versus being second. And when you wear that crown, you are, you know, I think it breeds a lot more confidence through your competing. Here's Talia grabbing a left here. We've seen all of the CI team riding the ECT technology, just giving them a little bit extra confidence in waves like this, a little extra spark, and why wouldn't you?
So for somebody who has maybe never ridden an epoxy board or ridden a board with carbon technology, what's the feel difference between what we'd call a traditional PU board, which is kind of, I guess, your standard surfboard technology that's been riding forever, and relatively new technology, these epoxy carbon wrapped boards? What in your opinion, through your R&D, makes these epoxy boards kind of the choice on a day like today?
Well, okay, so I'll start at a beginning level of awareness. Quick and easy, the boards are just going to feel more poppy, more twitchy, right? But when you go into the epoxy realm, because I just did a road trip with Hayden Shapes, who created the literal carbon rails, the Future Flex, and he was breaking down that the density of epoxy is a big factor here. So even look back, Kelly Slater was riding them at Cloudbreak in big waves. You can take epoxy and make it work in every single condition, but on a day like today in conditions like this, you stay at that front level. You're looking for a lighter board, more twitch under your foot, more response time through your maneuvers, and that's why every competitor basically is doing that. And if you're not, you'd be wondering, could I be trying that, because would I be getting even more out of my engine block?
Yeah, so, you know, similar shapes, different technologies, and even saying epoxy as a construction is a broad stroke on it, because now we're seeing boards with multiple, you know, they might have a PU stringer area with epoxy rails or vice versa. If you peel back the onion on some of these boards, I've been privy to being in the Dark Arts factory, seeing the construction, right? And it's like, you're looking at a surfboard that has off-white center cut. That would be the PU. And then rails that are epoxy, and then different types of carbon on. So it's just like, it's really like just the beginning.
I would say it's been a little bit of an arc to get us to this point. Dark Arts with Philippe, that I think really opened up a big spectrum. I think the Future Flex in the very beginning was crazy, and then it's like Philippe proof of concept was just incredible to watch, because he paired so well with that construction and technology. And I think a lot of competitors then want, like, if somebody's doing it in a competitive realm and scene, you want to get a little bit of that heat in your own quiver. And all of the board brands, I think, have adjusted. You have Matt Biolos with Light Speed. Those look great. Guys like Michael Rodriguez ride them in conditions like this. Proof of concept. ECT technology with Channel Islands. Sharp Eye has his own. And obviously, we're saying the Dark Arts there. He's dipped in on that. So every major board builder finds their way to that high-definition small-wave groveler.
It is a lot like F1, right?
Yeah.
There's, you know, we all ride similar looking and size equipment, but whatever tech you can add, you're going to use. And if you see somebody else giving themselves or their riders a slight advantage, you're going to want to try to do what you can to match that advantage. So we saw Reed Van Wagener right there representing Carlsbad, California. Quick little snap. So this thing's just really starting to turn on here. Talia Swindoll with a 3.53. That's the highest single wave score. Jolly Stokes with a 2.83, not bad. Reed Van Wagener, she started with a 2.67. She just backed it up there. And we see Talia now. Goes vertical, but goes down. Laura Rapp's first wave there. .57. Basically standing up and going down the line. I'll get you that half a point. Reed Van Wagener, though, increasing her score line with a 3.57. She's now in second place. I don't even really need to say the placings because these are going to switch about 100 times
They will.
in the next 25 minutes. But here's how we get a 3.53. Boom.
No.
I'm sorry, that's a .80.
Yeah, it's funny, almost even too when you're in heats that are moving this quick, you have to just stay focused on executing your plan. You can't really be too focused on, oh, she's in second, I'm in fourth, I'm in first, I'm in third. The changeover is so rapid and continual that really nothing really locks in until those last 5 to 6 minutes. And even then, 5 minutes in conditions like this feel like decades.
Well, 24:25 to go. The surfers reset themselves in the lineup. Let's go down to the glass. We've got Mirai Ikeda with AJ McCord.
Your rhythm.
It was really nervous heat for me because there's no wave outside, so I came back the inside and I got a couple score. So, but yeah, I'm so happy to win this heat.
You did such a great job, and you have a great fan base here on the beach in Huntington, but I know you have a lot of friends and fans back home as well. What do you want to say to them?
Yeah. 応援ありがとうございます。今のヒートすごく緊張したヒートだったんですけど、日本チームの皆さんが浜にいる皆さんもすごい応援してくれて、とても心強くて、もちろんライブで応援してくださっている方々も本当にありがとうございます。次のラウンドも自分らしいサーフィン出せるように頑張ります。よろしくお願いします。Okay.
Omerito, congratulations. See you in the next one.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, so just have to think that the first question was, what was your thought process there, moving to the inside and kind of starting a trend? Everybody else followed you in there, and I like that answer. Just, you know, keep it calm, just do what you got to do. And she really, that decision for her to come into this inside has now switched everything for this last heat of the day. Nobody even attempted to surf the outside in this one.
Yeah, I'm so stoked for that it all worked out, because when you make a big decision like that and you put yourself on the line, you're sticking your head out, you know? And for her, she kept the rhythm on the inside. She kept riding a lot of waves and kept the foot down and eventually won that heat, which was really great to see.
Laura Rapp now getting involved. There's some energy in that wave. And you could tell she rode out of that turn real clean, stood straight up, signifying to the judges that she was in control.
Yes, she definitely put the exclamation on that.
I wonder if there's a setting on any of the local wave pools. Short break grind. I want to do the short break grind for about an hour to see how hard it really is.
Yeah, get a small wave simulator going.
There you go.
Yeah, today I think the narrative I feel like we've come across is that realistically, the energy, the body language that you bring through your heat, I feel like everybody picks up on, and it almost creates or manifests your way through, you know, these heats. I think the people who are engaged, really wanting it, are actually coming away with those heat wins and second places and moving on to tomorrow, which of course we know tomorrow is going to be better. Tomorrow will be more consistent. It will feel like you're partaking in the actual US Open starting tomorrow. Today I think is a bit of a warm-up lap for everybody. Obviously everything is on the line. These heats are very important for all of these competitors, and they're putting their best effort out, and they've done a really great job.
Looking at about 21 minutes. Ty Swindoll in the lead. A couple threes there, but watch out, Reed Van Wagner. 3.77. You'd have to think that Reed has surfed waves like this at Tamarack, warm water jetties.
Yes.
You know, up and down the coast just to the south in San Diego County. We get a lot of days like this. Not a lot of us can do turns like that in waves like this. That was a 3.77 worthy turn, big backside snap, making the most out of a minuscule wave.
We chatted on that earlier about the difference of frontside and backside, and in small waves, when you stand up, so just popping up, you're back straight to your heels when you're backside, and it's hard for you to transition your speed correctly into the lip like that. She did a really great job. I prefer personally to be surfing frontside in small waves like this, because you stand up straight to your toes and it almost feels like you can start to run. You can gather your speed really quickly. You have a bit more of a twitch effect when you're moving frontside on a wave. So it's cool to see that she was rewarded on that. Obviously it was one turn, garnered a good score. But yeah, it's cool seeing the differences of the frontside and the backside strategies and pros and cons.
Well, 19 and a half to go. Reed's in the lead with a 3.77 and a 3.57. Watch out, Laura Ropp. Ooh, nice slash right there. Not quite sure if she made it all the way through that turn and completed it. Well, this being our last heat of the day, we've got some foreshadowing to do towards the 8:05 post show, and the host of that show is our very own Mitchell Salazar, who's somewhere in the zone. Mitch, where are you at?
Chris, I am in the Bonsoy athlete area at the moment watching our very last heat of the day. Guess what? Tanner Gudauskas, former U.S. Open Pro Junior champion, former top 10 in the world, Rosie Hodge, and myself, somewhat of a local, will be hosting the 8:05 post show right after this heat. Chris, it looks fun in the short break right now. I agree with you. I want to see a wave pool have a grindy beach break setting in the short break. Tossing it back to you, Chris.
Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the 8:05 post show. It really, you know, shows you, we've been really focused in on heat by heat by heat, but the post show shows you kind of the overall arc, the story of the day. It's been like a Broadway show, right? You know, you have this opening act, conflict in the middle, and then resolution at the end. So with 18 minutes, 15 seconds to go, there's the 8:05 zone down the beach. That's a great place to watch one of our sundown sessions.
Yes, that is a great place. 8:05 is doing great things. Cold Beer Surf Club is awesome. I was just chatting with Connor Coffin. He's down here all week.
Connor's here too? All the stars are here.
They're here, man. Talia utilizing that priority, getting a really nice looking right-hander by the pier bowl, and swings it up for 2 hits.
She made that look easy, and trust us, it's not. To get up, get a floater, finish it with a snap, all in the span of about 6 seconds. That's rapid fire surfing right there.
You can tell by the outline of her board that she's definitely on the happy every day. And it looks great. She's able to gather the speed real quick and then step her foot right on the tail pad and swing it up real quick. Let's go. Yes.
It was a split peak. Laura Ropp went right or left. 2 backside turns there. She only needs a 4. 17 minutes to go.
Chris, what are you thinking? You're out here and you only need a 4. You feeling good about it?
I'm feeling good about it because there's still a lot of time left, and there's tons of waves to ride, and it really is kind of an everybody in the same boat type of situation. You can create your own luck in a sense, but at the same time, I mean, it's up to where you put yourself in the lineup, and it's up to being in the right place at the right time, which you can't quite manufacture.
No, you can't. And two, it's funny, it's almost like we say 4, but we really mean 8, you know, on a day like today. 3.5 feels like a 7.5. That's kind of where your scale is relative to. It is a good score. Needing a 4 is a serious ride. But it looks like everything's condensing right by the pier bowl. So it makes it a little bit more organized in a pecking order sense with the priority. So you can play a little bit more of a competitive strategy, being that close to everyone.
Swindoll's in the top spot with an 8.10 total. That last heat, Mariah Keita got a 9.0. Here's a replay that just came through for Swindoll. I believe that was a 4.57. Now, do you sit or do you paddle figure 8s and just try to put yourself in a spot to pick off one of these little peaks?
And two, like, not only does that give you a bit more of opportunity to see if there's other things happening, if you don't have priority, it keeps your mind. Okay, so maybe let's say you're sitting and you're waiting. You might drift a little bit. You might start looking at people on the pier. You might be wondering, oh, is anything gonna come? Oh, this water feels good. But if you're paddling around and you're actively searching for a wave, Neko Padarats once told me the theory is be the dog that hunts the bone for the entirety of the heat. And he said, if there's a bone in a room and there's a dog, the dog will not stop until he's found the bone. And I laughed because I've surfed so many heats with him. And it's true, he'll be all around you, all around you, all around you until the buzzer rings, but it keeps him engaged for the entire heat.
Quick up and out there from Talia Swindoll. You wait for the next opportunity to knock at the door of these 4 surfers. We're gonna take a quick break. It'll be the last break of the day because this is the last heat of the day. 8:05 post show will be up next, but you got 14 minutes left. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
And then I remember it was the first time I saw Mick Fanning surf. And I instantly thought, like, this dude is going to be a problem for Andy.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
I would come home from school and, like, literally, like, someone like Andy would be just hanging in the living room. And if you watch Snap 1, when most of his filming is like, dude, I was the worst filmer of all time. But the guys surfing were surfing so good, like Andy and them, it didn't even matter. How many guys' careers did he escalate and elevate by having them in his movie? Like, if you were in a Taylor Steele movie, you were getting a contract. Like, am I gonna ride off into the sunset after Snap 5's done? Like, no. And I get to the bank and it was 120 grand was missing. He wiped me out and then we got him back. That's like the PG-13 version.
Cheers, brother. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Thank 805 Beer for coming on. That's Snap 5's first ever beer sponsor.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Do yourself a favor and tune in to the Cold Beer Surf Club. Connor Coffin, your host, and the latest episode features Logan Julian, creator of the Snapped series, Snapped 5 world premiere this Saturday night. As if your calendar wasn't full enough with activities, Tanner, add one more to it. Tickets are available now, but it's got to be nearly sold out, so you better get on it quick.
The lineage of the Snap movies is so incredible. Like, you look back at Snap 1, exactly he's talking about the Andy and Bruce section. Snap 2, incredible. Snap 3 is fire. 4, great. 5 literally looks like it could be the best one yet.
100%.
It's
like an hour and 40 minutes long.
It's the upper echelon of free surfers this day and age.
And I don't know. You know, last part in a surf movie is like a big deal.
Yes.
It's got to either be, I mean, Jack Robinson has crazy stuff. Mason Ho, he's on the poster. He might,
Harry Bryant,
you got to
sure
be
he's
there
gonna be there
to find out who's got the last part. Yago Dora will be in it. I mean, the list of names is incredible. Mateus Hardy.
And I also shout out to the Cold Beer Surf Club because
you were on it, right?
No, so my brother
wow.
Dane was on it.
So he hasn't invited either one of us.
No, so the Monday Mash should get on there, but he really dives in and has a really low-key, awesome, genuine conversation with each guest, and I'm sure that interview is going to be really good. But stoked for Connor. He's doing really well with that.
He's around somewhere. If there's an 805 happening, Connor's involved. Big part of their team, along with Lakey Peterson. 9 minutes, 50 seconds left. Talia Swindoll in the lead, still fending off hard chargers. Reed Van Wagener, Laura Ropp, and Jolly Stokes.
We haven't really seen Jolly Stokes catch fire yet, and I'm hoping that she does. She has priority. And obviously, like we've talked about a lot today, everything can and probably will switch up. But you just want everybody to kind of get equal opportunity through these heats.
Still plenty of time. Looks like Laura Ropp has 9 waves ridden. Talia Swindoll, 9 waves. Jolly with 4. Reed, 6. I'm not going to count that one. Her hands did not leave the rails, so in order for the wave to be scored, you actually have to, you don't necessarily have to stand up, but your hands have to be off the rails. I don't know how you can do that without standing up, maybe on your knees?
Maybe.
Kneeboarding?
If you're very proficient, yeah.
Priority is with Jolly Stokes. These two surfers are just going to keep chipping away. Ooh, nice.
Wow.
Spicy little end section there for Talia. And this is just getting reps, you know. This is just straight up surfing. You know, there's no real posturing for position. Everyone's just kind of trading off, taking turns on every other set. Cool angle on that one. We'll be able to leave it up to the judge to see if she actually made it out of that turn. Something you have to think about in waves like this small and this quick.
You know what's also interesting to think about is, let's say for example, Talia or any of these girls came down and free surfed this morning. It was overcast onshore, out the back, and you knew you were going to be one of the later heats of the day.
Yeah, completely different break.
Completely different break. So you kind of can't, even if, I feel like you have to be aware that you just have to make the heat right in front of you. You can't really have the dialogue of how it's looked all day, because this looks very challenging. This is definitely hard to compete in. They're doing a great job, but I just was thinking about that. Like, imagine if you free surfed in the morning, how opposite it would feel from what you're doing right now.
Yeah, you'd need a completely different game plan, that's for sure. But for these surfers, I mean, they've definitely competed in waves like this. I mean, you think of one of the longest running surf events ever, ECSC in Virginia Beach. This is a good day.
This is a great day at the
for
jetty.
VB. So, you know, again, it's that positive mindset. Everyone's in the same position here. Everyone's getting the same opportunities.
So I honestly was just out in VB a week ago, and they have they're a week away from finishing a wave pool that sits about a block or two back from the ocean. and it looks incredible. It's the wave garden technology. So that surf scene is about to light up, because when you deal with conditions like this, you just want to get a surf stoke. You know, you want something that's going to get you elevated.
Isn't Pharrell part of that?
I think he is. Actually, yeah, there's a big music venue there too called the Dome that he was all involved with.
Let's go.
I think you should play it.
Done.
We could surf the pool.
You have Pharrell's phone number? A lot just happened in the span of about 15 seconds. We'll see if any of those waves are of any impact. We're gonna have to zoom out on our score screen because Talia Swindoll now has 12 waves ridden. Laura 10. Jolly Stokes just got one at 2.30. Now priority is with Laura Ropp. And again, I mean, sure, priority has, you know, made the order, I guess, but it really hasn't impacted the heat that much because there's so many waves surfed that, you know, you could be in priority, catch a wave, 30 seconds later, the whole field could have gone through the priority cycle and you're right back in that priority position. Down to the 5.5 minute mark.
Here we go, Laura Rapp. It's just, you know, you can't overthink it. You just got to keep moving forward. One's good, one's bad, and you just keep going.
This is where I think it's totally fine to go into robot mode. Just turn everything off and just go. Just turn, do a turn, do anything you can. Paddle for everything, do whatever you can.
Look, it just is what it is, you know, like this will, in the long run, could become somebody's campaign that they will qualify off of, right? Like you can gather that steam out of these heats, but it's almost unbelievable when you're surfing the heat, knowing what kind of impact it will have.
Okay.
So, okay.
Just like that. Jolly Stokes looking for a 4.04. She had some speed on that one, a couple turns. So Jolly might be stoked. Sorry, is that a pun? Is that an overused pun when Jolly Stokes is surfing?
Chris, we got some afterburners happening here.
Yeah.
Under 5 minutes, and the heat is coming alive again.
That could have been a really great defensive wave for Reed Van Wagener because Jolly Stokes is probably going to improve on her 3 and a 2.83.
Wow. Boom. Two really nice kind of wrapping snaps versus Reed getting a nice poke here and then finishing it off. This turn was awesome. Depends if the judges deem that a make or not, but nonetheless, she held off some of her competitors and stayed on her board.
Big turn there from Laura Ropp. Well, we got 3 minutes, 48 seconds left in this heat. Everything's perfectly timed today. Because after the 8:05 post show, I mean, my afternoon's set. I'm gonna watch the 8:05 post show at the 8:05 deck. And then at 4 o'clock, Yolanda Be Cool is gonna be playing their sundown set. Scan that code if you're in the area. You have 18 minutes to get here. You can do it. Drive safe, ride a bike, walk, take an Uber, however you can get here, get here. It's almost sold out, so good luck. But you can get your tickets now for the Yolanda Be Cool set, which is gonna be super fun. They're an Australian band with high energy, super danceable tunes. It's gonna be a beach party starting at 4 o'clock. And tomorrow, Chevy Metal. Sunday, Yachty by Nature. Not a Naughty by Nature cover band. Hip Hop Hooray. No, it's Yacht Rock, Tanner.
That's great play.
Yeah.
Love what they did there. Love what's going on. Yolanda Be Cool. I mean, that's the only missing ingredient here in our recipe is a little bit of a DJ set, a cold 8:05, and you're calling this a little bit of a sundowner scenario.
It's on.
It's kind of lights out.
I'm making the call right now. It's on.
Throw down a little pair of board shorts, hop in, hang out.
Yeah, I mean, I got a pro tip for you too. If you didn't get tickets to Yolanda Be Cool, you can watch it from the water.
Pro tip.
You can hear it from the water, at least. I know that.
Uh-oh. Laura Rapp, knock knock, 4.5.
I mean, I was literally talking about the music for like a second and everything's changed.
I know.
And it's probably going to change again.
It's, no.
Laura Ropp went from 4th to 1st, just like that. Talia Swindoll is now in 2nd. Reed Van Wagener drops to 3rd. Jolly Stokes had a glimpse at the top 2.
No, but she's good.
quickly
She has
got
her
dropped to
top.
fourth.
She has her top scoring ride now. So Jolly Stokes in the game needs a 4.5. Reed Van Wagner, who's had a great heat, looking to have a 4.3 to advance. So minute 40. It's happening. Little debrief. It's totally happening right here.
It's getting scary right now. A minute 28 to go. We're probably going to see maybe 1 or 2 more waves ridden, which is a wild proposition. 13 waves ridden each for Laura Rapp and Talia Swindell. This has got to be a record right here.
Well, the proof in that pudding is that the more you ride, the more chances you have to get a score, right?
Yeah.
The 2 girls who've ridden 13 waves in this heat are sitting in first and second. They're leaving nothing to chance. They just keep punching through the bag. As we enter into the last minute, both of the girls kind of sitting a little closer to the other competitors and just trying to keep an eye. You got to think they're wanting to do a little surveillance.
45 seconds left. Reed Van Wagner needs a 4.34. Jolly Stokes needs a 4.54. And guess what? Jolly has priority. Reed's in second priority.
Oh, this is insane.
This
It's
could
coming
be a
down to it.
Wild finish. There's Reed.
This could go
Some
fireworks,
separation.
Chris. 30 seconds.
Talia sees her. You're not going to get away. 20 seconds left. Looking forward to the 8:05 post show. There's a lot to unpack from today's action. Hosted by Mitchell Salazar with special guests Tanner Godowskis and Rosie Hodge, 2 of San Clemente's finest.
I will be there.
5 seconds left.
Ah, wow.
A little bit of heartbreak, a little bit of stoke. If you're Laura Rapp and you're Talia Swindell, you just survived
That
a
is
wild,
incredible.
wild heat. Reed Van Wagner, so close. She's in third place, along with Jolly Stokes. So third and fourth place surfers are out of the event. First and second place surfers, they live to surf another day. Congrats to Laura Rapp, as well as Talia Swindell.
That's so fun. Well, you're never out, Chris. On a day like today, you should just know, keep the head down, keep the vibes high, and it could all work out.
I could feel the relief coming off the screen right now. But imagine you sleep well after a heat like that.
Totally.
Well, give it up for our Challenger Series, males and females, for making today a success. A lot of waves ridden, some great surfing, and we're gonna wrap it all up for you right now. We're about to see the 8:05 post show. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the 805 Post Show. A lot to talk about on day one of Challenger Series action here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Men's Challenger Series action, women's Challenger Series action. It was the round of 80 and the round of 48 that got going. Mitchell Salazar with a former top 10 surfer in the world, Rosie Hodge, and former winner here on the Pro Junior side, Tanner Gradowska. Starting with you, Tanner. Obviously, a lot going on in the shore break in the last few heats. Surfers tended to realize that the shore break was the way to go in the last few.
Yeah, at the end there, it became a really lively situation with them being like 50 to 100 feet off the shoreline, which was really entertaining. But today, throughout the whole day, there was a ton of energy, a lot of great rides, so it was enjoyable to be here.
Rosie, it was one of those days where you either had 2 or 3 waves ridden, and in the last heat combined, we had 40 waves between all 4 women.
Wow. I mean, what a heat total of waves ridden. Just such a flurry of action. We did see, you know, that transfer from the outside onto the inside, people bringing different game plans into effect.
Yeah, and Tanner, as a former champion here yourself, what makes Huntington so complicated on a day like today where there's minimal swell, but of course the tide also rose throughout the day?
Yeah, totally. You have to adapt to the situation at hand. The conditions did change through the day, breaking low tide out the back and then becoming the inside bowl. And you have to be flexible, and you have to be hungry for it and hungry for the change and just execute on the game plan.
Well, let's get our sights set with who advanced into the last round. Out of the last heat of the day, Laura Hopp with AJ.
Speaking of hungry, that is what we saw from the entire field in the last heat. Laura, it was a flurry there in the final few seconds. How did you escape from the pack?
I don't really know because it was super tricky out there. It's like super, super, super small. And I was just trying to like be active and try to catch a lot of waves. And yeah, it went my way. I think I was just like lucky to that sack came more to the middle of the beach and got that 4 that I didn't know it was be like a good score. I didn't know what was going on. It's kind of hard to listen yeah, I don't know the name, but it's kind of hard to listen out there. And yeah, super stoked to make it through this round. I was super nervous because when you got on a usual day, you got on the beach and you see the conditions like this, you normally don't surf. And I was just like, okay, let's go. It's a heat is a heat, and that's a win, so.
It absolutely is. And coming into this competition, you're coming in contention. 3rd spot on the Challenger Series. You're in position to be one of those women who qualify for the CT in 2026. How much does winning a heat like this give you confidence going forward?
Yeah, exactly. The first 2 events, I was in the 2nd round. And this one, 3 CTs got in, so I fall to the 1st round, just like Kika. And I was super nervous, especially to see the conditions like this. But I was like, okay, anyways, it's just like to go there and have fun. This was literally a free surf for me. And actually on Sunday, I was in Brazil competing the nationals. So I got here on Monday, and good that yesterday they called off because I have 1 day more to rest. And yeah, super stoked to make it through the next round.
Congratulations, parabéns. Before we let you go, você quer dizer mensagem para o Brasil?
Sim, gente, desculpa por deixar todo mundo nervoso em casa. Tenho certeza que eu deixei, todo mundo quase morrendo do coração, até eu tava lá dentro. Mas é isso, eu tô trabalhando bastante com a minha psicóloga para acreditar em mim mesma até o final da bateria. E deu certo, eu tô super feliz de ter passado.
Parabéns, até amanhã. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, bye.
Valeu, obrigado, AJ. Rosie, she mentioned right there in Portuguese, just as you were touching on a few heats ago, confidence is something she's been working on, especially throughout the last 5 minutes of the heat right there.
It's such a key component to competing, especially out here at Huntington, or as you just travel on the tour, and just recognizing she got here so late with those Brazilian championships. So good to see her through 3rd on the rankings at the moment. We saw some of the top spots falling out of this event so far, so big opportunity for her.
Yeah, and pretty crazy to see a lot of these top seeds in the round of 48 starting in the very first round of the event as well. Well, Tanner, you call the heat number 3 of men's opening round. We saw a big defeat with former semifinalist Josh Kerr going down, and it was this guy, Iago Dominguez, close to 10 points with this heat total. He knocked out both Ryan Huckabee and Josh Kerr.
Yeah, and it was an upset, but Iago's energy was alive and electric today, and he really was looking good, and he definitely got the nod in this heat.
And very springy surfing too, if I might add. Rosie, Josh had a couple of chances, just a couple of threes on the forehand though.
Yeah, it was really tricky this morning, that third heat of the morning, and just chatting to Josh afterwards, he just said, you know what, he tried his best, he tried everything. Sierra Kerr won her heat later on in the day, so he's proud of her, but he's out of the contest for now.
And everybody truly competing in the sense of the word out there. Tanner, user priority, and then Justine Brequet was also able to get second place, but once again, the bass surfer Dominguez, he looked sharp out there.
You had to compete front to back of every heat you had today. Really couldn't take your foot off the gas. Iago did that really well. He started strong and he finished strong and came away with a win.
So the 2 Europeans advancing out of men's round of 80, heat number 3. And a big performance by the bass surfer, also the French surfer Becquerel moving through. Tough to see both Huckabee and Kerr losing out with small numbers, Rosie.
Yeah, and that was just the name of the game, especially in the earlier heats. You did see one surfer kind of run away with it. I think if you got a combined heat total, you know, in the double digits, you were doing pretty well today.
And it did definitely seem like that was the case throughout the day. Same thing in heat number 1 of the women's opening round. A big upset in the making for the winner of the first Challenger Series event over in Newcastle. Talking about Kika Veselko. She had high expectations of herself competing literally 20 minutes away where she was born in Irvine. But it was Dani Rosas, Leilani McGonigal moving through, Tanner.
Yeah, and again, we saw all of these heats switch and flop on each other because the scores were so tight in that 3 to 5 to 6 range that it was bouncing back and forth. This was a really fun heat to watch and was stoked. Like this ride specifically right here was a nice power gouge. Was definitely a banger for the day.
Yeah, and big props to both Lei and Danny. They went out there, found their waves, and once they were 1 and 2 respectively, never looked back, Rosie.
That was a really stacked heat, and for the #1 ranked surfer to find herself in this round of 48 and in such a stacked heat, she got pretty unlucky.
Yeah, and just looking at the way she had a couple at the beginning of the heat, but not able to bounce back in the back end of it, and it seemed like activity wasn't necessarily something that paid off at that point of the day, Tanner.
Yeah, but this is the Challenger Series, right? These are stacked heats. Everybody has to put it on the line every single heat, and you got to ride it all the way to the buzzer just to make sure that you're making it through.
And Peru's Daniela Rosas taking away the victory. Nice to see Costa Rica in the mix too, Rosie. Leilani McGonigal moving through, and unfortunately we lose out the 2 Europeans, Noah Clapp and Kika Veselko.
They'll be back. They'll get another shot at it in Portugal.
It's going to be home soil as well for Veselko over there.
Yeah.
Ribera de Islas, a great way for her to showcase her skills. Well, ladies, gentlemen, let's go. It's our Eero Top 5, my favorite moment of the day here in the 805 post show. And guess what?
Yes.
It's a stacked one because Tanner, your boy is going to start us off right here on the Eero Top 5 moments of day 1 of the Challenger Series action. That is Kalohe Brother Andino, 12-point heat total with the win.
No leash, no worries. Kalohe came out electrifying today. Stoked to see him doing well. He's had some ups and downs competitively, and it looks like he's just finding that form again, which is always, of course, great to see. It's nostalgic here at the US Open. He's had so many great memories over the years. So hopefully we get another one this year.
A former runner-up, Rosie, right here, Kalohe.
Yeah, and it just seems like his hunger for competing is reignited. And I think when you hit the beach in Huntington, like you said, the nostalgic feelings, the fact that he's living in San Clemente, sleeping in his own bed, driving into the Huntington Beach parking lot, all those familiar feelings come to life.
Number 4, Kaoli Voss, the Olympic gold medalist last year, winning his opening round heat. He looked good out there, Tanner.
He looked good. His post-heat interview was amazing. All bummed because Chopu is going off right now, but he's getting the job done, and that's what you have to do. You have to see yourself winning here if you already know you have what it takes on the tour. So it was exciting to see Kaoli put it together and keep moving forward.
Especially he missed out on this event last year, Rosie. Went and celebrated in Paris.
Oh, and so he should have. He won that Olympic gold. And also to note, the equipment under his feet, all PU equipment. So no epoxies for Kauli. He says that he likes to rely on his own quad strength to generate all that speed and keep the board planing. But yeah, great to see Kauli. Like you said, he was a little bit kind of twisted that he wasn't getting in the Tahiti swell, but he can focus on this event and he's going to be the wild card.
Number 3, it was a big one. Buzzer beater at the end, Tanner. Short break madness. Annette Gonzalez Echevarri advances literally in the dying seconds.
I got to call this heat, and what a treat it was. This was exactly when the conditions changed, and you had to be flexible enough to see there was opportunity right on the shoreline, which she did with that last ride.
Still a teenager, Rosie. Unbelievable what she's been able to do so far.
I love these heats when they decided on the sand, when the scores gets called out to the surfers, because you can just feel the relief and the excitement and the adrenaline as they hear that they've made it through.
Cool moment for the youngster out of the Basque Country. Speaking of the Basque Country, Basque brilliance out there. Adur Amatriain, big heat total, Tanner.
Yes, of course, and this is under the tutelage of Aritze and Buru. You're going to see that stiletto backside surfing right there. It was incredible. He came out guns blazing with this turn. Yeah, I believe that was a 7.5, one of the best of the day, right?
Yeah, and on the backhand too, Rosie, fitting in a couple of big turns.
Absolutely ripping, and just noticing it, that board had that yellowish patina to it. He said that he's had this board for over a year, and he only pulls it out now for competition. So he's got a really trusty piece of equipment under his feet.
Shout out to Pukas for the great equipment. Also, Jason Stevenson, he had a lot of heat winners today, including our #1 here on the Euro Top 5, Sierra Kerr. Not only does she win her heat, also with an air reverse, Tanner.
Yeah, and this is the charm of the US Open. It brings those big names around and puts them on the platform to show up and blow up, and that's exactly what Sierra did.
Big heat total right here, Rosie, in control the entire time of the heat, too.
Yeah, just so good to see Sierra just finding that point of difference, that advantage. Dad, Josh Kerr, likes it, and obviously she's sailing her way through to that next round.
So a big win for Sierra Kerr, the former World Junior Champion. She did well out there this morning under the tutelage of her father. Well, another big thing to note too, there should be an increase in swell the next few days, which is really exciting for us here in Southern California. Let's check out a Surfline forecast for the next 4 days here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Starting with yourself, Tanner, looking at this northwest wind swell, it's carrying throughout the weekend. We do have some ground swell coming through.
Yeah, this could turn out to be really, really good around here. And not necessarily too big, it just is going to be fun. It's going to be more consistent. There's going to be a lot more opportunity for the competitors. I'm not afraid of a little northwest mixed in there. It helps with the current. It can help with the peakiness. And you're seeing right here 3 to 4 foot all day long. We'll take that for the next 3 days.
Variable winds though, Rosie, in the morning shouldn't be that bad out here at the south side.
Yeah, I think it's going to be good. We're going to have those kind of glassy conditions like we've seen be the trend throughout. And then obviously as that land heats up, we see that onshore convection, but I think it's going to be manageable.
Yep. So pretty fun day, #1 of action here at the Challenger Series level. We got basically action going from 7 a.m. onwards here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Let's check out the best highlights of day #1. See you guys tomorrow morning.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.